AGI-26, again, our 19th annual conference covering general intelligence for machines, synthetic intelligence, building adaptive problem solver that can reason beyond their training data and work in uncertain environments over insufficient resources and information to help us do all the tasks or live their own goals and autonomous lifestyles as they want. The range of goals for AGI is huge and vast. We've seen that over the past days, covering so many aspects of what we're all building here. Today, I'm super excited to introduce Michael Levin and Hananel Hazan, who will be doing a virtual and live presentation. So this kicks off our next paper session. This session is looking at intelligence as grounded world engagement. And this is one of the deepest questions in the field. What is intelligence really when you strip away the assumptions that has it look like a human brain? So these papers understand cognition through action, perception, environmental interaction. Intelligence as something that emerges from engagement with the world. Before we kick off into the session, though, I'd like to introduce or bring Andrew Comendo, AGI Society Executive Director, for another invitation to all of us to get more involved in questions like these around AGI and the dialogue on AGI in the world. And just tell us a little bit more about AGI Society's forward-looking steps.
Thank you, Haley. Is this working? Is this working? Yes? Yes? No? Yes. Good. Okay. Thank you, Haley. So just a couple of points from yesterday, 2,223 live streams. That's a record for the AGI conference. So congratulations to everybody who's doing that. Awesome job for everybody online. Also this is, again, the largest conference we've had so far, over 300 in-person attendees. And a lot of good fun. We had the hosted speakers dinner last night, which was fantastic. So thank you everybody who attended, as well as sponsors for that. One major point is that the diversity we talked about, we're actually realizing. So we have lots of high school students here, and we have a very young researcher who's giving a presentation. I think that's a big deal that we should celebrate. So ultimately, this organization is going to be run by that generation eventually. And so we need to do our best to support them as they're young and burgeoning, and so they understand the power that's in their hands. So with that, the last point I'll make is at the lunch break, I will be having the AGI Society collective meeting where we're going to discuss the future. It's about 30 minutes, roughly. It's going to be very informal, but we're going to talk about possible roles. How do you start a chapter? What is this going to look like when you want to host an event? Things like that. How does the society fund chapters? These types of things. And largely it's going to be informational and, how do we make this start working over the next year? If you see a banner and you see the QR code, scan the QR code, go to joinagisociety.org and sign up for what you want to do. If you don't see anything there, and I've seen most people who've signed up, and we've had over a dozen people now sign up as regional organizers. People are putting, make my own role. That's perfectly great, because we need one of everybody. There's nothing that we don't need. So there's a place for everybody in the society. And with that, thank you, Haley.
Thank you very much, Andrew. So yes, at lunch, seek out Andrew and get involved building local chapters, local discussions, and bringing this discussion larger from the people who have been looking at AGI longer than anyone else in the world. So this next presentation, as I said, dual, virtual, and live, which I love because we're looking at the idea of substrate independence. So 2 researchers, 2 substrates, 1 conversation. Michael Levin is a professor at Tufts University whose work on bioelectricity, morphogenetic intelligence, and what he calls diverse cognition has changed how everybody thinks about the boundaries of mind. I was going to say scientists, but everybody. He joins us virtually, and alongside him in person is Hananel Hazan, whose work on spiking neural networks and biologically inspired computing bridges Levin's biological insights to artificial systems. So together they're going to ask what stays constant about intelligence, no matter what it's running on. Please welcome these speakers with me.
All right, well, thank you very much for that introduction. Very excited to talk to you. So I will do the first half of the talk, and then Hananel is going to show you a specific example of some of the things that we're talking about. So in my group, we study a variety of unconventional substrates of intelligence, molecular networks, passive materials, cells, tissues, slime molds, ant colonies, all sorts of things. And you can see more of that here at this website, and the white paper discussing some of the ideas that I'm going to talk about today is here at this preprint. So in my group, we sort of do this cycle between biology and life as it could be, and different embodiments of intelligence, which I think of as mind as it can be. And today, what I want to address are two questions. First of all, where does intelligence, which I will generalize to patterns of competent navigation of spaces, and these are all kinds of problem spaces, so not just the three-dimensional world or the linguistic space, but the physiological state space, anatomical state space, patterns of gene expression, all kinds of patterns of competent navigation. Where does it come from? Where do those patterns come from? And talk a little bit about what may or may not be unique about life, and think about really the notion of bio-inspired and inspiration in general. So we have three ways that the conventional paradigm understands putting in effort towards getting some sort of a good controller. So if you have something that is competent, be it a living organism, which I'll just start off with, and then I'll talk about the technology. If we have something that is good at certain tasks, there's pretty much just three ways that it could have gotten there. Either bioengineers designed it, evolution selected for it, or it was trained in some way. So rational design, evolution, or training. Those are the three ways we know to put in effort. And so what I want to talk about are the delta that's left over when you account for all of these things. I think there's something very important that tells us something about the origins and nature of intelligence that does not come from any of these three ways of getting competency. So first, let's look at some biological examples of surprising outputs, and they're surprising given the conventional origin story. So if you're thinking of design, evolution, and learning, you'd be hard pressed to explain some of these things. So let's think about that. So first of all, we all know that here we are on Earth evolved, but if somebody had come to you originally, let's say you're an alien running some sort of investment fund, and they say to you, we want some investment. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to select for survival on this planet called Earth, on the African plain, just survival, nothing else. And what we think is going to happen eventually is that we'll get some quantum chemists. We'll get quantum chemists. We'll get a moon landing. We'll get all this amazing stuff. But the only thing we're going to select for is survival. What do you think? How does that sound as a likely thing? So nowadays we don't pay much attention to it because obviously that's more or less what happened. But if someone had suggested this, I wouldn't have put any money into this. I'm not sure if any of you would. It seems unlikely. It seems that if you only select for survival, it's unclear that you're going to get the kinds of things that we have here in humanity. So. Okay, so maybe selection for survival in some way shaped the human brain, and for some reason it became good on seemingly very different tasks than what it was evolved for. There are limitations of head size during birth, which minimize redundancy in the brain. So given what happened, what performance would you expect from a human brain with a drastically reduced volume? So ask yourself that. If I said to you, I'm going to take a human brain, I'm going to drastically reduce the volume of computational medium in that brain, what performance do you expect? Well, most of the time you get radically reduced performance, except sometimes there are these interesting clinical cases, and you can study about them here in this paper where we review this, where humans have radically reduced brain structure, but normal or above normal intelligence. Now, it's not that you can't shoehorn this into sort of hand waving about redundancy and things like this in neuroscience, but none of our paradigms predict this. We have no theories in neuroscience that actually suggest that this is ever going to happen, that you could have massive reductions and yet still have normal intelligence. So something is missing in this accounting. So let's look at some other examples. Suppose here's some model systems. Suppose I wanted a tadpole of a frog that could, and I wanted to form an eye on its tail. I want it to be able to see out of that eye, but I don't want it connected to the brain at all. And by the way, when the tail dies during metamorphosis, I want the eye to know that it's different and ignore all those cell death signals. What would I need to do to engineer such a thing? Now, we could calibrate. I don't have time to tell you what grant reviewers said ahead of time when we suggested some of these things. They represent the standard expectations. Something like this should be incredibly difficult. You should need lots of either evolution or neuroengineering or something. You should have to put in a lot of effort to make this happen. Turns out you don't need any of that. If you take a tadpole, this is the tadpole of the frog Xenopus laevis. Here's the mouth, here are the nostrils, here's the brain, spinal cord. So you've noticed we prevented the primary eyes from forming. We put an eye on its tail, and then we use this machine to verify that, in fact, they can see out of these eyes. This device trains them for visual learning. So they can see out of these eyes. These eyes do not connect to the brain. Okay, when the tail inevitably dies during metamorphosis, the eye ignores it completely, rides the degenerating tail up and lands on the butt of the frog. If nothing else today, you could say you've seen a frog with an eye on its butt. So this is fairly remarkable. Why isn't there any lengthy round of adaptation needed? Why didn't you need mutation selection? All the kinds of things that are typically required to produce an animal with a radically different sensory motor architecture. It just works out of the box, zero shot. Here's another example from neuroscience. Suppose I wanted to take a shy, slow reptile, and I wanted it to operate at the speed of a cat. What would I need to do? Now, just think about that. If I told you I had a turtle and I wanted it to work like a cat, what would you have to do? You might think, okay, millions of years of evolution, or maybe some neural engineering that we have no idea how to do. Turns out you don't really need to do much. So somebody put a turtle on a skateboard, immediately unlocked this kind of operation speed. The turtle is not only able to keep up with the cat, but also seems to want to play. It's trying to engage with the cat. It has all of these capabilities that you would think would be incredibly difficult, all unlocked with a tiny little prosthetic, a passive prosthetic. This isn't even some smart AI or anything like that. It's just it's a passive prosthetic to its change to its embodiment. So what was the latent space of possibilities for this being? Turtles have been around for a really long time. Prior to this, what was this? Was this competency already in there? Why was it so easy to unlock? And we can realize that these kind of changes are a sort of periscope to find the space of possibilities for us. Suppose I wanted an autonomous motile construct, which would contain no neurons. I wanted to make copies of itself from cells in the environment, like von Neumann's dream of a robot that finds materials and duplicates itself. I wanted to respond to sound, but I insist on using just wild-type frog cells, no training, no selection, no synthetic biology. How would we do that? If you think about this, if this was the mission statement for a project, you would say there's no way this is going to work. Turns out, it's pretty easy. All you have to do is liberate some skin cells from the frog embryo, and you get something we call a xenobot. The xenobot self-assembles. If you provide it with loose epithelial cells, it will assemble them into these little balls. The little balls mature into the next generation of xenobot, and guess what they do? They run around and make copies of themselves. So multiple generations. So this is kinematic self-replication. If you put a speaker under the dish, you find out that they respond to sound. Normal frog embryos they do not do that. So how did we get this? This is a standard genome. We did not engineer it. We did not put in any synthetic biology circuits. The environment is exactly the environment that frog embryos develop in. It's weak salt water. That's it. There's nothing else in it. There's no instructive information in the environment. It was kind of engineering by subtraction. We simply released the constraints of the other cells that keep these cells confined to a boring fate of being a kind of a two-dimensional surface covering on a frog embryo. And this is what you see. And I could show you many interesting behaviors that these guys have. Now, suppose I want this thing. And remember, there's no neurons in here, but I want it to have an information architecture resembling that of human brains. Okay, so information structure. What would I need to do to it? Turns out, again, nothing. If I do, if we do calcium recordings, here you see calcium signaling. We can analyze it using the same information theory tools that are used to analyze brains compared to null models. And you see that for xenobots, the difference between them and their null models is not much different than the difference between human fMRI data and their null models. And so what I'm not saying is that these things are like brains. I am instead saying that both brains and all kinds of other materials can have similar information architectures for a very deep reason that I'll talk about momentarily. And if these things are active and they have this kind of information architecture, well, then I'd like them to learn. I'd like them to form memories. What would we need to do? You might think that because there's no neurons, these things have never existed before, so they weren't selected for learning capacity. We didn't engineer them for that. You might think we'd have to put in some synthetic biology circuits. People have been designing synbio circuits for memory, for being able to learn. Turns out you don't actually need to do any of that. They already do. So we discovered that actually they can distinguish two different kinds of stimuli. They can hold on to that memory for 24 hours, which you can then read out in their behavior, in their physiological signature, meaning the calcium signaling, and in gene expression. Okay, so at least a 24-hour memory that's already there for some reason. We didn't have to do anything to put it in. We just had to find it, which is something interesting from the perspective of the observer. Has to be clever enough to identify these things. So what if you wanted to swim in much more complex patterns? Well, here's one. What you could do apparently is just stick some random neurons in there. This is what was done. My postdoc in my lab, Halle Forowat, who basically just stuck a bunch of neurons in these guys. So normal xenobots don't have any neurons, these do. And you find out that they actually do have an interesting nervous system architecture here. And then they have these novel behaviors. No muscles here, by the way. This is all ciliary motion. So the little hairs on the skin that normally redistribute mucus are now being repurposed for being able to swim in the water. So, okay, well, suppose I want the exact same thing, but I want it to be made of adult cells, not embryonic. So I can't rely on embryonic plasticity. And I want it to be able to heal neural wounds. No synthetic biology, no training, no selection, not going to do any of that. But I want it made out of adult cells, and I want it to heal neural wounds. How would I build this thing? You can imagine trying to write a project about what kind of steps you would take to do that. Turns out you don't need to do much. Again, you can just liberate some adult human cells, not embryonic, adult, from tracheal epithelial samples. When removed from the body, they organize themselves into this little thing, which we call anthrobots. You could never guess from watching this, you would never know that they had a human genome. By sequencing the genome, you would see just normal Homo sapiens. You would actually never see that, you would never learn that this was the form and function that they had. You would absolutely not know until you tried that if you do grow a bunch of human neurons on a plate, you take a scalpel, put a big scratch through it, and then sprinkle some anthrobots in there, that they would collect into a superbot cluster and then start knitting together across the gap. And if you lift them up 4 days later, this is what you see, right underneath where they were. They're taking the two sides of the neural wound and pulling it together. You'd have no idea they're capable of doing that. What did we do to cause this? Nothing. We didn't train them, we didn't evolve them, and we didn't engineer them. So there's a fundamental and very interesting thing about biology here. We know when we paid the computational cost to have a good frog or a good human. It was during the eons that this system was bashing against the environment and being selected for. That's the story we tell about the origin of standard plants and animals and things like that. This is when we say, how did we get these amazing things? Well, it's the history of selection that got us there. But there's never been any xenobots. There's never been any anthrobots. There's never been any history of selection for them. And yet we have a developmental sequence. We have novel behaviors. We have novel transcriptomes. They express different genes. When did we pay the computational cost for designing all of this? And you can't just say that at the same time that you selected for being a good frog, you also got xenobots, because the whole point of evolution was that there should be specificity. There should be a correspondence between the features that you see in a creature now and the history of environments that got you here, right? You can't just say it just sort of happens. We have to understand where these things come from, these normal competencies. And so you might say, okay, so let's look at where we are. So I've shown you a bunch of examples where if you think ahead of time, see, the problem is people are very good at moving the goalposts. So once you see that example, you get used to it and you say, I guess that's what biology does, or you say it's emergence or something like that. But fundamentally, if you ask ahead of time, would I expect this? For these things, the answer is no, because none of these things were predictable from the stories we tell about the usual source of competency, of selection, of design, or of training. So, okay, looks like biology has some kind of magic to it. Maybe it's evolution. It does this somehow. Maybe it's the great complexity. Maybe there's some sort of quantum magic here. But the standard view of bio-inspired is that, okay, biology has these amazing features, and what we should find out is what the biology is doing, and then that can inspire our technology, right? That the biology has unique features, and that is what's going to inspire AI, robotics, neural networks design, all of that. I want to argue that this is not the right way to look at this, or at least not the best way to look at this. We have now, so we know there are sources of information that do not come from physics or biology. Here's a very simple example. So what you're looking at is a Halley plot of a function in complex numbers, as simple as this. So it's only a few bytes of information here that serve as a kind of pointer to an incredibly rich data structure. It doesn't hurt that this thing's very sort of organic and biological looking, but when you ask the question, so why specifically this pattern? If this was biological, you would want to tell a story about selection, about selection forces that made it be exactly like this versus some other pattern. If this was a piece of physics, you would want to talk about some physical forces that impinged on some kind of material and got you to this pattern versus some other kind of pattern. But here we can't use either of those explanations. This thing exists in this particular shape and no other because of properties of mathematics, because of certain mathematical truths that do not rely on any kind of a history of selection. They don't use any features of the physical world. There's nothing you learn in physics that will tell you why this thing is the way it is. There's nothing you could do in physics to change this pattern. You could tweak all the constants at the beginning of the Big Bang. This thing would not change. So it's interesting. We already know that in some cases there are sources of pretty rich information that do not come from physics or biology. They do not require design, selection, or training. There is another source of specific information. Now, in this case, it's just a static pattern, or so we think. And the question is, whatever this source of information is, what else might that source have other than static patterns? And so now, just briefly, and I can only show you a couple of examples. There's a lot more primary work coming from our lab on all of this. I'll show you a couple. Whereas in biology, we talked about having bioengineers, having evolution, or having learning. In computer science, you have the same three sources where competency comes from. There's engineering, right? So you can make a good controller or robot because somebody knew how to write an algorithm, and so they did. Evolutionary search, so nobody knew, but we generated trillions of variants or so, and threw out everything that didn't work, and so we found a good one. Or training, meaning that your system had contact with the problem space before, and thus sort of took its lumps and learned how to do it. So these are the kinds of routes by which we put in effort to reach something that is highly competent. When we say we created an intelligence, or we made an algorithm that does something, or we engineered a robot of some kind, this is what we mean. We put in effort along these three lines. But even in very simple computational systems, we have a phenomenon that I've been calling free lunch. It's a free lunch, and it's probably not entirely free. It's probably a heavily discounted lunch, but the point is that we get more out than we put in. You get scenarios just like in the biology where you did not put in effort along these three areas like you thought you might need, and yet something amazing happened. So let's show you a couple of examples. So first of all, suppose I want a short deterministic algorithm, completely deterministic, no quantum anything and no stochastics, a short deterministic algorithm. I want it to be, it needs to be designed for an assumption of reliable hardware. In other words, it needs to have no extra code for what happens if my actions failed. I tried to execute something and it didn't work. So the hardware is assumed to be reliable, no checks of any kind of as to whether what you did worked or not. But I want it to also work when its commands occasionally fail. I want to design it for reliable hardware, so no checking on anything, but I'm going to deploy it on unreliable medium, and I want it to still work. Also, at the same time that this short algorithm is doing whatever it's supposed to do, I wanted to do something else, something interesting. For example, maybe I wanted to implement homophily. Homophily is a biological sort of drive to hang around other creatures that are like you. So for example, the urge to not be surprised, so surprise minimization in the sense of Carl Friston's work, might drive multicellularity, because hanging out with copies of you is having a copy of yourself next to you is the least surprising thing in the environment, right? So you can imagine multicellularity being driven by the goals of surprise minimization. So that's a theory that Chris Fields put out a little while ago, and about driving multicellularity. So that's called homophily. So I want this algorithm to work on an unreliable medium. I wanted to implement homophily. Oh, and I also wanted to do delayed gratification. What's delayed gratification? It's basically the marshmallow test. There's this idea that you're smart enough to go away from your goal. So back up the gradient that points towards your goals in order to later recoup better gains. Yeah. So it's a reasonably sophisticated cognitive property. Delayed gratification. They test human children on it, and not all of them can do it. So I want all of this, but I'm not adding any extra code for that. I want all of this, but I'm not adding any extra code. Now that sounds crazy. When we design algorithms, when we engineer algorithms, we don't work like this. You list the things you want it to do, and then you write code to make sure that that's what it does. But I'm not putting in any code and any code for any of that. How is this going to work? No problem. Simple bubble sort already does this, and I don't have time to go through all the details. But there's a paper here and some blog posts on my blog explaining how this works. Good old bubble sort, which all CS students study in their first year for probably the last 80 years or whatever, has these incredible properties that are nowhere in the code. There's only a few lines of code to these sorting algorithms, and nowhere does it say anything about these things that they actually do if you know how to look. They do delay gratification, they do homophily. It's really quite astounding. So next example. Suppose I want learning capacity in my process. When I say learning capacity, I mean something out of the standard behaviorist textbook, like Pavlovian conditioning, maybe habituation, sensitization, maybe anticipation, maybe associative conditioning, which is Pavlovian learning. I'm not springing for any memory though. I want learning, but I'm not going to put in any memory. I'm not going to put any algorithms for this. There's no memory medium. Now that sounds crazy too, except that, as it turns out, and again, we have published work on this. I don't have time to go through details, but networks like gene regulatory networks, systems of predator-prey equations, so ecological simulations, sentences of logic, so mutually referential sentences, and even random electrical circuits all show different kinds of examples of learning in random instances, meaning not selected, not designed, not trained, just random networks already do all of this. You get it completely for free from the substrate. And these are highly diverse substrates, but you don't need to do anything for these kinds of capacities to come forward. So just in the last couple of minutes, I want to talk about what I think all of this means. And there's way more to be said, but just really briefly. If different kinds of patterns of anatomy, patterns of physiology, patterns of behavior, right? So all of these different kinds of patterns, navigation of different spaces, are really instances of the same thing. Yeah. So there's this class of patterns that are kind of behavioral propensities in different spaces. Then maybe we can think about inspiration as a kind of a degree of effort. See, the whole story I've been telling you now is a mismatch between the degree of effort that you've put in versus the payoff that you got. And one of the things that people say a lot about AIs, which bears on AGI and so on, is that, look, these are just machines. They're following an algorithm. I have inspiration. I can really sort of have new ideas that are not laboriously calculated step by step by an algorithm. I have, we as humans have some kind of access to something that is not the product of kind of step-by-step calculation. I can be inspired. I can have intuitions. And so what I'm going to claim is that, yeah, we do, but don't feel too special about it, because I think this is a phenomenon that reaches all the way down. I do not think this is a biological issue. I think this is quite generic, and even so-called machines have access to this. Is my view. So let's just talk about that for a minute. Inspiration. Formalizing what is inspiration. There are many different kinds of inspiration, but one thing that inspirations have in common is that you seem to get more out than you put in. So here are 3 examples along that spectrum. So if you're sitting there laboriously calculating step by step between where you start and the answer you're trying to get to, that's conventional. That's what we expect. You expect to put in effort, and you sort of grind through step by step, and eventually you get where you're going. And then you've got mathematical prodigies like von Neumann, who looks at the problem and he doesn't need to do all the steps. He just sort of says, "Oh, I see. It's this, and then it's this, and then he's got it." He doesn't need to exert that effort. Then you have people like this. So this is Ramanujan, who his personal experience was that he heard these theorems whispered into his ear, and that's it, right? So what we're seeing here are different ways to navigate a kind of landscape of ideas, a landscape of patterns. Some of these patterns are solutions to problems. Some of these patterns are behavioral repertoires, propensities, and so on. And you navigate that landscape either laboriously, you crawl along it step by step, or you sort of jump along it if you're better, or you leap across it if you have some kind of enormous intuitive capacity. And here we tried Robert and I tried to kind of quantify the effort in traversing the space of ideas, and we now have there's now some tools that we can do that. So this is what I'm proposing is really important, is to look at any agent, any kind of material, any kind of a process with a beginner's mind. We shouldn't assume that what the cost of all these things are, because we're so used to putting an effort in these three ways. We should actually check. We should actually experimentally look to see what else is happening and how much effort are they actually putting in. And so we now have a research program on this, and there's a bunch of papers coming looking at how even very simple agents, simple robots that really have almost nothing in them. In other words, they're not trained, they're not selected, they're not engineered to do anything. There's no algorithm, but they are the beneficiaries of a kind of intuitive leap. They don't even have sensors in some cases. They're navigating these mazes. They are able to receive actionable information outside of the normal channels that we usually deal with. And this I think has massive implications. So I would say that, and this is a very active research program now, I would say, yeah, we're the beneficiaries of all kinds of patterns ingressing from a latent space that give us more than we put in. But we're not part of a special club. It doesn't take biology, it doesn't take complexity, it doesn't take evolution to get on that spectrum. Now being really good at it might take those things, but we don't know. And so, this question of these things look like free lunches, as I said, because there's a discrepancy between the way our current paradigms expect to pay for them and what you actually get. So what do you get? Well, we know you get static patterns from xenobots and anthrobots. Apparently you get pattern trajectories as well. We know now you get behavioral policies in some cases that I haven't talked about. You also get goal states, right? So intrinsic motivations. What else do you get? We don't know. Maybe compute, maybe perspectives, maybe something else. But all of this is relative to our still fairly meager ability to predict and actually test these things when they show up. I think our intuitions are currently really bad about this. So my model is basically this: that there's a latent space of patterns. These patterns are, for lack of a better word, ingressing into physical interfaces. Those interfaces are simple machines, biobots, robots, cells, embryos, you name it. All of these things are a kind of front-end thin client that hosts various patterns. We are blind to most of these. We assume we make these things. I don't believe that we make them. I think we facilitate them. And I think that all of this is most obvious in Platonist mathematics. And I think math really is the behavioral science of just one layer of that space. It's the layer that contains things amenable to certain classes of precise formal models. But biology, psychology, AI, and so on is the behavioral science of other kinds of patterns that we would all recognize as kinds of minds. They would be on the spectrum. They would be complex agentic forms of different kinds of behaviors once they get a body. You don't see any of these things until you give them a body. And we've been doing that, as I said, by using robotic embodiments, giving those kind of embodiments to these patterns as controllers. And that's what I think is happening. So fundamentally, I don't believe that biology is somehow on top of our technology. I think that both biology and our technology receive inspirations, literally, from a latent space that we need to understand. I think that passive matter, active matter, computational matter, and even the agentic material of life are just front ends for all kinds of patterns of form and behavior, that all engineering is to various degrees reverse engineering and mostly behavioral science, I think. And so I'm just going to conclude here with a couple of summary points. I think that patterns of form, behavior, physiology, computation are an invariant class across a number of related disciplines. I think that design, evolution, and learning do not tell the whole story. Emergence is just a way of sweeping surprise under the rug. It doesn't even begin to cover, I think, what's going on here. We have to characterize the latent space from which these patterns are drawn. We can't just say it's emergent and that's sort of the end of it. The research program now is to quantify ways in which our accounting of effort put in versus what we get out are deficient. It's, you make the same errors as if you were studying a thin client and you didn't know there was a whole server out back. You'd make the same mistakes as we have made. I think we do receive these patterns of thought as inspirations, and I think all systems do it to various degrees. And in the end, I think we don't make intelligence, either biological or technological. We facilitate its entry into the physical world, which enables us to interact with it. And I think that has massive implications for understanding and developing AI, bioengineering, cyborgs, and all of that. Lots of humility warranted about many, many assumptions that permeate these discussions today. And so just to end here, I would say that because this is not a discussion of humans versus AIs, every combination of evolved material, engineered material, and software is some kind of viable embodiment for these patterns, cyborgs and hybrids and every kind of thing. Some of these already exist. Some of these we will be living with shortly. And so we really need to understand how to reach a kind of ethical symbiosis, not only with language models and things like that, but with all kinds of beings for whom we are now making embodiments, from swarm robotics to social and financial structures that embody minds that we can't even begin to predict. And this is, I think, kind of an existential step for us to go beyond the current paradigms and understanding what do we actually get when we make some of these things. So I'll stop here and just thank the people who did all this work and our many collaborators and the disclosures of a couple of companies that have licensed some of these ideas. And I'll hand over to Hananel, who's going to show you some really cool recent findings.
Okay, so thank you, Mike. I'm Hananel. And we're going to continue a little bit from on biology and continue more on the machine learning part. And what we're going to talk about is noise. I'm going to talk about noise in biology, noise in computational. It's a lot of noise, and I'm going to create more. And, oh, more echo. Oh, that's noise. So we're going to talk about noise. We talk about noise in biology, noise in computation, noise in most of the subsets that we are working with. And the question that we're going to ask is, can we use this noise? Similar to what Mike asked in his in showing a lot of examples in biology, we are going to continue with those examples and to show some application using those noise. So before I'm continuing, there are those characters that we're going to see all over the presentation. We're going to talk about noise, undirected background noise that exists everywhere, and the system that we are using need to deal with those noise background. And we're going to talk about the data, our pressure, our treasures, because we use that values in order to process the information that we need. And we're going to talk about the energy, the efforts that we put in order to use those bits in order to do some computation, something, and to get to that desired goal. So in biology, there are many parts in biology that use background noise. For example, this kind of very nice, cute motor that exists in our body that shuttling chemicals from one place to another. Those motors are using noise in order to shuttle those chemicals from one place to another. They're using noise, they're using ATP, the energy, in order to resist the noise that they don't want, and they carry around with the noise that they do not want. So they tweaking a little bit the noise to their direction. We are in California, so they can say they're riding the waves. They're resisting the waves that they don't need, and they're riding the waves that they do need. And eventually they're reaching the goal. This process exists in our body all the time. That's what shuttling a lot of chemicals in our body, and they use thermal energy. I would use many types of energies, randomness and noise. So another thing is in mitosis. Cells in our body contain the same genetic process, the same genetic code. However, even in the same cells, same neural cells, they're divided between each other. They are expressing their genome slightly different. The body invests a lot of effort in order to correct those mistakes in the cloning. However, those mistakes exist. Some of the mistakes are banal. None of them are noticing them. Some of those mistakes can be cancerous, can be diseases. And some of the mistakes are the result of evolution. And that's the mutation that we get. And in order to survive. So some of those noise affect the mitosis of the cells. And some of them, until we get the slide back, some of them affect us and some of them doesn't affect us. Back to computers. In computers, noise is the enemy. Noise is the one thing that we want to reduce. We don't want that in our system. There is many forms of noise. There are thermal noise, there are computers, your energy that we affect in order to do the processes in the computer create heat, and the heat create noise. And this is something that we want to dissipate, and we invest a lot of energy in order to solve that problem. So in the extreme case, for example, is one of the forms of quantum computers, which require almost zero, absolute zero temperature in order to work, because that's the only place that process can happen with the minimum amount of noise. And we invest so much energy in order to reduce that noise, in order to get a good quality computing. However, can we use that noise for us? And that's where I'm going to talk about today. And before of that, I'm probably doing something here. Oh yeah, thank you. So before of that, just to be on the same page, this is neural network. This is what neural network doing during the process. They propagate the information from one side to another, and they activate those weights. Those weights are the parameters that we want to tweak. And the reason that GPU are so good is because we found a way to represent those weights in a matrix form. And those weights are and the GPU is doing the computation on those form of the matrix computations. And that's why GPU are so good. In a way, our parameters in neural network are defined by how many connections we have in the neurons in the neural network. And the way that we train that neural network is by using backpropagation with hands-off. This is the best algorithm to train a neural network. There is no other algorithm to do that. However, as much as I hate to admit, it's the best algorithm, but it's not biology. It's not how biology works. And I will give you more example to why it's not how biology works. However, this algorithm is the algorithm that see all of the network in a God mode view. And when you present a data point and you want to train the neural network to do that, this algorithm go over all of the weights in the connection of that neural network and change that. That means if we have GPT style, 3 billion parameters, meaning that we have 3 billion dimension, 3 billion parameters that this algorithm tweak in every time that it wants to change something to adapt the network to the training set. And the bad part of this is that when we train the neural network on one dataset and we want to change that dataset, and then we have an update on that dataset, we can't really train only the update. We need to start all over again. We need to train everything from scratch. And that's the huge drawback. That's not how, definitely not how human brain work. So, and the point that I'm trying to say is, if you look at the state of the progress in the last 10 years, we can see that our demand for more parameters, bigger neural network, is just doubling every 2 years by a factor of 400. However, the hardware is not keeping up with it. The hardware, the memory that we have in the hardware is not keeping up with that demand, and it's only twice every 2 years. So it's not sustainable. And the parameters that we need to tweak in order to get our Claude or our ChatGPT favorite agent work, it's enormous. So can we do something about that? So apparently, if another clue to why the neural network in our brain is not doing the same thing, we have 86 billion neurons in our brain. The fact that we learn today that this building exists here and we know how to get here, we didn't rewrite the whole neural network in our brain. We just modified some parts of it, not all of it. And you know what? If we are on that subject already, there is a couple of problems in the neuroscience that they talk about, which is not really clear here in that paper. It's the dark matter, the dark neurons in the neural brain, in the brain, meaning that most of our activity, regardless if it's I'm thinking about what I'm going to eat in the next meal, or if I'm calculating a differential equation, our activation in a brain is almost the same, regardless of the hardness of the problem, which is strange. And not only that, most of the neurons in the brain is not activated during those times. So what are those neurons doing? And if they really activate, most of the activities that we see in the brain is mostly noise. There are most of it not correlated to anything that we can see, but only very few of those parts are activated, which clearly say that backpropagation is definitely not one of the algorithms that we want to get if we want to get biologically inspired, but that's what we have today. So one of the new updates in the last years is that parameter effective tuning, which saying if you take a neural network and you're going to train a neural network on 2 classes, for example, you're going to train the neural network on houses and trees, and you succeed to train that neural network perfectly to classify between trees and houses. If you want to add cats to all of this, you can't use the current algorithm. You can't use the current weights. You spend so much energy in training that, and you can't reuse it. However, what you could do, and this is low rank adaptation, you can freeze that neural network. You're not going to touch it, nothing, and to add 2 vectors that only those 2 vectors you train in order to add the cat on top of what you already had. So you add your 2 vectors on top of the frozen parts, and then you get a neural network that learn both of the concepts. Also the previous one, houses and trees, and the new concept, also cats. So we ask ourselves, wait a second, that means that the information from the cats exists solely on those weights, on those 2 A and B vectors. Meaning because all of the other parts is frozen, so that means that we can remove that part. Let's say that I only want to train only on the new information, only cats. Why do I need the whole thing? So we tried that. We tried that on the simplest test that we think of is this maze algorithm. We took a maze algorithm, the state-of-the-art maze algorithm, and there is an agent here that sees the environment and try to get from the beginning to end. And this is the neural network that is govern this agent, and it's only 10,000 parameters, very small neural network, not even even getting close to what we know on other kind of neural network. And instead of the fully connected neural network, we just throw them and we replace them with two vectors similar to what we saw. Instead of in the back example, we learned the cat. Now we learn this this kind of behavior. And what we discover is that we increase the rank from 1, 2, 3 to 4, and none of them succeed. The last one that we can see here is the fourth rank, and it did succeed to do something and then get inside some loop. Apparently, it's not enough for him to learn. So I thought, okay, we can conclude, that's it. This is a fantastic, the LoRa idea is fantastic to do some modification using a frozen neural network that you already previously trained, and on top of it, you can use something. So we talk about that, and I talked with Mike, and Mike told me, you know what? We see that in nature there is a lot of noise. Can we use noise here? Maybe we can use noise here. So we do exactly that, and this is what I want to show you. If we add noise, and for that thing we call LoRa, we add noise instead of the pre-trained neural network, meaning we don't train any neural network. We just dump a lot of noise, and we start with a frozen noise backbone. And that noise is a Gaussian noise, completely random. You can find it everywhere. And using two vectors, you will see something interesting. And the reason we call it LoRa is because not only the LoRa, randomness, it's also remnants of the lottery ticket hypothesis, that saying is that every random substrate, there is a subset of that random that it's actually the answer that you're looking for. You can use that subset. And those adapters, the rank, is the harness of those randomness. Try to use that randomness to your advantage. So back to the previous example, we switch the fully connected neural network with two parts, one frozen and one is the two adapters. And we use the same thing in order to train the agent. And what we can't, in order to see the same thing, rank 4 solve the task, completely solve the task. So what we can conclude with that? Noise can help. Now we can see that we have two levers here. One is the amount of noise and the amount of rank. Can we do something about that? So we explore the whole possibilities. From one part, we don't have any noise, to another part that we do have full noise, full matrix noise. And you can already see that the parts that we don't have much noise, any number of rank will not get us much. We're getting some activity with the network is getting some information. However, we just need one rank, not a lot, one rank with full randomness in order to solve that task. And that's something that Motively return in the continuous studies. And what's important to see here, that once we get to that point, adding more rank on top of that didn't improve it. And that's one of our open questions. But for now, I can say that, although maybe you don't see it that way, that colors, rank 1 is 7% of the training variables. We just succeed to solve the same maze with 729 parameters. That's it. That's what our algorithm search. The neural network that solved it completely needed 10,000 parameters to solve it. However, we succeed to do that in 7% of it. So let's advance. You came to tell me already, oh, that's 10,000 neurons. Come on, that's very, very small. So let's go bigger. We didn't want to jump way too high, so start with this. We start with CIFAR10, convolution neural network. We start with feed-forward neural network, with graph neural network, with decision transformers. All of those from 92,000 parameters to 24 million parameters, also LSTM and recurrent neural network. And to our surprise, we get almost the state-of-the-art parameters, the state-of-the-art performance with fraction of the parameters. We just don't need so many parameters in the brain or in the neural network. We just need noise to ride those randomness. The adapters ride the randomness. And you see here something very interesting. Each one of those tasks have a different percentage, which seems odd for us, but again, still working on that. If we look at the trajectory of all of this, we see something very interesting. We see that as we add more parameters, we're getting diminishing return. We're not getting the full success of the network. And most of them getting to the SOTA, meaning we not only, some of them we pass, but not by much, but some of them pass. So that point raises a lot of other questions. And this question is, are we looking at compression? Because if you look at the Kolmogorov complexity point of view, everything is compression. Are we looking at compression? So I think we don't, because if we take a crazy number, we add huge amount of parameters, we only see not only diminishing return, at some point we see even less success. So meaning adding more parameters, it's actually hurting us, not giving us better result. So what is it? Is optimization? It's maybe architecture? Maybe it's different architecture. We don't know. And currently now we're working on that. And our most annoying problem is why we're not passing the state of the art? Why we don't passing the 100%? If we clearly solve the task with much less parameters, which a lot of noise, but with much less parameter, why adding more parameters, we don't get better performance? So I don't know, but how can we not adding another hypothesis? Because we start with hypothesis, so let's start a new one. Maybe we can do something about the rank of the task. And we create or coin the terms that the minimum rank hypothesis that's shown that you can solve any task that with those neural network, you need to sweep the rank. And the rank tell you, the higher the rank, it tell you that the task that you're trying to solve is much more complex than you think it is. So some tasks require much lower rank 1, meaning you don't need a lot of parameters to solve it. It's probably very easy. The other one, probably you need much higher parameters. And it's very close to the PCA, meaning you have a principal components analysis or principal components parameters that can define your problem in the same way that SVD, single value decomposition, can compose the metrics of the neural network. We just need the rank of that decomposing. And that will tell us how hard this task is. So you're saying, oh, that's cool, and this is enough for us, but what could we do with it? There is another application we can do with that. So one application that we think about is you can train one neural network and give to all of your clients. You know what? Similar. I know maybe there are many examples of it, but Tesla is one of them. You're buying a model of Tesla, and the car come with all of the feature, but some of it, or it's depend how much you pay, most of it will be disabled. So you need to pay in order to enable this feature. They don't take your car and put the machine inside. You have already the machine. They just switch a software switch in order to turn that on. So we can do the same thing here. We can train one neural network with 3 different keys, And each keys, we can give you 3 different features, and you train only one. So depend of your client, we can give a different client a different keys, and you only train one neural network. That's it. You ship that neural network. Once you get that key, this information is not leaked to the other keys. And so this is one of them, and this is a form of polycomputing with one set of computing. Depend on the keys, you can get a different activation, different form of knowledge that locked in that neural network. Another application of it is, and I don't know how you didn't stop me, what about GPT? You show me 20 million models. What about 300 million, 900 million? So we didn't go higher than 900 because Taft computers are too expensive. However, we saw that having the neural network, the same Lotta LoRa on GPT didn't hurt in our performance. Not only that, we can replace the noise with not giving a float 32 noise. We can use ternary, 3 bits, or binary as a substrate of the noise. And we don't need to shuttle so much amount of information between the GPU to the CPU. And the best part of it, 900 million model is only weigh 100 megabyte. The reason is we don't need to save much because noise we can generate. Noise is one seed. It's one number, one integer. You can generate it on the fly. The only thing that you need to save is the ranks. And the information of the rank is not a lot. We just see it's half the fraction of the real neural network. So for example, 900 million parameters, we took about 2.5 gigabytes. We can ship it in 100 megabyte. That's it. That's the footprint on the neural network. So what we learn? We learn that noise is not the enemy. We can use it as a resource, similar to what biology already doing. We can see that Lotta LoRa can solve 90% or 97% of the performance with fraction amount of variables. We also see that random metrics, the substrate that we use those adapters, cost practically nothing. It's 64-bit. It's like just one integer. And the saturation, the rank of the saturation that we saw tell us about the complexity of the problem. So we can assess how hard the task is to the neural network. So thank you. And I am here to ask any question if you want. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you both. Yeah, the question is regarding the ternary approach that you mentioned. Can you elaborate more on that? And regarding the quantization, have you tried with quantized networks, how it works, your approach?
Yes, we tried that with quantized neural network and the adapters. What if you meant? Yes, it's worked the same way. We don't lose. We lose a little bit because come on, we have less floating point on the adapters, but it's not. It's almost the same as you losing the same full dense neural network. So we don't lose much, and we do lose a little bit. Yeah. A what? So internal? Ternary, yes, the same thing. Apparently, the noise is not the representation of the noise is not the issue. The dimension of the noise, how strong the noise is the issue.
Hi, Michael. My question is, if you're talking about these capabilities as being intrinsic, not the product of direct selection, can you differentiate what we're seeing there with the idea of a spandrel or something that's just a side effect?
Sure. Yep. Great question. I actually had a couple of slides on this that I removed for reasons of space. So yes, certainly there are many situations where what we get is not the direct target of selection. We call those spandrels. Now, there's a couple of features to this. First of all, we have to be careful not to make this a kind of catch-all term that just sort of hides our ignorance, because in the end, we have to be able to predict and control these. We can't just sort of get whatever we get and say, well, that was a spandrel, especially in some of the really important systems that we now are creating. Even if it was just a spandrel, the real question is, okay, but what is the space from which these spandrels show up, and can we learn to predict them? But the other thing is, there's a spectrum here. It's one thing if the spectrum is some sort of minor sort of feature, but for example, if I told you, like, let's just agree that some magnitude of spandrel becomes something else. If I told you, yeah, well, I wrote a little graph traversal algorithm, or I evolved it, but as a spandrel, I also got Microsoft PowerPoint. You would say, okay, that's not a spandrel. There's something else going on here that isn't really captured by this idea of just sort of the extra features. So we can call them spandrels if we want, but the set of cognitive tools that we use to deal with spandrels are sort of surprise and just kind of shoulder shrugging and say, sometimes these things happen. We don't need to worry about them too much. But the problem is that what I'm pointing out is that sometimes what you get are not simple little features you can ignore. They're behavioral propensities or problem-solving competencies that when we make systems, you really want to know what these are. We make social structures, financial structures, robotics, internet, kinds of things. And if we can't predict the level of cognition they're going to have and the goals that they're going to have, because that's the other thing that's at stake here. When you ask what are the goals of a biological system, you say, whatever evolution put in. And when we make things that never existed before, be they AI, cyborgs, or anything else, knowing what kind of goals these systems are going to have is pretty critical. And the toolkit of thinking about spandrels doesn't help us with this at all. So what I'm proposing is that we pull together a better set of ways to think about this that actually say, okay, it's a space of really currently unexpected, really complex, really impactful, potentially high-level problem-solving competencies, and we need to be able to predict and manage them. In some cases, you want to minimize them. In other cases, you might want to enhance and facilitate them. They can be amazing. These free lunches can be amazing. They can also be really problematic. And the concept of spandrel is fine, but it doesn't even begin to give us the tools we need to go into the future with this stuff.
So about this concept of noise, I mean that there's an echo there. It has been well known in neural networks that noise is essential. For example, for initializing networks, or in graph neural networks, you have this random node initialization. So could you capture at which point your noise approach differs from the standard noise approaches? So what's your new essential insight?
Yeah, for what I understand, if there is a differences between the different type of noises in the neural network.
Yeah, and the well-known role of noise in neural networks. What's your new insight with respect to the well-known noise?
I'm sorry, the echo make it hard.
Yeah. Okay, noise is in use for neural networks since decades. So noise is not a new thing.
Yes.
So can you characterize what your new use of noise is actually?
What part of the noise it used, the network?
New thing, your innovation with respect to the standard use of noise. In which new way do you use noise?
I'm trying to get your question. You're saying there are two different, what kind of different randomness affect the already exist noise in the system? That's what you're asking.
Yeah. So yeah, you have impressive results. But normal neural networks use noise for decades.
Neural network what?
Standard neural networks use noise already for initializing weights.
Correct, yes.
For initializing nodes in graph neural networks.
Yes.
So at a more high level, can you say, what's your innovation here? What's your innovative use of noise that leads to these impressive results?
So in a regular neural network, let's say that we take the regular, the example with 10,000 neural network. You start with initializing those weights with chiming randomness or some other your favorite randomness initialization. And the algorithm, backpropagation, will use all of it in order to tweak all of the weights, and starting from that point, reaching to the target that the training data that you want to train on your data. In effect, backpropagation is very wasty algorithm. It will use every noise, every weights that you will give it. You will give it a small neural network, you will give it a big neural network, it will use everything. This method, the Lotta-Lora method, squeeze the neural network or squeeze the backpropagation to use only what it needs and to use the fixed random weights or substrate in order to supplement what it already exists. If you will see, if you think about it, the Lotto ticket hypothesis suggests that in that substrate of that noise already exists a structure that will help you to solve, just by chance, it will help you to solve your problem. The only thing that you need is to filter out the other noise that doesn't serve your purpose and to amplify the noise that already exists there, to use that noise in order to harness that noise to solve your target. And that's what the adapters doing. The adapters, their whole job is to substrate or stress that bad noise and use the good noise to your advantage. Depend on the hardness of the task, or depend on the size of the randomness, you require more or less rank. And that's our finding.
Last question. Thank you.
Hello, Hazan. I have a question about the problem you are trying to solve. There are categories of problems where random algorithms produce feasible, good quality solutions. And when I listen to what you are doing, you are injecting randomness into your solution, into your algorithm, and you actually run the danger of replacing your solution with a randomized generic algorithm. So did you look at the categories of problems and problems which are solved by random algorithms versus other problems, and how your approach performs in those spaces?
So let me reform that question. You're saying each one of the type of the problem that I showed in the presentation have a different type of information that it needs to solve, and how the randomness help for that. So the question, this is a good question. We just don't really know which one of those leverage or switches we need to turn off and turn on. It's very complicated because the architecture that the convolution neural network use is very different than the recurrent neural network, and very different from feed-forward neural network. And each one of them have a different limitation, or the reason that we use convolution to images is because that architecture works better than other architecture. So that it's clear that the architecture is part of the solution. We just don't know how much. And on top of that, the optimization, not every optimization, Adam algorithm is built to one part of optimization of the regular weights of optimization. However, we don't know how good it is in this kind of squeezing it only to the rank. So we have also the optimization problem. And on top of that, we have the randomness. And the randomness also, like the other gentleman here said, depend on the randomness that you present, we get a different solutions. So we're working on that. That's the short version.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Hananel.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us here today. Thank you for these important thoughts and inputs on intelligence. That's great. Independent.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
And with this opening, we'll kick off into the papers for this session. So we have 4 papers now on cognition as grounded, embodied, world-engaged processes. And we'll start with Olivier or Olivier, I apologize, Georgian, with origins of comportment-grounded semantics.
So, emergence of comportment-grounded semantics. I am Olivier Georgian from the Catholic University of Lyon. And this work was done with Pierre-Emmanuel Marel and Cook. So there are 3 main concepts that I want to present today. The concept of non-representational sensory signal, the concept of interactional motivation, the concept of schema mechanisms 2.0. And then I will play some demonstration. So non-representational sensory signal, you probably all know about Markovian sensory signal when the agent has a full access, so can observe the full state of like board games. In contrast, non-Markovian sensory signal, there are 2 kinds. There are partially representational sensory signals, Markov decision process, POMDPs. The agent receives an observation that is an observation of a representation of a problem of the. So it could be deterministic in the form observation is a function of the state, or stochastic in the form observation is given by a distribution of probability over the state. But in both cases, it's partially representational. Non-representational sensory signal is when the agent receives a sensory signal that is not a direct function of the state of the environment. So a typical example is a feedback from the action. In this case, the observation of sensory signal is given by a distribution of probability over the decision of the agent and the state. And more generally, a non-representational sensory signal is an event of interaction. So we propose this model called the enactive decision process to represent agent that receives non-representational sensory signal. So the agent first makes a decision at time t, dt. The environment transitions to state st+1, and the agent receives an event of interaction, it. It is linked to a feedback from the decision. And there is no representational reward signal as opposed to POMDP models. Which brings me to the second concept, interactional motivation. So I'm going to refer to the paper by Pierre-Yves Oudeye and Frédéric Kaplan, What is Intrinsic Motivation? They make a distinction between external motivation, for example, in board games, the goal state is defined as properties of the environment. Or another example is a reward signal that is given by a function of the state of the environment. In contrast, there are internal motivation. A typical example is the free energy principle. But we propose interactional motivation, which consists of associating a valence, numerical valence to events of interaction. And it can result in intrinsic motivation if the agent just enact a task for the sake of enacting a stream of interactions that have a positive valence, or it can result in extrinsic motivation if the agent enact a task for the sake of a final positive interaction. And the third concept is the schema mechanism 2.0. So you probably know about Gary Drescher's schema mechanism that goes back to the 1990s, but it uses a representational sensory signal. So more recently, we proposed another approach to schema mechanism with Filippo Perotto and Chris Torrison, whom you met in Reykjavik last year, that it's a schema mechanism that use non-representational sensory signal. And the schemas are events of interaction. Primitive events are decision and feedback. So for example, the agent moves forward and bumps into a wall. That's an event of interaction. And it learns composite schemas in a hierarchy. And the fact that the schemas are not representational allows for a recursive sequence learning in a bottom-up way. So comportment-grounded semantic, we draw inspiration from theory of enaction and constructivist epistemology that suggests that biological organisms learn from non-representational sensory signal. And the first habits of interaction. This refers to Piaget's first developmental stage called theory of sensory motor apparatus. So I will refer to Pei Wang's paper on experience-grounded semantics, in which tokens or events emerge from come from their role in the agent stream of. And I refer to Ronson's paper on symbol grounding, who argues that the meaning is grounded in comportments, actions, which do not require a final goal. It's just learning habits of interactions. Okay, so my demonstration is called the sniff experiment. It's inspired by the behavior of newborn mammals that tend to ascend a gradient of odor to reach the milk of their mother. So it's an instinctive behavior. All mammals do that when they were born, but it still involves some kind of learning. So in this experiment, the agent has 6 possible decisions. It can smell to the left, smell in front, smell to the right, turn left, move forward, turn right. And if it tries to move forward in a wall, it will bump. But it has no idea of what this decision means. It ignores that it exists in a grid. And after making those decisions, it receives a feedback, which can be a decrease of smell, stable smell, increase of smell, or bump. And it has an interactional motivation. So the sniff events have a valence of -1. They are slightly costly. The bump event has a valence of -10, as if the agent hated bumping into walls. Moving forward with decrease of smell has a valence of -5, and moving forward with increase of smell is the only positive valence, which causes the agent to tend to ascend the gradient of smell. So here is the demo. This is the agent. This is a target. And here you have a representation of the behavior of the agent. So of course, it's going to find the target because it has this tendency to ascend the gradient of smell. The gradient of smell is visualized by the gradient of green color. But it doesn't know what it is doing. It picks a decision randomly because it doesn't know their meaning, and it receives some feedback. So it smells, it sniffs around. And of course, we want it to, so what we observe that it has learned to sniff in front before moving forward in order to avoid bumping into walls because it dislikes bumping into walls. So we can see that the behavior is getting slightly progressively organized. So it not only learns to avoid moving forward when it sniffs a wall, but more importantly, it learns to actively use the sniff possibilities of interaction as active perception, if you wish, or to gain some, so it's an epistemic behavior. So after a while, it learns the correct behavior and it reaches the target. So again, what's interesting is not that the fact that it managed to reach the target, but the fact that its behavior organizes as if it understood what sniffing means, what sniffing in front, sniffing to the left, sniffing to the right means, even though it this semantics was not coded at the beginning. From this schema mechanism, we trained a little transformer just to visualize the semantics. And it shows here that we analyzed the self-attention head matrix, and it shows that the event move forward increase of smell is dependent on the sniff left increase of smell and turn left. Of course, because it sniffs to the left, turn left, and then it can predict what's going to happen when it moves forward. So it learned the structure of the signification of interactions in the stream of experience. But it does not depend. So here there is a second sniff left increase here, but of course, after turning, sniffing to the left doesn't tell you anything about what will happen when you move forward. So it shows, it visualizes the emergence of this semantics. Okay, so in conclusion, it's a simple demonstration of the emergence of comportment-grounded semantics. We see it as a first step toward higher level cognitive development. We expect that the next step will be to learn spatio-sequential schemas instead of only sequential schemas. And then the agent would have to construct a body model, displacement models, spatio-sequential word model in terms of possibilities of interactions. And only after that, we expect that the agent would have to learn logical rules and to create goals. Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much, Olivier. So next we have Roger Harrelson. He's unable to attend last minute, and so was also unable to pre-record as a substitute, a poor substitute. I'll just read the abstract, give everybody a flavor of this paper and how it contributes. The Springer edition of the conference proceedings is expected to be out on Friday. It will be electronic, and we will link it to the conference site and send a link of the proceedings to all attendees so that you can read the papers in full depth at that time. But till then, the paper is Unified Cognition from a Single Optimization Principle, Active Inference with Meta with Emergent Reasoning, Planning, and Self-Knowledge. This is Roger Harrelson, independent researcher. So the paper, we present a cognitive architecture for artificial general intelligence in which perception, action selection, causal reasoning, temporal planning, and self-knowledge all derive from a single optimization principle. Minimize expected free energy. Implemented in approximately 12,000 lines of meta, the architecture unifies three forms of inference: induction, deduction, and abduction, as hypotheses generators under a uniform metabolic selection mechanism. Hypotheses that predict correctly earn energy, those that do not are removed. This yields emergent behaviors, including spontaneous investigation of hidden causes, the Sherlock Holmes effects, principled retreat under a viability threat, and honest uncertainty grounded in actual query failure. An adaptive beam search reduces planning complexity from mathematical equation, achieving an 80,000 times reduction of 50 actions. A magnitude-banded covariance pruning scheme reduces a pairwise Hebbian scaling from OE of 2 to OE to B, achieving a 19.4 per pair reduction at 1,000 observables with 0 significant false negatives. An integrated 14 observable reef monitoring evaluation demonstrates emergent causal discovery, metabolic pruning, and, via ablation, that abductive inference is necessary for investigative behavior. So again, that's just the abstract unified cognition from a single optimization principle, active inference in meta with emergent reasoning, planning, and self-knowledge by Roger Harrelson. Again, proceedings will be out on Friday. We'll send the link out to everybody so that you can read the full papers of all these paper presentations being given here today. So next in the session is Sergey Rodionov with executable world models for ARC AGI-3 in the era of coding agents.
Okay, ARC-3 challenge. Probably you already know about this. It's some set of environments with unknown rules and unknown goals. And so to get 100% score, agent should solve this environment with less actions than humans. And they tell us that it's actually simple for humans, but it's not completely true. Like, I invite you to try it. It's not actually simple for humans. Like, it's quite complicated. Guys, could you remove this panel? Does anybody hear me from the organization?
I apologize, Sergey.
Yeah, oh, it works. Yeah, so we built this our proof of concept agent for solve this ARC-3 challenge. And this agent is based on 3 ideas. The first idea is executable world models. So we ask agent to maintain world models in the code. Second idea is simplicity. So it's like Occam razor. So we ask agent to periodically improve, simplify world models to make it more simple and more general. And the third is verification. As we all know, LLMs, in general, are very good in situation when they can verify the solution against something. So in environment, we can ask agent to verify against previous observations. So we ask agent to reproduce all previous observations exactly and verify against them. And this proof of concept agent worked surprisingly well. And we get like 60% of performance, and we solve like 15 games out of 25. Okay, but each of these ideas can actually help or hurt. Executable world models, of course, like code is more rigorous, and it's theoretically can support offline planning, but it's costly to maintain, and maybe the text is enough. Second, simplification. I mean, theoretically, it should help, but it maybe in some situation could destabilize a partially correct model. And replay verification, of course, like it can expose contradiction, but it can also encourage over engineering over like some non-important details. Okay, and to test which idea is like works and which doesn't, we make this experiment with 4 agents which are different as little as possible. So first object is a textual variant. So we just ask codecs to maintain world models in the text. Second is executable variant. We just add a requirement to maintain world models in the code without any specification of what this model should be. Then we add simplification on top. And the last variant is verification variant, where we like ask agent to reproduce all previous observations exactly. Great. And we get following results. We tested it with we tested this agent with GPT 5.4 and GPT 5.5 with high and X high reasoning and we get following results for like GPT 4.4, GPT 4.5 with different reasoning, and results were quite unexpected to us because a difference between variants were much smaller when we initially expected, and there is a clearest result that we have like improvements with improvement of model, with improvement of like underlying LM or increasing reasoning efforts. And if you go a little bit deeper, you can see that simplification usually helps, as it should be. But executable requirements, it's actually usually hurts. So textual variant usually work better than simple executable variant, which was unexpected. But verification variant works better in all cases, but it's the most expensive one to run, and difference is not so high actually with other variants. Great. And what about GPT 5.6? And with GPT 4.6, 5.6, we saturated public data set. So we tested our verification variant and our textual variant with X high and max reasoning efforts, and our verification variant in both cases solved all levels, got 99% score. And if you check the number of actions which agents spend to solve all games and all levels, it's actually half than less than half than human baseline. So almost all games it solved with superhuman performance, like far better than humans. And even our textual variant works not so bad. We still have this trend that we have improvement with reasoning efforts from 92 to 95. And with maximum reasoning effort, like this agent solve all games and almost all of them with superhuman performance. Yeah. Okay. The real question is, what does it tell us in the context of AGI? First, of course, these results should be verified with private data set. But it will not happen because our team refuses to collaborate with us like in any way. But let's assume it's true, and it's not only contamination. Then what are the results? Yes, first we have very rapid improvement of performance from GPT 5.4 to GPT 5.6, like very fast improvements. And so it seems coding agents solve ARC3. And it means like we can hypothesize that we already have AGI, but for a low dimensional and deterministic environments. So coding agents already seems to be able to solve like arbitrary problem in a low dimensional deterministic environment better than humans. It is a hypothesis, yes? But like, of course, for real AGI, we still need to solve non-deterministic environments, and we need to deal with high dimensional environments and to build abstractions. Okay, even though we don't have access to like verification data set, I still can like I still have some arguments that coding agents actually already solve ARC3. First, ARC team, they report results for different LLMs, but they do it for chain of thought like agents. It's not real agents, for chain of thought algorithms. And like they do it like a caveman in 2022. So, even for chain of thought agents like algorithms, Claude Opus 5 already reached 30% performance. Yeah. Even for chain of thoughts. Then, if we compare performance of the chain of thought algorithm with compare with our textual variant, which is like almost bare codex agent, yeah. Then with GPT 5.6 for public games, for the same games, they got 13%, and our agents had like almost like 96%. So agents works better than chain of thought. Who would have thought about this? Like, yeah. So what agent could do with Cloud Opus 5? That's almost certainly 100%. Then our result is not only contamination, because GPT 5.4 is actually predates on almost all games, and our agents already got like 53%. And the last argument that even with chain of thoughts on results, which is reported by ARC team, they have very steep improvements from GPT 5.4 to GPT 5.6 for their private data sets. So for the chain of thought agents for GPT 5.4 got 0.2%, and for GPT 5.6 they got 8%. So we can like, it's kind of expectable that GPT 4.6 agentic system, they will saturate ARC3 fully. I cannot prove it, but it needs to be verified. But they don't want to verify it. And there is links to project repository and 2 papers. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergey. All right, last paper in this session, we have Gabriel Axelmontes, again, virtually pre-recorded. So I don't know how many were here yesterday, but we're playing the game of, since Gabriel's here but not presenting, is this an AI or Gabe presenting? So we'll take a show of hands afterwards. So Greg's paper is Structural Morphology as an Architectural Prior for Stable Cognitive Base Formation in AGI Architectures. Please enjoy.
favorable for integration. They found very good systems. So representation of the projection is and later number of us. Picture if we've got two different buffers one by one in connection. That's the formally my supercomputer I need that to and measure the inductance of low inductance meaning in house. Around see resistance very difficult I think currents but only see the fully operation solid small pieces. So the first case a lot of better for of static. Believe that the interfaces or south inside. I ran a stack and 109 that's not about 30 big side full leading show points of plugging your manifest is something just letting out and gate. First are rich you send me. After a possibility of being essential we put them out every problem. So the things against different where mission of policies public are those it says your multiple runtime subjects for query and files that are reading example uses some software. About control passes on surface in second here. You sort of we're reading that the effectively this lens on the software. This is a baseline that we run. It's a stats template just third case, robotics, plus something that appeared after this paper was accepted. Robotics, so body plan and control topology change the action state itself, upstream of performance. The anchor result embeds kinematic constraints directly into the policy. So a skill transfers across robots with different bodies while staying feasible and safe. It's the one case where a bundle component robustness is improved by a design decision rather than only diagnosed. Now the note, and I'll flag it here as just preliminary. So a system called Omega Claw, which many of you may be familiar with, shipped recently, a neurosymbolic agent on the Hyperon stack. It reads as a convergence. This framework predicts an open claw style agent framework whose substrate is now Hyperon native. Its own documentation names the same scenes, separate channels, memory, and profile layers, a continuous loop instead of session refresh, auditable proof trails, and explicit security policy service. So I'm not claiming a new spectral result on this, just that the predicted shape is showing up in your running system. So put the three cases side by side and the bundle's purpose becomes clear. It exposes mismatches rather than crowning a symbol. OpenClaw has a high trace richness, but only medium scene resistance. Records are abundant. Coordination still bottlenecks through narrow routing. Hyperon has the opposite tension. Broad shared state design, but low scene integration because the pieces haven't converged yet at the public surface. Robotics is the case where robustness gets engineered directly into the policy. Recurrence is undetermined everywhere. Static structure alone cannot probe it, and that's just an honest gap, really. The safety point that I probably care about most is that morphology doesn't predict failure directly. It flags architecture. So a case, behavioral testing mix would be suppose an agent stack passes every safety benchmark, correct refusals, no drift. A morphological audit shows one scene, public manifest to runtime value as a single highest cleanness connector on the whole architecture. All capability extension passes through one narrow externally configurable surface. Anyone who can edit and plug in manifests gets outsized leverage without touching model weights or tripping the evals. So the benchmarks are assigned to it by construction, and the morphology shows it directly. Caveats, so this is a prior, not approved. There's only seam integration that's fully operationalized at this stage. You can use it comparatively. And the cases here are software centered, so biological substrates are open. So implications and takeaway, the shape of an architecture works under, deserves the same scrutiny as what it produces. Two implications can follow from that. So for AGI broadly, heterogeneous systems, LLM agents, shared substrate neurosymbolic stacks, embodied controllers, these all become comparable in one vocabulary, seams, traces, timescales, robustness, before anyone can really claim the realized dynamics. For evolving systems, the same analysis works as a developmental audit. Rerun it over successive releases and watch whether seams thicken and integration moves from the repo boundaries towards genuine internal coordination. Omega Claw is probably the first live chance to do just that. You can find the analysis artifacts on GitHub, and for any more detail and depth, you can refer to the paper. Very happy to hear any feedback on this. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. People excellent as well. This paper argues that when we compare AGI architectures,
That was great.
we usually measure not
That
necessarily
finishes
the right
the
thing first.
paper
So
presentations
we
for the day.
benchmark
We
the
do
system
have our
times.
two presenters that we can do a quick Q&A with. So Sergey, Olivier, if you could come back up. And I have good news about the proceedings, as Gabe said, looking forward to people reading them and giving feedback, is that they are ready and will be published to the AGI website shortly. So that's good news. All right, questions for Sergey? There we go, or Olivier. And please specify whose question, who you have a question for.
The first question is for Sergey. Can you hear me?
A little bit.
Can you hear me? Okay, the first question was for Sergey. Both talks were excellent, by the way. I was looking for a architecture diagram. I wanted to see actually what the contribution of your team was versus the LLM. You know, what actually you put in to how, because it seems like the LLM is driving the interaction between ARC-AGI-3 test. And so can you explain what your team actually did in order to make it work?
Sorry.
Very difficult to, I mean, it was very difficult to hear.
Yeah, what did the architecture, what was the architecture of your system? There was no diagram. And so what did your team do versus what the LLM? It looked like the LLM was doing all the work. So what did you do?
There is yeah, okay. First about architecture diagram, you can check it in the second article. There is very precise description of architecture, but I will describe it very shortly. So it's basically codex agent. So the main architecture, we have a codex which we instruct to play a game. So codex interacts with the game via client. So it runs client and run games. So like the answer to your question, actually everything is done by codex. What we do, we only like send some prompts. So our architecture is a very thin controller on top of codex. We only send the main prompts, like explaining what it needs to do. And then we send some continuation prompts, like simplification prompts, asking, okay, you have both models, please simplify it. And then, and it's it. Yeah, so it's, everything is done by codex. But it's like fundamentally different. It's like your codex agent, like, or when you speak to ChatGPT, you don't speak to LLMs, you speak to agents, which has like, they have access to Python, they have access to system. So it's like, it's fundamentally different system. It's not like LLM, which simply like generate some text. It's like, it's LLM which can run code, which can run everything in the system, which can read files, it can write files. So it's fundamental difference.
Yeah, I mean, he's asking the LLM to generate a procedural model of pieces of the game, which is in Python, and you can then run that model, and you can formally verify aspects of that model. So, I mean, it's LLM, Python interpreter, formal verifier, and you can use codex to orchestrate all these things. But the subtler question is, with the latest LLMs and the fact that the results get better with the latest LLMs. Now, indeed, the latest LLMs are still bad at solving the problems on their own, but the fact that wrapping the latest LLMs in this sort of agentic loop with a code interpreter and a verifier, that this now solves the problems better, is it because the latest LLMs are smarter, or is it because the ARC AGI-3 problems were somehow baked into the latest LLMs in their training, but in some way that still doesn't let them solve the problem directly very well, right? And we don't know the answer to that. I guess at least when we last talked, we didn't know the answer to that, right? I mean, the way to solve that would be true out of sample problems from that same problem class that you knew were not in the training data of the latest LLMs. We could generate our own true out of sample problems, but then there's the question, like, why should you trust us to generate true out of sample problems for our own algorithm? You would like the ARC AGI-3 organization to now spit out some true out of sample problems that you know aren't baked into the latest LLMs, and they haven't done so. Is that accurate enough, Sergey?
Yes. Yeah.
And for Olivier, could you elaborate a little bit more about intrinsic motivation versus the, extrinsic, external?
So more about intrinsic motivation. And yeah, I think the term intrinsic motivation is a bit ambiguous because we never know if it is intrinsic to the agent or intrinsic to the task. And that's two different things. So that's why I like the first distinction between internal or external motivation. It means it's internal to the agent or external to the agent. So the way I would describe it is that any biological agent only has internal motivation. Only artificial systems like chess players can have external motivation because the motivation is defined externally as a property of the state, such as checkmating your opponent. It's an external property. So For biological system, it's always internal, but for artificial system, it could be both, but we are working on internal motivation. And then internal motivation could be either intrinsic to the task or extrinsic to the task. Intrinsic to the task means you are playing music, you do it for the sake of playing music. It's the task itself that gives you your motivation. Extrinsic to the task is you work for money. You don't like working, but you do it for money. But it's still internal in the sense that you value money. No, that's it.
Thank you, Sergey. Regarding, you have tried in the Kaggle competition, your model, the world model. Have you tried in the Kaggle competition with your world model?
It's an interesting question. It's actually like on Kaggle competition. So it's actually what ARC team allow you to do is only participate in Kaggle competition. They kind of annoyed when you try to do something else. But because like but in Kaggle competition, they allow very little resources. It's like, it's incredibly little. So, and if you remember my plot with performance and which performance difference you have with GPT 5.4 and GPT 5.5. So, and resources which they allow to use, it's somewhat over there, yeah? So it's like, it's almost nothing. You have one GPU and like 10 hours to solve 50 games. It's like, yeah, it's interesting engineering task, but it's, for my opinion, it has nothing to do with AGI research. So I even don't try. It's, I think it's pointless, but yeah.
Yeah, I tend to disagree. We, in fact, for example, with the Neuroscience model that we presented in the paper, we already achieved like 0.25 just in 15 of the games. You know, of course, in the Kaggle competition, you use 55 games instead of the 25 that you have offline, and without the use of GPUs, with just using just a new neural model being inspired. So yeah, maybe it's another approach, not using LLMs. No?
Good. Like it's just like how much you achieve like
with how much what?
Which score?
0.25, but better than GPT 5.4, for example. It still is very slow, very low, but yeah. Different thing.
But it's, I don't know, we can discuss, but I think it's like, yeah, maybe if you can do the same with so little resources, it's cool. But have you like, latest results on Kaggle competition was around 2%. But it's like, it's nothing. We have 100. So you claim you have 25.
0.25, yeah.
Huh?
0.25. For example, GPT 5.4 scores less than 0.20. So this is a bit better than using the LLM with the standard test that they do. So they spend some money by using the LLMs. But of course, in the competition, you can use LLMs because it's just a GPU, some compute. We don't use GPUs, we use CPUs, by the way, and ternary computing instead of binary. But the thing is, yes, they're quite limited. Yeah.
Maybe it's another approach to AGI. As I told, like, for my opinion, it seems coding agents, they can already solve like deterministic low dimensional environments better than humans. So it was my point, and I think Kaggle competition is another story.
Thank you. Other questions from the room? Anything for Olivier and Sergey? All right, wonderful. Thank you very much both, and to our paper presenters who couldn't be here as well. So now we're going to dive straight into our next paper presentation. There is coffee, of course, but we're going to go straight into the next session without an official break. And I'm really excited for this next session. I'm excited for every session, but not playing favorites. But this is going to be about intelligence as formal structure and inference. So from intelligence grounded in a world to intelligence grounded in mathematics, we're moving now into how to intelligence in formal structures, logical operations, category theory, non-axiomatic reasoning, the architecture of inference itself. And our keynote is Josef Urban, a professor at the Czech Technical University in Prague, one of the world's leading researchers in automated theorem proving and machine learning for formal mathematics. His title today references the QED manifesto with an extraordinary question that we're getting close on.
Yeah, and I think Haley has said most of what needed to be said, but I couldn't resist saying a word of introduction for Josef also. So I think it's an honor to have Josef at the AGI conference again, and this guy has really been leading the field of AI for theorem proving for some years now, going back to the deep math paper, a collaboration with Google that sort of put neural nets and theorem proving on the map, and then way before that. So we're seeing now, I mean, latest model LLMs are in some senses able to do math at the level of a human mathematician, not in every sense. Connecting LLMs with formal verifiers like Lean 4 and other alternatives is doing amazing things also. But there's still a lot of path forward at the intersection of AI, AGI, and theorem proving, and there's still more to be done in the domain of having AI prove math theorems, right? And there's also a lot to be done with AI for theorem proving in domains other than traditional math, like common sense reasoning as an aspect of general intelligence, or automation of different aspects of science pursued via automated theorem proving methods. And we're going to hear about all that as soon as everything here is working.
Thanks a lot, Ben. I apologize for my lateness. I flew in from the Federated Logic Conference where I had 3 talks.
Oh, my. We do need 5 minutes, so feel free to coffee break, and we'll be back in just a moment. I apologize.
Are you succeeding?
A talk worthy of two introductions. Please welcome Josef Urban and a talk showing how mathematics is benefiting as much as other domains or more from this explosion in AI power. Please, Josef. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. I have my slides. So again, I apologize for my lateness, and you will hear a bit more. I just flew from the main logic reasoning conference, which is happening every 4 years this year from Lisbon, and the slides are a bit quickly written and co-written by all sorts of AI tools. But I'll explain what I mean by QED utopia and machine understandable science. So 8 years ago at my first AGI, which was in Prague, I gave this funny titled talk, "No One Shall Drive Us from the Semantic AI Paradise of Computer Understandable Math and Science." And at that at the time, it was kind of a bit of a provocation from me, and a bit of a pun on a famous quote by a famous mathematician 100 years before that. But it's kind of my talk this year is like this has kind of really almost arrived, or is like very seriously arriving. So I'll show you that basically what happened in the last 6-7 months is that we are really now turning human language mathematics, like really large pieces of mathematics, into symbolic, formally proof-checked artifacts. And it's done in some kind of very interesting loops, which are between the kind of statistical machine learners and neural machine learners, and the very strong logical tools and the libraries of knowledge. And like this loop is like a very interesting object that is now evolving, and it's really interesting how far these loops will get and what will become of them in relatively near future, given kind of the gradient. So the QED in the QED utopia comes from quod erat demonstrandum, which is like a long ago invented way how to close mathematical proofs. But it's also like a 32-year ago manifesto written kind of after in the Bourbaki style by a group of people in formal math mostly, who oops, what happened? Now you have seen all my slides. Is there a way how to go to the beginning? I'm trying. Oh, now it stopped. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. All right, I'll start clicking forward. Yeah, so this is the kind of QED manifesto slide where people like 32 years ago basically started to dream about representing all of mathematical knowledge in a giant verified, very strongly formally verified knowledge base or database, which would kind of serve as a basis for basically all kinds of human math, science development, and it would kind of keep, like, for example, software verification and hardware verification and all these fields which are kind of using all sorts of mathematics and reasoning would profit and contribute to this like securely, logically verified knowledge base. And so we had a workshop in 2014 where Michael Beeson gave this talk where he, funnily enough, talked about the QED singularity. And he gave a bunch of blockers at the time. The main of them would be that this is just too much work. Like, let's say 10 years ago, we kind of had the technology, but it was like really costly to basically transcribe mathematical textbooks and articles into this formally verified and proof check knowledge. So he's this Mike's slightly pessimistic slide from 2014. And at AGI-21, I kind of wrote this kind of more optimistic slide when we were really kind of progressing with this field of automated formalization, basically thanks to neural language models and their combination in some kind of feedback loops with the strong mathematical proof checking that we had. So in my talk 5 years ago here, I said that it's almost possible, but not yet possible. So there was a talk by Sam Alexander, which I may show you about this particular AGI theory, which he did with Marcus Hutter, which was like reasonably mathematical talk, which had like a bunch of theorems which they are really proving in the paper. And my point was like maybe 5 years from then we will really be proving like on demand in real time. We will be basically fact checking, like very strongly fact checking, like basically in real time, transcribing what Sam was talking about into formally verified math. So today I did it. It took me half an hour with ChatGPT. So the systems really in, let's say, the last half year or so became so good that it took me 30 minutes to instruct ChatGPT to download a particular proof checker. I told it how to run the loop, how to kind of try to formalize and proof check it, because I have been now doing it for more than half a year, and how to ultimately basically transcribe the paper of Alexander and Hutter into like fully formally verified code. So what I'm showing you is the kind of automatically produced, formally checked artifact. So basically, if you want to remember one thing from my talk, it's that like this is now really possible. What I was talking maybe 5, 8 years ago, I can now do in half an hour, and it's really amazing. It's kind of changing the field of mathematics and probably also science. So one result of this is that this is now causing quite a bit of motion in all sorts of research communities. So last week there was this Federated Logic conference in Portugal, and apart from like a bunch of talks about combining, let's say, learning and proving and conjecturing systems, there was suddenly also like a bunch of talks about really throwing mathematical textbooks into such workflows and getting them transformed into this formally checked artifacts with various cost and time. And like a very impressive recent thing is now, this is now basically moving into industry. So Dominic Mulligan from the AWS Automated Reasoning Group gave a talk about formally verifying the Graviton 5 Nitro hypervisor, which they deployed without people basically knowing it. So now, like a very important component of the Amazon cloud is fully verified with hundreds of thousands of lines of formal proof. So that was kind of an intro, and I'll probably go through some of these examples now. So what I did myself in, let's say, December, January, when basically Zargarsel started to tell me that some of these agentic flows are becoming pretty competent, was to take a reasonably well-known textbook on general topology, like this Moncrief, and I chose a very simple formal proof assistant by Chad Brown called Megalodon, and through kind of coded an environment and prompt in which I kind of could throw the whole LaTeX of that book to the coding agent equipped with the proof checker and some more tools which we coded. And basically I kind of programmed like one of these long running feedback loops between the LLM, or the coding agent, which reads the LaTeX, is instructed to produce the formal logic out of the LaTeX, like the definitions, theorems, and proofs, and is also instructed to call the proof checker, which in this case works as a compiler, as a relatively fast compiler, very often to debug what the LLM did. And like one remark is that the LLM, at least in December, was pretty bad at this. So if you hear that the LLMs are perfect and that they can one-shot something, well, definitely not in this case and not in December. The LLM was doing mistakes basically all the times. But like the kind of magic bullet was that the LLM calls the checker very frequently, and the checker gives it the relatively good error messages like hey, you made a mistake on line 530. I do not understand how you wanted to prove this statement on line 700. And the LLM has enough common sense reasoning to it that it can use this kind of feedback and after enough trying, basically get the proofs and the theorems and the definitions right, like obviously with some caveats. So after, let's say, 2 weeks of running this experiment, then I basically fully automated it, and I was running with the heavy ChatGPT Pro subscription. It produced 130,000 lines of verified formal theorems and their proofs, including some like pretty serious theorems in topology, like the Urizon lemma, the Urizon metrization, the Tizza extension theorem, etc. So this was like something that we then started to replicate. So this is my talk from ITP last year. So this is the kind of growth of the formal proof lines there. And like the very interesting thing about this, how embarrassingly simple it is. So you really have just this like very simple loop that says like try to translate the LaTeX, run the proof checker. If it works, go further. If you get an error, try to repair the errors. Yeah. So then we started to replicate it with different systems which are like more popular in the theorem or proof checking community. So with John Harrison, we extended it to his system Holite, which is also used at AWS for basically industrial verification of cryptography. And just like that, basically John formalized a full book of probability that he chose sometime in March in Holite. So it's just one commit in his GitHub repo, and this is now what he does. But basically, like just take a book and formalize it. Then I, with 3 colleagues, took a well-known proof assistant called Isabel Hall, and basically repeated the experiment with general topology. And in something like 24 active days, we have basically done fully, like without any gaps, all the theorems in the 39 sections of this book, of this general topology part of that book. Then we took like 4 agents and tried to parallelize this business to kind of speed it up using some kind of bounty-based system. So you can imagine that the agents get some initial money, some initial budget, and their goal is to compete but also collaborate in proving the theorems in the book. And they can issue sub-bounties for the hard proofs that they want to do, so that other agent can help them, like especially if the other agent specializes in something. So that way we kind of managed to speed it up quite a bit. And then the very last experiment, which I did myself recently, was to take this relatively well-known book on algebra by Godeman, which has like, I think about 600 pages. And I ran it with the latest ChatGPT 5.6 on extra high reasoning. And in less than 9 days, it basically did the full book and resulting in something like 700,000 lines of formal proof. So So this was like 5 days ago when it finished. But it kind of shows you how easy it is now. Like I basically didn't have to do almost anything. Like I just really took codecs with this extra high reasoning, gave it the LaTeX of this big book, and nine days later, it's basically done. So not to speak just about our group. So there has been like a very like significant formalization done recently, which was like a collaboration of humans and machines on a project that is about Fields medal result by Marina Vyazovska. So this was done. This was a bit controversial. So if you want, you can read this paper, because the humans and the company which was doing the formalizations had some disagreements, and I guess the upshot is that the company kind of finished the proof which the humans started together with the company. But it's a really like a massive fields level result. And then there is this result from Facebook, I think from May, where they took 26 open access books and tried also some kind of agentic setup. And I think they claim they basically created a huge library out of these 26 open access books. So this is like from their paper. So I took John Harrison's slides because he's really like the most senior person in formalization of mathematics and also formal verification of software and hardware. So he wrote a bunch of slides from the point of view of Claude, talking about how Claude works with John on the formalization. And one of the funny remarks is that this like very simple, stupid feedback loop really seems to be working. So here is what's the next one? Here is the next slide, saying that basically what matters most, rather than some kind of specialized coding of various tools, is the general progress in the coding agents or the LLMs under them. A bit more about this AWS hypervisor or isolation engine. So it's 330,000 lines of machine checked math. And they really verified quite a lot of important properties about it, which is obviously important for Amazon's cloud business, like for people not to be able to see what somebody else is doing on the virtual machine next door. So there is really like this has been a project that has been running at Amazon for I think like 4 years with a very careful design, etc. But like one thing which Dominic Mulligan, who was I think the leader of the project on at least on the formal verification side, said is that by let's say January, the project had something like 250,000 lines of code, and just let's say in this next half year of the project, they basically automatically added something like 100,000 lines of code using the coding agents and this kind of feedback loops between the coding agents and the proof checkers. So his comment was that now writing the proofs, which really used to be the bottleneck, which was kind of the main bottleneck preventing us from this QED utopia, is no longer the bottleneck. Like writing the proofs became easy for the coding agents. And the bottleneck is now the humans. So they are hiring like crazy, who need to say what it is that has been proved and how does it relate to the project, to your specifications, etc. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I said all of this. So one more report from basically, I think three days ago in Portugal. So there was the annual competition of automated theorem provers, which is kind of getting a bit questionable because today you hear about all these LLM-based or not just LLM-based, but let's say agentic setups solving hard math problems, which I may get into a bit. But like the symbolic ATPs has obviously a long history. It's this kind of, somebody calls it the good old fashioned AI. But like one update is that the competition this year was won by a system called Vampire, which is no news. Like Vampire has been winning the competition pretty regularly. But the new version of Vampire has a very fast neural guidance in it, which is running on a CPU. So it runs basically under the same competition rules on the same CPUs as all the other symbolic solvers. And this kind of trained neural guidance improved Vampire by, I don't know, something like 20% or so. So you can see that the LLM-based, let's say, guidance or learning-based guessing or guidance for the proof search is obviously not the only alternative for automated theorem proving. So apart from, for example, this like very fast neural guidance of Vampire, there were other improvements reported this year at the conference, where, for example, people use, again, some kind of neuro-symbolic tools to create better abstractions, like better definitions, better lemmas, which they throw basically into the theorem, or better conjectures, which they add into like the theorem proving task, and then they help the symbolic solvers in various ways. So, and obviously, to make it even more interesting, a lot of this stuff can now be kind of developed or vibe coded with the help of the LLMs and the coding agents. So that was like this bunch of examples. And then I guess I'll get into some kind of theories and speculations now. So one way how I'm thinking about the LLMs, and I guess this is a big debate, so I kind of might not be super best informed person about all this huge amount of research done on LLMs. But like, for example, 30 years ago, when I was kind of starting my research and combining automated reasoning and machine learning, like one of the kind of high profile projects was Doug Lenat's Psych, where basically Leonard, after doing a bunch of interesting things in mathematics, like AM, for example, decided to build this huge system containing all the common sense rules and heuristics and facts, kind of explicitly, manually, and symbolically. And at that time, I was thinking that this is like a very ambitious and maybe like fragile, and that you could kind of try to replace that huge manual effort by basically machine learning, by learning from, let's say, theorem proving corpora, the various problem solving heuristics rather than programming them manually. But it seems to me, at least, but you can obviously discuss it, that what this huge recent LLMs achieved is basically something like Leonard was trying to create, that by basically reading the Wikipedia and all of the internet and whatnot, they basically internally created some kind of compressed representation of these, let's say, common sense knowledge bases and rules and heuristics. And I would say, like it's kind of interesting how we can use these things, right? Like people at some point invented this kind of chain of thought, or tree of thought, which is some kind of soft search on top of this huge database. And what we are now kind of doing, like when we use, for example, the LLM as a coding agent, is to just add some kind of proof checking component on top of that, and that way we kind of augment like this fuzzy, soft, incomplete, and possibly buggy database more and more with something that is like solidly logically verified. And it may be thought of maybe as some kind of bootstrapping procedure that we started with some very buggy internet or Wikipedia, but by this kind of relatively simple process, we will now basically more and more develop like very non-buggy or much less buggy knowledge bases, which will be represented in these knowledge bases or LLMs. And like one interesting example of the like very soft or fuzzy loops that people started to do is from last year IMO, the International Math Olympiad, where two basically unknown guys, like no big lab, took a commercially available model. I think initially they took Gemini, and they just programmed the feedback loop in like with one language model. So one was behaving as a solver and the other one as a judge or a critic. And they basically played this kind of ping pong between them, like when the solver proposes some kind of part of the proof and the judge looks at it, and the judge is kind of prompted to be a very like meticulous mathematical expert, and he looks for bugs there, and if he does, then he sends it back to the solver. And this way, like this surprisingly simple, you could say soft loop, because there is no kind of hard logical proof checking involved, really improved the commercial Gemini model to the level of, I think they got the golden medal, basically. So this was discussed quite a bit. And I would say one caveat about that is that, for example, DeepMind, or probably everybody, trained their models on this like relatively limited high school mathematics quite a lot. And it's kind of unclear whether this kind of soft feedback loops could scale up to like research level math on which the models haven't been trained so much. So you could try to argue that we like having kind of the hard logic-based proof checking is really necessary. I'm kind of guilty of one of these first kind of hard learning proving loops. So that's this machine learner for automated reasoning, or malaria, from which is today 20 years old. So the idea is really like this very simple feedback loop between the machine learner who guides some kind of proving procedure and the prover who tries to finish the proofs. And if it finishes the proof, then the machine learner basically learns from these additional proofs. And again, like one impressive thing which at least impressed me in 2025 is that basically like the kind of DeepSeek reasoning revolution, to some extent, maybe not to such level of hardness, but quite a bit more than like this kind of soft loops, entered this territory. And you basically have some kind of feedback loop like that when you for example have like a curriculum of harder and harder mathematical or programming problems, where you can like relatively easily check whether whether the solution with which the language model came up is the right solution or not. And that kind of gives you some signal. And even though you could kind of say that maybe this is not a perfect signal because the model could have guessed the solution in some kind of suspicious way, it's a pretty strong signal. And the kind of cool thing that you get out of that is that with DeepSeek, or generally like with these big LLMs, you are basically no longer constrained by any logical calculus. So the game kind of evolved from the theorem provers, which are always constrained by a particular very well-defined logical calculus, to this like totally unconstrained world where basically the LLM can basically design its own reasoning, like whatever will get it to the solution will get reinforced during like these feedback loops. So yeah, again, this is just a slide from the DeepSeek paper. Yeah, I just wanted to mention like one more experiment. So because 2 years ago I was talking here about our conjecturing loop for inventing solutions for the online encyclopedia of integer sequences. So that feedback loop is again in some kind of a constrained scenario, but with some kind of constrained domain-specific language for proposing the explanation for the integer sequences. But in something like 1,000 iterations with a very, very tiny neural, you can call it language model, but it's like really like 10 million parameters. It has now solved like almost 40% of the OEIS corpus. So it's like 135,000 OER sequences. And like one thing that you can add to it is the theorem proving task. When basically when you get multiple explanation for the same integer sequence, you can ask the questions, can I prove these two programs to be equivalent, or can I disprove them to be equivalent? So actually in 2025 we have kind of augmented this conjecturing feedback loop to a loop which has like an additional theorem proving aspect to it. And I'll just mention, like in this kind of constrained slash unconstrained. So the previous thing was constrained, like we have a constrained DSL. In the DeepSeek world, the thing is unconstrained. Like you only have some kind of a signal, which and the DeepSeek can do whatever it wants to do to reach the solution. And we are kind of hoping that because it's so hard to get to the solution, it will get there rationally, right? Like whatever it will do will be some kind of a reasoning process. So I'm kind of thinking like so this has been in the news like 1 or 2 weeks ago now. So somebody just unleashed the latest anthropic model, I think Fable or Opus 5, on a really old mathematical conjecture while watching the World Championship in soccer. And the model basically came up with a counterexample that has been later confirmed by other mathematicians. But my point here, and this is no longer an isolated example. So in 2026, we are really getting solutions to open problems, and obviously people can quarrel like how close are these solutions to existing literature, or how hard are the problems, the quote unquote open problems, etc. But like what I see here is something similar to this DeepSeek phenomenon from 2025, that basically as the models are consuming the knowledge and training more and more on our data in better and better ways, they are kind of approaching this this level where they will basically be producing new results which we will be able to verify. Either the mathematicians will verify it, or we will translate it to using these auto-formalization tool chains that are now working pretty well. And that will provide more and more data, like high quality data for training the language models or other machine learning systems even more. So I see this as some kind of beginning of this feedback loop, basically in the wild now, and I think it's kind of unstoppable. Yeah, so this is the paper about this. Yeah, so I wrote a couple of slides about why I think like this hard logic-based proof checking still matters, and it's mostly again based on this John Harrison slides, where even though he says that the LLM can do like very advanced things, it can also do like very elementary logical mistakes. It behaves a bit like some kind of brilliant intern, which benefits from being coupled with a grumpy accountant. So there's like a longer slide from John about that. And here's another funny slide from John, where you could so the kind of way how humans have been formalizing mathematics have been developing like a fancier and fancier user interfaces and all sorts of tools that kind of help the humans, etc. But what we have seen like recently with these feedback loops is that basically the simpler the setting is, the better for the progress in this kind of auto-formalization feedback loops. What is also interesting is that what we see in these like whole book auto-formalization experiments is that it's not like magically perfect from the beginning, but the whole process is some kind of a huge debugging process where, let's say you initially read the book, and the book is kind of, or the LLM is slightly negligent, or the book doesn't have it in it, and some theorem or definition misses some assumption. And you really only learn that when you are using that or assumption or in some kind of proof. So what seems to be really important when we are doing this is not to do just the auto-formalization of the specifications of the top-level definitions and statements, but to really basically simultaneously run the proofs, which in some kind of symbolic way, you could say backpropagate to the statements and definitions, and like basically do debug your specifications. Yeah, so here is like one speculation. So of course, like this invention of symbolic logic is relatively new, like it's like 100 years or so. And people have obviously come up with all sorts of fancy stuff already, like, I know, starting with first order logic, high order logic, type theory, set theory, etc. But I think like we will now basically thanks to these agentic loops. And again, looking a bit at, for example, this crazy DeepSeek style, totally unconstrained RL frameworks, we will see a development of like new logical high level languages, like languages which will still be precisely specified and kind of compilable to the more low level languages. But they will have all sorts of advantages, and maybe also map better to things like the human natural language, or at least the human mathematical language. So, for example, there is this project Malinka in France, where they have a textbook where basically their goal is to start understanding more and more and higher level of the mathematical grammar or mathematical language. And I almost see this as some kind of vengeance or revenge of the linguists, who you probably know these sayings by Fred Jelinek, that each time he hires a linguist, etc. So I think now, like kind of paradoxically, and assisted by the LLMs and the coding agents, the linguistic theories and the theories of grammar and how the language has kind of explainable structure and semantics will basically prosper again, but that's kind of a speculation. Yeah, and I probably already mentioned it. So I think there will now be like a proliferation of languages and formal languages, and not just languages, but also proof checkers. So one colleague of mine now basically vibe coded a totally new theorem prover and proof checker. And there will be like all sorts of on-demand translators and presentations. So for example, I have vibe coded very recently a presentation of this huge algebra book that I have formalized. And it seems really easy to kind of create presentations on different levels, so that people with different level of expertise can benefit from that. Yeah, and I probably already said that. So I think the agents, like for example in this kind of DeepSeek unconstrained world, are or will be able to basically do this generalized unconstrained search which includes these action spaces, like write a dedicated solver for a subproblem or propose some new definitions and representations, etc., etc. So I had a idea that this could, to some extent, relate to Schmidhuber's Gödel machines, which is kind of an AGI-ish topic, but I will probably not say much about it. So in like the original Schmidhuber paper, which I may have read long time ago a bit, you have a machine which basically rewrites itself when it can prove that the modified system is better than the current system. So we already have had that in, let's say, automated and interactive theorem proving for a while. So Magnus Meirin and Jared Davis did this Milava and Jitava, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years ago, where the machine can upgrade itself if it kind of proves that some kind of useful extension is sound, but it's not exactly what the Gödel machine is doing, because it's not proving that it will be better. It's just proving that the extension is sound. But like what I'm again seeing, like this kind of unconstrained space, which let's say these feedback loops are creating today, is that we will have this kind of self-improvement when the soundness is being proved and the utility is probably not proved, but is kind of measured heuristically. So that's my kind of estimate in this kind of Gödel machine idea. And I already mentioned that we have basically done something like this in this loop, which we have over the online encyclopedia of integer sequences. So for example, one thing which I was presenting 2 years ago is that in this 1,000 iterations of this conjecturing loop, we have something that we call the human jumps, or the human cause jumps, and the automatic jumps. So the automatic jumps is when some symbolic breakthrough is discovered, like the prime numbers or whatnot. Whereas the human jumps is when we, the programmers, improve the programming language by, for example, giving it arrays or something like that. But I think like these two things with this like big machines, which are the LLMs, will now basically merge, and this will be kind of co-developed. Yeah. So again, speculation. Will we have specialized tools or big chat GPTs? I think we will have like a ecosystem of containing all these things, and basically everybody will prosper from that. And like here are some kind of caveats. So for example, in this auto-formalization business, there are all these things that we have seen in the last half year, which are some kind of caveats that things are not perfect yet. And as I said, for example, the Amazon people are now hiring more and more formal proof people, not to write the proofs, but to audit the proofs, etc. Yeah, so here is a bit of a forecast. So here are things which already work. And yeah, I don't know, some things are pretty speculative. And that's probably it. So is the QED utopia upon us? So in some sense, no. Like we are not yet in this like super comfortable, verified world. But I would say, in some sense, it's almost here. And I think if we are not there today, we will be there like by the end of 2026 or 2027. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you much, Joseph. So we'll start with questions.
First of all, thank you very much for your talk. This being the 70-year anniversary of Logic Theorist and the dawn of AI, and with the Anthropic code leak telling us all these things they're selling are not just pure DNNs. Your talk is quite timely. Of course, you know that. I did think, and I was sharing this with my friends here at the table, that I would be the only person that was at Flock and this conference. I'm very happy to see that I was mistaken about that. I didn't have to do 3 talks like you, fortunately. I just had to show up for a one-day workshop. So I just want to mention that. My question's coming. We also have a theorem prover that we use called Shadow Prover, which I'd love to get your feedback on. My question, a little broader and all that. Do you believe that the singularity coming to pass is logically defensible? Because I've seen a lot of proofs that are out there that say it's not. I haven't seen any proofs that say the singularity will indeed come to pass. So I'd love to get your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Could you, before you hand over the microphone, you mean the general singularity or the QED singularity?
David Chalmers singularity.
Yeah, you need to update me a bit. I'm not so much of an AGI person too.
Ben probably would summarize it better, but we reach human level intelligence, exceed it, then that just keeps replicating itself, getting more and more intelligent. That's my understanding of the singularity. We'll just magically have machines that keep getting smarter and smarter and smarter. I think that's pretty much the same.
So I guess the alternative would be that we don't even reach the human intelligence, or it somehow plateaus and like it doesn't really grow linearly or whatnot. So at this point, the gradient is really quite interesting. So maybe a couple of years ago, I would be saying other things, but today, like I've been doing the experiments on these small models, like for example, in automated theorem proving or in this conjecturing from the online encyclopedia of integer sequences, where I can see, for example, quite a bit of linear growth, like even, let's say, after 1,000 iterations of this learning conjecturing loop on the online encyclopedia of integer sequences, I still see kind of linear improvement. So now, if I kind of believe that we are basically now in such a self-improving loop with kind of everything, or with mathematics, like for example, this Jacobian problem being solved, and more problems now being solved by mathematicians, and the data being basically immediately fed to ChatGPT and Anthropic, like they are getting massive amounts of theorem proving data from my experiments. Like I give them terabytes of data for free. I think, at least in the short term, that there is a potential for quite a lot of self-improvement. And so that's estimate based on my kind of small scale experiments. Like I don't see what happens in the long horizon. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks for this presentation of really impressive results. My question is, if you consider this bottleneck that you mentioned at AWS, that you need humans to write informal specifications of, say, software requirements, and also if you have these informal specifications, you need to formalize them. And I think there your loop does not apply because you don't have kind of, it's not verification, it's validation of informal against formal. So does this impressive work help with first validating formal against informal, and perhaps even with writing the specifications or writing new math books? You know, where are we there?
Yeah. So again, I would shamelessly cite my OEIS experiment, which I had talked here about 2 years ago, where we can see that like this very simple conjecturing plus a testing loop. You basically test whether the conjectured program explains some sequence. You don't even do the theorem proving. Has the potential to come up with new ideas, so for example, after iteration 40, you suddenly come up with the program for primes, which you didn't have before. So I have, like, since I have been running that experiment, I have been always replying to people who say that the LLMs are just memorizers and they don't have the ability to generate anything new. I tell them, like, look at this like very simple experiment that I have been running, like with like very small language models, and how far it got there by some kind of self play with like zero human knowledge. So I'm not very pessimistic about the machines not being able to come up with new ideas, new specifications, especially if we have the feedback loop which validates them, which kind of proves that they are good and at least test them, etc. The kind of first part of your question, like whether we will be able to replace the human validators who translate, let's say, some kind of informal specification into like the formal specifications. I would say it would be very dangerous for somebody like AWS now to do that. That's why they are hiring people like crazy. But I wouldn't be so pessimistic. I would say you can develop a lot of tools which will help automate this kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for your talk. So one of the questions I have is about the cost. So how much would it cost to prove 1,000 lines of code?
So that's very interesting. In the first paper I did in December, like the headline was that I did this 130,000 lines of general topology for $100 because I did it with the ChatGPT Pro subscription, which cost 200, and I did it in 2 weeks. But then I measured the API cost by running some tool over the session file, and the API cost is, I don't know, somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000. And now you get two numbers which differ by 2 orders of magnitude, and like which of them is the right number? So one way how to think about it is that, for example, Amazon is running also DeepSeek, and that's like an open weight model which Amazon doesn't need to pay anything for. So presumably you get only the kind of energy cost plus some margin for the Amazon people. And like my estimate is that, I don't know, running DeepSeek is maybe like 10 times cheaper in the API costs than running some Anthropic model, etc. So maybe the truth is somewhere in between. Maybe the truth is like 10 times more the subscription cost and 10 times less than the API cost. But that's kind of just a speculation from me.
Thank you so much. This matches my observations as well.
Okay, I have an additional questions to the head questions. Yes, about your experiment with the formalization of books. Do you actually verify the translation to language was correct, or you don't do it by hands? And the second question is more abstract. When will you have like, when will we formalize all? Can you repeat it? When will we formalize all mathematics?
Yeah, so I do try, especially in the first experiment, but also in most of the other experiments, I do try to check the main definitions, the main theorems, etc. Like one advantage of formal math is that let's say, if you have some headline theorem like Fermat's last theorem, it's very easy to state. So you can just check the definitions that feed into the statement. And for Fermat, you don't need to check basically anything else if you trust the formal proof checking technology, which we kind of do because these systems are crazily developed today. So this is like a major factor which helps us with checking these hundreds of thousands of lines of generated proof, because we know that it's enough to only check some of the things, and the rest is guaranteed by the formal proof setting. The second question is, if I understand it correctly, when will we formalize all of the math? So I'm really, so this last experiment which I did, I'm not Facebook, I'm not OpenAI, I'm not DeepMind. I just paid for 9 days of usage to OpenAI, and I formalized a 600-page book on algebra. So if people like me do this, we might have like thousands of books formalized this year, and it's getting better and better. Like what took me a month, half a year ago, took me 9 days or even less now. So I think, of course, like there are some blockers. So for example, you can say algebra is relatively easy. Algebraic topology is harder. You have many pictures. Geometry is even crazier. So it's not like we have, there are some mathematical proofs which might not even count as proofs, right? Like there are gaps in them, etc. So there is lots of issues. But I would say I'm pretty optimistic at this point.
Yeah, thanks for this. And I want to follow up on the previous question, because it's where automated theorem proving intersects with AGI the most, really, because I think although formalizing is great, and one thing we're seeing is it's not an AGI hard problem, right? Like LLMs combined with formalizers and automated theorem provers can do it, which is awesome, right? And so conjecturing, which you touched on recently, is really where automated theorem proving seems to intersect with AGI more so, like coming up with like, what are the interesting new theorems to look at? And of course that intersects with theorem proving if you're trying to prove the Riemann hypothesis or something really hard, where you have to make a bunch of weird new conjectures for what the lemmas might be en route to the proof. So mostly I wanted to prompt you for some daydreaming or speculative thinking on like what new ingredients do you think need to be introduced to the sorts of frameworks you're talking about to handle creative conjecturing, which is half the fun of doing math, right, at least.
Yeah, so I vibe coded a conjecture, like five different neurosymbolic conjecturing architectures about a month ago. So I'm kind of actively experimenting with vibe coding various conjecturing architectures. And I would say like one thing which kind of fits the AGI conference, I guess, is that I think of course, like the fact that the LLM people realize that reasoning is good, like this kind of DeepSeek revolution, like they need to be praised for that they kind of abandoned this kind of nonsense that the LLM just learns all sorts of algorithms and da. But I think this kind of combinations of like the let's say symbolic abstraction ideas, and they can be implemented differently in different neural architectures, or they can be emulated by the LLMs, which can, like through the chain of thought, emulate practically anything, like up to some epsilon, I would say. So I think, so one totally trivial idea is that like you have these kind of prediction making based on related theories, right? Like what holds in 10 different theories which are differently close to your target theory. And people in automated theorem proving are really doing like pretty amazing stuff using like this very, very simple idea and for many years. And this somehow, at least as far as I know, hasn't been merged yet or implemented yet. At least not explicitly with, for example, the various LLM conjecturing workflows. So, and like you can kind of push it further. So one thing we did with this agentic auto-formalization is basically some kind of idea of prediction market. So in the extreme, you could, like people have proposed this long time ago, you could have both models or AIs and humans betting on the conjectures on basically how the proof will most likely be achieved. So that's some kind of an infrastructure for like the economics of conjecturing. So yeah, I like my speculation is that there are still like many ideas coming from like non-neural approaches like abstraction, etc., which will allow us, especially in combination with the statistical machine learning, make quite a bit of progress in conjecturing.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess when you're saying finding common elements among proofs of similar things, I guess the question is, at what level of abstraction do you find that commonality? If it's a very low level, then that is a common ATP thing already. If you're trying to form higher level abstractions from the proofs, that's where things get interesting, right? Because it's like it is the knowledge representation you want for proof strategies, is it the same as the knowledge representation for small proof tactics, right? And that is, it's not entirely clear to me. I don't know if it's clear to you.
Yeah, I guess I agree. Like if you're vibe coding or coding some very low level, let's say automated theorem prover working in some kind of resolution superposition calculus, conjecturing, then it's likely to be quite different than if you are conjecturing for the Riemann hypothesis or something like that. So yeah, I agree that the representations will be different. And like I probably didn't speak much about this whole hierarchy of the problem solving in this domain. So let's say the symbolic solvers currently are pretty good and can be even improved in doing like this very fast but quite low level proof search. But we also do have some methods how to make them kind of more and more high level. But then obviously you can also really play like these conjecturing methods on a really high level, yeah, well, like basically in natural language, right? Like so a lot of the kind of LLM based, you can call them theorem provers, are actually doing that, right? Like conjecturing in some very high level space. And then if you want to do a formal proof, then you gradually specify that.
And last question right here.
Hello. So, yeah, I can say. Hello. I thought the talk was very interesting. I was kind of thinking about next steps kinds of thoughts. For example, it's incredible that we can formalize a book or we can prove conjecture, But when you hear that the formal like proof is 600,000 lines of code, obviously for a human that sounds huge, for a machine less so. But what's the like logical detour, factor compared to what you're actually trying to get, and how much do you think we can improve this? Because a lot of human, like even mathematics itself, is this whole work of compressing until we can, make use of it. So
yeah, I totally agree. So there are two things like I kind of quickly mentioned that I have already vibe coded some kind of high level presentation mode just for myself to be able to see what's going on in the formal proof, so that I exactly don't need to go through 600,000 lines of code. But the other thing which I mentioned and which I think will be happening more and more is that like we really have been doing research in formal proof and symbolic logic for some 100 years. And compared to the evolution of natural language, it's like nothing. So I think we will really now see a lot of the development of like higher level logically grounded languages, which at least some of them might kind of address this problem. So for example, already the Amazon people who verified this hypervisor, they are kind of evolving a particular automation tactic, which has already seen a lot of development in their project to fit more and more problems. And it's to some extent manual, but you can kind of assume that this will be like more and more automated. So you will really have tactics which will say something like very high level, like by analogy or something like that. And they will have a very precise meaning. You will be able to look at their code, and ultimately they will be grounded in the kind of low-level logical calculus. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joseph. That was wonderful. The emergent ability of LLMs trained on language to do math makes me wonder, after Hananel's talk, if the internet isn't just very high quality noise. So we're going to have a break for lunch. We'll be a 30-minute break. We'll be back at 1:15, and we'll continue the paper session there so that we get to look at intelligence as formal structures and inference, something to tantalizingly look forward to as you eat. Thank you very much.
All right. Welcome to my talk. I have the honor of having the talk right after lunch, where you are still chewing your pizza. And I'm sorry to distract you from this. Yeah, but my hope is to make it through before the sugar spike kicks in so that you can still listen. The other strategy to attract your attention, I decided to choose this great title, Implication as Algorithmic Containment. Tantalizing, isn't it? And so I want to talk to you about reasoning. We have two major approaches, like in neural nets, and like sub-symbolic reasoning and symbolic reasoning. Well, neural nets often are quite bad at it because there's a lot of hallucination or confabulation in LLMs. And if you think about how people reason, if I show you this bottle and ask you, well, if I open it and tip it and you know there's water in it, you're gonna assume the water will flow out. So how do you do that? It appears like you imagine this bottle, even if you don't see it, and play this video in your mind. And then you see that water flows out, and you do perception on your imagined picture. And in this perceptual process, you extract the property that water is then on the ground. So this is what I mean by grounded reasoning. And I would like to suggest a third alternative. So apart from the way it's done in neural nets and also not in the way it's done in symbolic systems. So in symbolic systems, what is a symbol actually? Right? What is a symbol dog? How does it relate to a real dog or the image of a dog? Well, I don't really know how, apart from the letters dog being acute in the human mind, that remind us what a dog is. So it's basically cues a representation of the human mind. Essentially, a symbol is so the meaning of the symbol is actually extrinsic to the AI. It's outside of the computer. It's inside the human mind. So for the AI, you could actually replace the symbol by any other symbol. And that notion is expressed by Harnett in the famous symbol grounding problem. How can the semantic interpretation of a formal symbol system be made intrinsic to the system rather than just parasitic on the meanings of in our heads? How can the meanings of a meaningless symbol tokens manipulated solely on the basis of their arbitrary shapes be grounded in anything but other meaningless symbols? So I want to argue that symbols are not really representations because they do not contain any information about what they represent. What do I mean by that? Well, the alternative, a representation of an image of a dog, would be a bit string where the image of a dog is also a bit string underneath. And when one bit string has information about another bit string, what do we mean by that? Well, it means that there is a relatively short program, like a Turing machine, that takes the representation and computes what it represents in an easier way than without the representation. So in the language of algorithmic information theory, the Kolmogorov complexity, oops, what did I do there? The Kolmogorov complexity, which is the shortest program computing X from R, would be shorter than the Kolmogorov complexity of X, so the shortest program computing X. So in some sense, a representation has to be somehow helpful in computing that thing that it represents. So what can we do with this? Symbolic versus grounded reasoning here. The other problem that symbolic reasoning has is this combinatorial explosion. If you want to make, if you have a rule from A follows B, from B follows C, from C follows D, there are all sorts of other distracting rules that you may want to, you have to traverse in order to find D. So you have a combinatorial explosion. What I rather want to suggest is if you have a generative model A, so properties should be generative models or world models, then you can just sample from it an instance of what you want to represent. In this example, an equilateral triangle, and then you do perception on that instance, and you perceive the consequence and derive the implication. So how could this might work? How can we be sure that this is always true or something like that? So in the formalization here, F would be the premise, P the parameter, everything else about this triangle, like its position, its size, its orientation, and X is just a particular instance of the triangle. And we just search, for example, if you want to search for another properties, like in the statement, every equilateral triangle is an isosceles triangle. G would be the isosceles triangle that we would like, and we derive that property from this instance. So how might this work? So first of all, I would like to show you how in my system that I've been developing over the last year called William, it's a data compression system based on program synthesis. So in this example, you give a triangle example of an equilateral triangle, like a list of coordinates of 3 lines, and then it discovers point 1, 2, 3, and then it discovers a difference vector, and every step it compresses the data. And then it discovers, transfers the difference vector in polar coordinates, and then it discovers that the lengths are equal. Two of the lengths of the triangle are equal, and then finally it discovers that all angles are equal to 60 degrees. And that compression process basically discovers this property of equilateralness. And the same thing you can do with the isosceles triangle, where basically the same properties are discovered here, except for that the angles are all equal. So you have just two sides of equal lengths. That is what this discovers. And you can notice from the shape of the graph that it's discovered that the description of the isosceles triangle is already kind of very similar of the equilateral one. And that gives you a hint that one is implied by the other. Let's move to the main theorem here. What do I mean by algorithmic containment then? Algorithmic containment of the string G in the string F means that there's a short program computing G from F. So here in this question, in this example, you can take the F is 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, and G is just a flipped version of it, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0. And there's a short program computing one from the other. And that is what algorithmic containment means. In our context, it means that we don't really have to write down the consequence of our rule. If we have a premise, we can start discovering the consequences from the premise because we can compute them from the premise by using this process. That's what implication actually originally means in the colloquial sense. From etymologically, implication derives from Latin implicare, which is involve, entangle, or to fold in. So it's there without being explicitly stated. My suggestion is that we come back to that original meaning. And in terms of the theorem, if you have a feature, which is a property that compresses your data X, this is a Turing machine, takes some parameters P, and if you have another feature G that is contained in X, that is true for all as a show in my theory of incremental compression. All features are contained in the instance, like my body size is contained in the image of me, for example, because you can compute my body size by taking an image, a picture of me. And additionally, if the parameter does not contain if you don't smuggle any information in the parameter about the consequent G that you want to conclude, then you can actually follow that your consequence is contained in the premise. And how does it work? Like schematically, if you have split the information inside your sample into F and P, that happens automatically when you do incremental compression. The information inside X is split into two pieces and that do not overlap. And if P and G do not overlap as well, then G is also contained in X. So the green information has to be contained in the black box, but it cannot overlap with P. Well, then it must be contained in F. That's a graphical representation of how the theorem works. And we can see that, how it can work also in practice. What happened to my slides? Oh, okay. All right. What we have established now is that for some particular instance, we have this implication. But ideally, right, if you want to really replace the implication rule, we would have to show it that's for all instances is true. Well, here we can just do a simple thing. We just sample. If you want to know that every equilateral triangle is also isosceles, you just keep sampling several random equilateral triangles, discover the same thing about them. And then you can show that the fraction of cases where this is true converges to 1 with this speed. So it converges to 1 exponentially if you pick a couple of really non-random samples. So if you don't, if you just sample random parameters, random equilateral triangle, you will cover the majority of the space. It doesn't guarantee you that there are no exceptions, but you cover a large parts of the space. And here's how it works in my system William. Here's the graph for the equilateral triangle. Here's the one for the isosceles. And you sample a parameter, and then, oh, there should be an animation. Okay, there should be values propagating from here to there, and this should be inverted here. So basically, the system discovers or verifies the isosceles property. If you do it vice versa, if you have here an isosceles triangle and here an equilateral, it will fail here at the last point where it discovers usually that all angles are equal. Well, in this case, they won't be equal, so the propagation fails. That's how the system actually verifies the statement. So, and another cool thing about it, the question is, how do we discover what actually follows from our premise, right? Since we don't have it given. Well, if you have an isosceles triangle here and drop a perpendicular on its base, you discover, it cuts the base in 2. Well, that's not a random thing. If you take a random split at the random position, it's not going to be split in half. So you have here a non-random property. In the terms of algorithmic information, you will be able to compress the data a little bit. And that amount of compression, here the average number of bits that you can compress the data with, means that the number of samples you need to test your implication is going to be lower. The better you compress, the fewer samples you need to test your implication. So that you can just use compression criteria to come up with implication statements that are likely to be true. So now the important question, well, what if there are rare examples? Well, for example, 3 points from a triangle. Well, unless they are collinear, or 2 random lines intersect unless they're parallel, or 2 circles intersect in 0 or 2 points, well, unless they're tangent to each other. So do you notice that the exception has always somehow some regularity to it, right? So the distance equality or equal slope or collinearity. Regularity means compressibility. So you actually, there's the hypothesis, well, maybe in many cases, exceptions have a compressible structure. So by looking for compressible properties, you can actually find exceptions to your conjecture. And there's also a theorem to it. I'm running out of time. I'm afraid I'm not going to go into it. But here is an example with system William again. Let's test the statement that all angles in a triangle are smaller than 179 degrees. Well, if you sample triangles randomly, most of the time you won't discover an exception to that rule. So random sampling requires 116 samples to discover a contradiction. But if you sample the triangle points, the coordinates, in a simplicity biased way, that means instead of picking random numbers like here, you simple numbers here, where, for example, all three X values are 0. That is a simple thing. You don't need much description because all three X values are the same. Your description length is slower. Well, what you have discovered, well, if they're all X values are 0, they're all on the line. It's a collinear, these are collinear points. So it's a degenerate triangle, and exactly the case where the statement fails. So even in this example, in the first sample, it disproves. So I summarize, how should we do grounded reasoning? How do I suggest to do it? Discover properties by compressing data. Then connect those properties by sampling. Just take one property, make some samples, discover subsequent properties, and make several samples to test it. If your consequent properties compresses data well, you need fewer samples to test it. It's a big hint that the implication might actually be true. And challenge in the end your implication by simplicity bias, search for exceptions. And then it's, of course, you cannot never be sure that you have really 100% certainty of that the implication is true. It's not a panacea. Exceptions are not always simple and are not always even computable. But let's remind ourselves, why do we want 100% certainty? It's because we do chaining. We want, in formal logic, we want to chain one rule after the other. And if we have even a small uncertainty, the error will multiply during the chaining. So, and you get that problem where? Exactly in the non-empirical disciplines like math and philosophy, where you're not allowed to look at the world. But for working AI systems, we are allowed to look at the world. We can say, we don't need chaining, we just directly sample our hypotheses and test them. So we can afford to be wrong 1% of the time. So good compression is also not the same as semantic clarity. That's also a drawback. It doesn't mean that it's completely clearly interpretable what you get if you have a program that compresses things. But in a symbolic logic system, you have no connection a priori between the symbol and what it represents. So just because you write down a symbol that has clear semantic clarity for you, you still haven't connected it to the world. So all the work is still ahead of you. What about complex concepts, not just Euclidean geometry or abstract concepts? Well, these are difficult things. What grounded reasoning, it doesn't give you the solution for that. But what it does, it forces you to actually connect your reasoning system with the world. And sometimes if the world is complex, you have to have complex models that represent it. But that's what reasoning requires if you really want to reason about the world. So, okay. Yeah, I think I'm basically done. I think where the AI is moving now toward world models actually is a good direction. And if we really add compression criteria to them, that could help us make great advances in reasoning. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Next, we'll have a pre-recorded talk. Fernando Corbacho, Pablo de los Riscos, and Michael Arbib, proposal for an AGI formal comparative framework based on category theory.
So Michael Arbib, a proposal for a formal comparative framework for AGI architecture based on category theory. The central question is simple. Can we describe and compare very different agentic architectures within one common mathematical language? Today, AGI research is extremely diverse. For instance, we have reinforcement learning, active inference, causal agents, LLM agents, among others. Every community uses its own concepts and mathematical formalisms, and we have a lot of different benchmark, cognitive architectures, and even the common model of cognition. But we still lack a precise language for comparing architectures themselves. Our claim is that category theory can provide exactly that language, not to replace existing approaches, but to study their properties and describe their structural relations using a common mathematical framework. So, what is our answer to this problem? Instead of viewing an architecture as a particular algorithm or implementation, we view it as a structured theory. In other words, an architecture specifies how computation is organized, what knowledge exists inside the agents, and how both are related. We capture these ideas through three complementary layers: the syntactic layer, the knowledge layer, and the constraint layer. The syntactic layer describes the computational structure of the agent, its operational modules, interfaces, and how information flows between them. The knowledge layer describes the internal knowledge of the agent and the operation over them, like for example, creation, transformation, and reuse of the knowledge. And finally, the constraint layer connects these two worlds by specifying the design principles that every implementation of the architecture must specify. This separation allows us to compare architectures independently along each of these dimensions, rather than treating them as a monolithic system. Now, let's look at the mathematical foundation behind these layers. We model both the syntactic and the knowledge layer as free hypergraph categories. Why hypergraph categories? Because they provide a natural language for describing compositional systems, where independent components can be connected, reused, and combined through structured wiring diagrams. In particular, the Frobenius structure naturally captures operations such as copying, merging, creating, and deleting information, which are fundamental in many agent architectures. Although both layers share the same mathematical formalism, they describe different aspects of an architecture. The syntax layer represents the compositional organization of the computational process, while the knowledge layer represents the internal knowledge structures and all the transformation that can act on them. This common foundation will allow us to relate both layers in a principled way through the constraint layer. So far, we have described the syntax and the knowledge layers independently. However, an architecture is not just two isolated structures. The key question is how they interact. This is precisely the role of the constraint layer. It consists of two complementary components. The first one is the relational interface, which we formalize as a profounder. Rather than defining how knowledge is represented, it simply specifies where syntactic components are allowed to interact with knowledge. The second one is the constraint system, an indexed family of mathematical constraints that every realization of the architecture must satisfy. These constraints capture the assumptions that distinguish one architecture from another, such as Bellman consistency in reinforcement learning, causal assumptions in causal agents, or Solomonov priors in universal AI. Together, these two components connect the operational workflow with the knowledge, while remaining independent of any particular implementation. Once these three layers are defined, we can give a precise mathematical definition of an agent architecture. An architecture is simply the triple consisting of its syntax layer, its knowledge layer, and its constraint layer. More importantly, we can also define morphisms between architectures. These morphisms are mappings that translate the layers of an architecture into another, specifying the transformation involved. These definitions lead us naturally to the category of art agents. The figure on the right illustrates what we call a topological space of architectures. Here, each node represents an architecture, and each edge corresponds to architectural morphisms, such as introducing causal reasoning, factorization, or embodiment. For example, reinforcement learning can be enriched with causal reasoning to obtain causal reinforcement learning, and further transformations lead us toward richer architectures such as schema-based learning. We have been talking about architectures at an abstract level. However, architectures are not agents themselves. They specify the structural blueprints from which many different agents can be built. To obtain concrete agents, we interpret an architecture through a semantic function into an implementation category, such as set, stock, or other categories. Each implementation gives rise to a concrete agent, and all implementations compatible with the same architecture naturally form an agent category. Moreover, architecture morphings induce corresponding transformation between these categories of agents. In this way, our framework connects abstract architectural designs with concrete implementations in a mathematically coherent manner. To illustrate the framework, let me briefly compare two well-known architectures, reinforcement learning and universal AI. Reinforcement learning represents the simplest case. It has a relatively flat operational structure, a single knowledge carrier, and a small set of constraints such as Bellman consistency and Markov assumptions. Universal AI, on the other hand, introduces a much richer internal knowledge organization. It includes explicit memory, hypothesis spaces, Bayesian updating, universal prediction, and epistemic constraints. Despite these differences, both architectures are described using exactly the same three-layer framework: a syntax layer, a knowledge layer, and a constraint layer. This shows that the framework is flexible enough to capture both relatively simple and highly expressive agent architectures within a mathematical language. Once architectures are represented in this way, moving from one to another becomes a matter of adding or refining a structure, rather than creating an entirely new formalism. Our third case study is causal reinforcement learning. Our framework describes it as a structural extension of reinforcement learning. The key idea is the introduction of an explicit causal knowledge carrier, separating causal reasoning from policy optimization. This requires extending all three layers of the architecture. The syntactic layer incorporates new components for causal intervention and learning. The knowledge layer introduces an additional representation for the causal world model. And finally, the constraint layer adds the assumptions required to preserve causal semantics while keeping all the constraints already present in reinforcement learning. As a result, instead of introducing a completely new formalism for causal reinforcement learning, the framework shows precisely which new structure must be added to reinforcement learning. Our final case study is schema-based learning, which I present here only as a brief introduction. Within our framework, SBL does not appear as an isolated architecture, but as the result of a sequence of structural transformations applied to causal reinforcement learning. First, knowledge becomes factorized into multiple specialized models instead of remaining centralized. Second, learning is decentralized into multiple cognitive models, each with its own functional role and with access into the memory. Finally, the introduction of a body layer separates raw sensory processing from higher-level cognitive representations. Together, these transformations produce a much richer and more modular architecture, showing that increasingly sophisticated architectures can be understood as successive structural refinements. Let me conclude with the main message of this work. We have proposed a categorical framework for describing and comparing architectures through three complementary layers: syntax, knowledge, and constraints. And using these, different architectures can all be represented and related through structural transformations. Beyond comparing existing architectures, we believe this framework also provides a foundation for studying structural properties of architectures, or for systematically designing new ones. If you are interested in the full formal development of this work, the standard archive version is available through the QR code. And if you have any questions, comments, or would like to discuss possible collaboration, please feel free to contact us. Thank you very much.
All right. And on to our third paper of the session, Quantum Logic Networks by Ben Goertzel.
Yeah, so in case you haven't heard enough of me already, here we go again. And tomorrow morning, first thing, for those who show up for the opening, I'll give a half-hour talk on Hyperon Path to AGI, which is the main thing I'm working on now, aiming to actually create real thinking machines and all that, connected with predictive coding, neural nets, and so forth. Now, this talk is something, I won't say totally different, but a bit different. Given the wonders of our community of referees, the handful of papers I submitted to the conference this year on the actual AGI work I'm doing now all got rated a little lower, and you can see a few posters over there, right? So we have posters on quantile weakness as a wide-ranging approach to Occam's razor-esque heuristics for AGI, on transweave, which is a novel mathematical method for transfer learning from different dynamic programming-ish AI processes, and on fluid dynamics based approaches to neural networks. But all that are posters, and the one paper I submitted that our referees thought was good enough for an oral presentation, probably because they couldn't understand it, was on quantum logic networks. And this is something I think is kind of where AGI was when I started my career, in the sense that it's obviously important. It's obviously going to happen. It's not quite feasible to do given the hardware technology that we have available right now, but you can work out the math, you can sketch out algorithms, you can sort of figure out how you will build it when the hardware is there. And that's how I was thinking about AGI for a long time. Now, I think, in my personal view, for human level AGI on commodity GPU, CPU hardware, even though the von Neumann architecture isn't really right for AGI, it's come along very well. I think it's good enough. I think we can put our AGI algorithms on the hardware, and things will get even better when we get next generation of hardware. For quantum computing, we do now have quantum computers that you can use and really do things. And like, I've been playing with different quantum algorithms online on like the Dirac 3 optical quantum computer through their API. So it's amazing we can do real quantum computing now, just sitting on your laptop, connecting by the API to some room temperature quantum machine. On the other hand, you can't do on any current quantum computer a non-trivial version of what I'm going to go through in the next 5 minutes or so. You would need more logical qubits than are available on any existing quantum computer, but the math doesn't care, right? And I do think even if you don't need quantum computers to get to human level AGI, the human level AGI will rapidly set about advancing the field of quantum computing so it can port itself onto those quantum computers and massively upgrade its intelligence, right? So what I'm gonna race through here now, and I'd encourage you to look at the paper that was submitted, which goes through it a little more leisurely. I'm gonna race through the notion of porting PLN, the probabilistic logic network framework that's part of the Hyperon AGI platform and part of the Omega Claw agent and so forth. How would you do PLN in a way that fundamentally leveraged quantum computing? And that's the step from PLN to QLN. I haven't figured out what RLN will be, but we're advancing, right? So PLN, it's an uncertain logic engine that developed the first version of in 2001 or something. But the basic idea with PLN is you can take probability distributions or approximations thereof associated with premises, observations, statements, and you can propagate them through mathematical proofs. And you can do it with first order logic, higher order logic, paraconsistent logic, blah, blah, blah. But you're tagging your axioms with probability distributions, and you crunch the distributions through the proofs, and you get distributions at the end. Now, the problem you meet is your distributions get more and more entropy as you go through, because you're accumulating more uncertainty as you do the proof steps, right? And porting this to quantum mechanics, I mean, you get deep into some details, but the basic math apparatus is not so hard. You have the notion of a qubit, which can live in a superposed state between off and on, not just either either off or on. And we'll have a Hilbert space, which in what I'm considering here will be a finite dimensional complex vector space of possible states, right? And then we're acting on these density matrices rather than on individual truth value numbers. And when you reduce the quantum density matrix to one dimension, QLM will reduce to PLN. Now, the formalism doesn't say what size the density matrix has to be. If it's small, you can just simulate the quantum mechanics on classical machines anyway. When the density matrix gets into the thousands of dimensions, simulation blows up, and you actually need a quantum computer. And I'll talk a bit at the end about when using a quantum computer might actually have some practical value. The elements of PLN that I treat in the paper are inference rules that originally came from Pei Wang's NARS system, which is a non-probabilistic reasoning approach, and we gave them a probabilistic analog within PLN. So you do deduction, which is basically transitive reasoning. A implies B, B implies C, therefore A implies C. Induction, abduction, and revision. And we have simple mathematical forms for these rules in PLM, which I don't have time to go over now. But what I did in this paper was take the PLN truth value formulas for each of these rules and then figure out like what's the most natural analog in the quantum domain where you've replaced the PLN truth values with quantum density matrices, right? So instead of a PLN simple truth value, which is in essence a probability and then a weight or a count value telling you how much evidence that probability value is based on, you have a density matrix and then a count value. And the dimension of the density matrix sort of depends on how big is the context in which your inference is being done. You could do it very small. Like I said, it's when the dimension gets into the thousands that classical simulation doesn't work well, and you have more of a reason to really be doing things in the quantum domain. And this slide summarizes a bunch of math, which is given in the paper, and I cannot read it from over here. Yeah. So basically, what I did is go through each of these four inference rules and figure out which quantum math corresponds to the PLN inference rule. So deduction in PLN is a sort of probability chain rule. In quantum mechanics, that corresponds to a certain trace formula. And if you've done quantum mechanics, that will look obvious. Otherwise, it will look like voodoo, right? And in abduction and induction are sort of Bayes rule type things. Well, there's something called the Petz recovery map that sort of tells you the best operator to use as the inverse of a given operator. And there's a bunch of known math about that just tells you how to reverse a quantum operator, and you can put that in place of Bayes rule. And you can, for say revision, instead of just a weighted average of numbers, you're doing a convex combination of these matrices and then taking the trace, right? So it's gone over in the paper, and this sort of presentation doesn't have enough time to go through the math. But the basic methodology was you can take each of these real number formulas and you find an analog in the algebra of quantum operators that has the same symmetries and the same mathematical properties as the PLN rule. And so this blown up a bit, this is the deduction rule. And you can see, like, if you look at the chain rule used for deduction in the upper left corner, which is a very simple probability rule formula for like A implies B, B implies C, therefore A implies C. So if you know any probability theory, you can see why that rule should be the thing. If you look at that rule and you then look here, like it's pretty much the same thing. You have a tensor product in there to make sure everything has the right dimension. You have the trace of the operator, which is the way to get rid of the middle term B, and A implies B, B implies C, A implies C. It's sort of the same form as the PLN rule, but you're just putting the quantum operator algebra in there, and you can then prove a bunch of nice properties about this. Like you can prove the correct quantum rules don't add any new evidence. Like you can't hallucinate if you do the rules exactly. The inferential processing can lose information. It doesn't create information. The entropy can only increase as you step through. So you can prove that it has simple properties. You can also come up with mathematical bounds on how much the result of the inference will vary when you reorder the premises. Like a quantum theory, not everything commutes, and the order of premises can mess up the conclusion or enhance the conclusion. You can bound how much that will happen in terms of the density matrices involved. Now, an interesting question here is when you actually need to use quantum inference, like when is it of any value, right? And unsurprisingly, the case where it's of value is where there's a complex pattern of quantum coherence among your premises, and there's no way to sort of do a change of basis to get rid of it and make everything look diagonal, right? So if you have quantum interference between a whole bunch of different premises in your knowledge base, I mean, then doing this sort of thing with a sizable density matrix is going to give you different answers than you get from PLN. And I mean, how important that is in everyday reasoning is an unknown. I have an argument that it may be. Of course, if you're reasoning about how to build a molecular nanoassembler, it's probably very, very useful because then you're actually reasoning about, molecules that are operating in the quantum domain, and doing logical reasoning using regular probabilistic inference is going to mislead you. And it sort of cashes out, at least at the math level, a thought I had for a long time. Like for everyday Newtonian stuff, we have a sort of naive physics of basketballs and baseballs and walking around, and we don't have to derive everything about the everyday world from Newton's laws, right? I mean, you can, but it's not what we do every day. In the quantum domain, we derive everything from the math because our intuition is bad, right? Now, on the other hand, an AGI could be given sensors at the quantum level and could then make a sort of folk or naive physics of the quantum world, complementing the standard mathematical physics. I would say QLN could be a route to that, right? Like if you have quantum data coming into an AGI system, this is like a heuristic, imprecise, AGI-ish way of informally reasoning about the quantum world, which should be a quite interesting thing, right? And it would suggest a sense in which the AGI may understand quantum mechanics at a gut level that we don't. Now, at risk of wasting even more time on something that we can't build this year, I want to take one more minute to mention an allied observation I made that is not in the paper for this conference, but I wrote up more recently. I constructed an interesting argument that if you have a small system, in a certain sense, which is observing a large system, even if they're both systems you would normally describe using classical physics, then that small system should model the larger system using the quantum algebra of observables. And the basic reasoning is that quantum logic is what you use to reason about something you cannot in principle know. And a system with algorithmic information 10 cannot in principle know a lot of things about the states of a system with algorithmic information 10,000. So if this is the case, it would suggest that your deliberative mind should model your unconscious mind using quantum logic, which is an amusing thought that I haven't fully digested. But it could be that something like QLN is actually then useful within the classical domain for a small subsystem of an AGI system to reason about a larger one. And if that seems to hold up as math, and I've written it down, and Fable and GPT-5.6 Pro didn't find the mistakes in my arguments yet, right? If that makes sense, it could imply that doing something like this with smaller dimensional density matrices, like 10 or something, could actually be of relevance in current digital AI systems. Because if the density matrices aren't such high dimensional, you can simulate it all classically, right? So anyway, that's a few thoughts on quantum logic networks. I apologize for skipping all the interesting details, but there just wasn't time, but they're in the paper. Thank you all. And be sure to show up early tomorrow morning. You can hear about Hyperon, which we're actually now building.
Thank you very much, Ben. Again, we're getting the proceedings out so everybody can. This is the preview of coming attractions, so just think of it that way. Our fourth and final paper here in this paper session is by Bowen Zhu, Boyang Zhu, and Pei Wang, Vision by Logic, a naive visual recognition model with non-axiomatic logic, and it will be a virtual presentation. So please welcome Bowen with me.
Okay, so I'm happy to share our work, Vision by Logic. So there are basically two issues here. The first one is, can logic be applied to modeling vision? If so, how? And another question is, why do we need to use logic now that deep learning has gained huge success in computer vision? I will not discuss the second question because that deserves another paper. But for the first question, I will show you our newest study on how to use logic to model the vision process, and we build a very simple visual system using that non-axiomatic logic. So traditionally, in classic logic, like first-order predicate logic, it's a symbolic and rigid kind of approach. So everything here is a symbol, and you have some axioms or a knowledge base. You know what is true and what is false. But in visual procedure, it's usually called subsymbolic, and it's full of ambiguity, uncertainty, flexibility, and so on. So every belief in vision is non-binary, so it's a matter of degree. Usually in computer vision, so people use the statistical approaches or probabilistic graph models and so on. And so over the decades, people found that deep learning performs well on computer vision. And usually, when logic is applied to vision, people use neurosymbolic approaches. Like one approach is that they can extract features using a neural network, and then you convert a vector into a symbol, and then you can reason on using a symbolic system. So we can call this paradigm perception before reasoning. But if one considers non-axiomatic logic, it's a different paradigm. We call it a perception as reasoning. So because in NAIL, there's no absolute truth, and every belief and desires are learned, and truth value is represented as frequency and confidence. It can represent uncertainty. So those properties exactly matches what our need in vision. And so there are some previous attempts, they tried to use non-axiomatic to build a visual system, but I think the previous attempts, there are some flaws. So there's no effective approach to vision based on NAIL before. So in this work, we adopt this kind of knowledge representation. This representation was proposed in our last year's AGI conference paper. The core idea is that the presence or absence of any part should be non-decisive because there are many noise in the visual process. So this property, the non-decisive property, can make sure that the system is robust to noise. And so in the previous paper, we represent the part-whole relation using inheritance relation in NAIL. For example, a bicycle has a wheel, or a wheel is a part of a bicycle. Then you can use the inheritance statement in non-axiomatic logic. And this kind of representation also applies to low-level or sub-symbolic concepts. Like you have a certain feature, we call it feature 1. It contains a certain pixel with a certain color, like a color white. Then you can represent it as a feature 1 and arrow and white. And using this kind of part-whole relation, we can represent an object as a combination of them with this form. And we can call this, in this form, P can be called an object prototype. And we can use the existing inference rules in non-axiomatic logic, like we can use abduction for recognition. For example, a prototype has a certain component, and we observe something, it's an instance. It also has that component. Then through the abduction rule, we derive that instance is a kind of that prototype. So this is basically what we can call a recognition. And for learning, we can use the induction rule. For example, if we observe that an instance has a certain component and we assign that instance to a certain prototype, then we can say that that prototype has that component using the induction rule. And we can use revision rule to accumulate evidence. Like, we have several parts in an object, and then through the abduction rule, for each part, we derive that a certain instance belongs to that prototype. And each part can generate a certain statement. Then we can combine all the conclusions and use the revision rule to accumulate the evidence. And this knowledge representation and inference rules are proposed in the previous paper published last year. So in this year's work, the core challenge is how to learn new concepts of object in a visual system. To build a complete AGI system, visual system, there are many factors, like the system should be subjective, active, and unified, and there should be a sensory motor loop and active perception, and the system should work in real time. But in this initial study, we just designed a simplified visual system using NAIL. The purpose is just to verify the feasibility of modeling vision using non-axiomatic logic. So we made many pragmatic simplifications, like we assume a constant number of prototype concepts, and the system just do passive observation without an active, sensory motor loop. And the goal of the system is just to constructing part-whole relations using a convolutional-like structure. So this is the overall pipeline. The image is encoded into concepts, and then through abduction and revision, the system can do a prototype matching. And then some prototypes are recognized, and then using with that recognized prototype concepts, we can just refine them a little bit using the induction and revision rule. And then so to the next image, then do this procedure again. So for the first step, concept encoding, we can just split color into several levels. Like you can split, use the grayscale approach. Like you can have a black color concept, white color concept, and some levels between them. And also for any color, we can separate them into 3 channels, red, green, blue, and then for each channel, we can use the same method to encode them into concept, and then use the combination of the 3 channels. And in this paper, we just adopt the simplest one, like we just use a black and white concepts. And after encode an image into concepts, the next is to do reasoning and to recognize and to learn new prototypes. So we design a we call it convolutional concept network. So for each layer, there are some lower layer stimulus, and it's represented using a narcisse, which is the a statement in a non-axiomatic logic. For example, in this figure, so there's a certain anonymous concept which belongs to a certain prototype, and then this instance also occurs in a certain patch in a certain position, and then we can construct a new anonymous concept with that patch, and then that patch has a certain component according to the lower layer stimulus, and using the abduction rule, we can do a step of match, and for each layer there are many prototypes. For example, there are n prototypes. Each prototype is analogous to a certain convolutional kernel in deep learning, and this matching process can repeat in the next layer, and after a certain prototype is recognized, then the induction rule is applied according to using the actual input, and the corresponding prototype is then revised using the induction rule. So this is the overall idea. Due to the limited time, I cannot provide too much details. So here's the experimental results.
Bowen, I apologize, but we're running. Your session's running a little bit.
Okay, just two slides. Yeah. Okay, I'll be quick. So for the first layer, there are several prototypes learned in this layer. You can see the red color corresponds to white, and blue color red color corresponds to black, and the blue color corresponds to white. And in the first layer, there are some prototypes learned here corresponding to some edges. And in layer 2, we just reconstructing the representations just to visualize them. And you can see some fragments are learned. And then we finally use a linear classifier and found that in the MNIST digits, it gets a 95 accuracy. But here the accuracy is not important. We just need to check whether the prototypes are learned. And yeah, the major conclusion. So vision can be effectively modeled by non-axiomatic logic. And there are also some future work, like we can improve the model and the experiments and build a complete AGI perception model. So thanks for listening. And here's the, the paper link and the source code. If you are interested, you can know more details through these links. Thanks.
Thank you, Bowen. And I apologize that you can't hear the applause that you just got. So that wraps our papers for this session. Now I'd like to call up our 2 live presenters, and Bowen, if you can stay on to answer any questions that we have. So Ben, Bowen, and Arthur. Now Ben's here and Arthur's disappeared. Questions from the room?
All right, so this question is primarily for Ben. Ben, in your talk on quantum logic networks, you made the point that the von Neumann architecture is probably not the right architecture for AGI. That's a statement I think I agree with. Quantum computers, on the other hand, look interesting, but quantum computers, while they exist, they're not exactly what you would call ubiquitous or readily available, especially not if you need a large number of qubits. Given those 2 things, I'm wondering, do you see any useful role for analog computers?
In principle, but I think in practice, my best guess is we can get to human level AGI the boring old-fashioned way with networks of multi-GPU, multi-CPU machines. I think if we use an architecture like Hyperon or a predictive coding neural net, you don't need a hyperscaler server farm. You can use a mix of smaller server farms and then a larger sort of periphery of random machines in a network. I mean, you're fighting against the infrastructure not being MIMD parallel and not being what you want in a bunch of other ways, right? But that, I mean, that doesn't mean you can't do it, right? So I mean, obviously, given some simulation cost, one compute architecture can simulate another one, which can simulate another one, and you're just eating some inefficiency, right? And quantum computers, obviously, that's a huge field of possible architectures, right? It's cool. Like I said, we have some we can play with now. You'd probably need 5,000 or 10,000 logical qubits, not 100, to be able to implement bits of an AGI architecture on your QPU along with your GPU. It seems like if things go fast but not super intelligence level fast, we're, I don't know what, 7 to 15 years from having quantum computers like that. On the other hand, I founded SingularityNET 8 years ago, right? So that doesn't, and I've been working on AGI for many decades, so that's not that insanely far off when you think about it, which gives some level of realism to this sort of math. Analog computing, I mean, for sure, if we had a scalable, affordable, general-ish purpose analog computer, it would be very interesting. You can run neural nets. I mean, even PLN is symbolic logic, but all the truth value formulas are floating point computations, right? I mean, you could even do various sorts of symbolic AI leveraging analog computers. But I mean, that's, you know, in in the 90s, I was working with a connection machine with 64,000, 128,000 MEMD parallel processors. It was very cool, but I wish the hardware world had gone that way. Neuromorphic chips. I mean, we've been talking about this with predictive coding. PC would be very natural for various kinds of neuromorphic chips. But then what kind? Are they going to put spiking neurons? Will they put chaotic Izhikevich neurons on the neuromorphic chip? I mean, in any case, they're not available at a reasonable price and scale at this moment. And I think we could make PC run like 20 or 30 times faster just by making different GPU libraries right now. So I sort of think we can think on both those time scales. Like we can optimize the use of the current suboptimal compute infrastructure. We can also figure out how to make optimal algorithms for the computers we'll have in 5 or 10 years. And if we get to AGI, maybe that will bring about 10,000 logical qubit machines like a year after the human level AGI emerges. And whether classical analog computers will have a role then is interesting to think about. And you have things like the D-Wave, which is marketed as an adiabatic quantum computer, but it's not clear how much of what D-Wave does is basically analog computing using thermodynamics versus to what extent it's leveraging quantum effects. I think it's clear there are quantum effects there, but how much of their compute speed is due to the quantum versus merely cool analog stuff, I don't think we even know, right? So the boundary isn't even that strict. But yeah, there's a lot more to say about that, but it's more than enough. All right, we've baffled everyone in this submission. No, okay.
Hello, my name is Gerald, and I'm here with my daughter Lavi. And Lavi committed. She's 10 years old, and she said she wants to build up her AI company with 10 years old. So my question to both of you is, what would be the first steps for her to encounter? What would be good resources for her to start?
To start an AI company?
Yep.
Maybe I'll let Haley.
Well, it's interesting. We have a number of emerging young researchers, and in fact, our next two presentations are rising researchers. We have a 15-year-old who presented a paper, has a poster or two in the back. We have an 11-year-old and now a 10-year-old competing in this space. So yeah, building an AI company is a very worthy and approachable endeavor. LLMs are making it more accessible than ever. There's a lot of cool technology going on. And to build the company, you know, in Silicon Valley, you need an idea and a good pitch and get out there in front of investors. I think that I've been inspired today by Michael Levin's presentation, where I think that one of the things he did very well was not be constrained by assumptions, which I think our young researchers, our 10-year-olds are going to be better at. You know, what looks possible and doesn't look possible, and imagining the unimaginable, building the unbuildable. And I think that there's a leg up there versus us who have ideas.
Add on to that. So I think there's a lot of ways to make a product or a lot of ways to make a company, but one interesting approach to take is figure out something that you would like to have, that you would like to use, that you would like to see out there because you want to play with it or you want to use it to get something done. And then, you know, in the current era, sometimes you can actually build that, and often AI will play some role in helping you build that thing, right? Like, so what's led me to experiment with these Omega hives I've been talking about is I wanted to automate some of the research I was doing. So I'm like, how can I piece together something I can use as an automated research assistant? And I've, you know, as a music keyboardist, I have loads of ideas for how to tweak the keyboard interface so it can be more expressive. If I once we create the AGI and I have nothing better to do, I'll start building some of those, right? So, I mean, whether it's a game you would like to play, like something you'd like to have to help with schoolwork, something to chat with people differently, something much more amazing and novel that I'm not thinking of. Like if it's something you would like to use and play with, or people you know would, you know, maybe now with vibe coding, you can actually build it. And awful lot of software products have interesting roles for AI when you start to think about it. And you can feel free to brainstorm, you know, 25 possible ideas, sort of chat about them with your friends and family, and see which one seems like might be something you could actually do given the technology that's available. And then the other key point is, don't be afraid of failure, right? And that's, having lived all around the world, that's one of the things I've come to appreciate about American culture. Like we allow each other to screw up and then just get up and keep doing something else again. And that's not so true everywhere else. Like brainstorm a bunch of ideas, pick some you can try out, try to make something, play with it. If you like it, go with it. Maybe you do make a company around it. If you don't like it, chalk it up to experience and pop the next idea off the queue, right? So that off the cuff is my thought about it.
Great question, thank you. All right, wonderful. Thank you very much, everybody. Oh, and join the AGI Society, of course. This joinagisociety.org link right here. All right, mathematics is the skeleton of mind. Our paper session wrapped. Thank you very much for that, all of our presenters. Thank you very much, Bowen. And we're going to keep moving right along. The next session is one of my favorite things about the conference. We've done this a couple years now. We save some time to invite researchers that are early in their careers because, again, just like this, ideas coming out of the next generation of AGI researchers are not incremental, and they're so important, and encouraging that, growing that, and hearing from these voices is so critical. So first, I'd love to introduce a dear friend. Faezeh Habibi is an AI researcher at SingularityNET, coming out of the Computing Lab. Maybe I'll switch here just in case. Her work sits at the intersection of predictive coding and generalization, what we're all here, the hard problem we're looking to solve. So what does it mean for a system to extract principles from experience that hold true in futures it has never seen? She's going to make the case that this is the actual path to AGI. So joining us virtually, Faezeh, welcome. Welcome.
Hello. When intelligence generalizes, we are going back to the Greek ancient legends. Anyone here watched Odyssey movie by Christopher Nolan? Please raise your hand. Good, good. 10 years of war, and now it's over. And on the beach at Troy, there are ships. And on those ships, there are men. The men who all want one thing, just one thing. And it's home. It's their home, Ithaca. And the man leading them is Odysseus, the king of Ithaca. Odysseus was the bravest man in all ancient legends of Greek. Odysseus was so brave that he had done something no living man does. Odysseus has gone down into the land of dead. He has stood in the dark and spoken with the gods. The gods gave him the map to home. But there was one warning. There is an island ahead, Tyrrhenia. It's the name of the island. On that island grazed the cattle that belongs to Helios, the god of the sun. Sail past them, and you will finally find your way home, or touch them, and you will lose your man, your sheep, and you will never, ever again see home, God said. The lesson we learned from Greeks is that gods don't lie. And they sail. And in one evening, sea-beaten and starving, it's a beautiful land on the horizon, Tyrrhenia. It is evening and they are so tired. So they land there, and Odysseus told them the god's warning. And Odysseus falls asleep. Up on the hill, there were cattle, fat, slow, and shining cattle. The home was over the horizon, sounding like a dream, but the stakes were right there up the hill. Much closer, much believable. The temptation was too strong to resist that they killed the cattle for meat, sacrificing their future prosperity. Odysseus wakes up and he smells the smoke. And he was so desperate, so hopeless about getting home. He was as hungry as any of them, but he trusted the truth. He had faith in what he had seen. He had faith in what he had heard from gods. And the moment they sail off, Zeus shattered the ship with a thunderbolt, and every man went into the water. Every man died, exactly as Odysseus has warned them. Everything they had done, everything they had survived, was for just one thing. And they were so close. And they were so close, but they never arrived. Only one man arrived home, who alone survived, and it was Odysseus. But he arrived late. He arrived alone on a stranger's ship. Today, we are all on the same ship, sailing on the same island. For one thing, there is one thing that we all want, a goal that we have bet our career on. And we all hope one day our ship takes us to AGI. It is a very big goal, and we are so close, but we must be very careful about the warnings. Welcome, everyone. I am Faezeh Habibi, and I am AGI researcher at the SingularityNET. I am coming from academic lab, from the NAC lab, where my research has been entirely focused on one thing, on the predictive coding learning algorithm. As a researcher, my job is to be bold, to go to the land of unknowns, and to explore every possible path that can take us to our AGI. To show you, to show the people in the ship with me, the path that promises us home. And today, I stand here holding a warning. I hold the warning that science has shown to me. And we all know that the science never lies. To warn you, the path today that we think it is taking us to AGI cannot carry us home. There are days when I feel I'm Odysseus. Not that I'm so brave or smart. I feel I'm Odysseus living in a world that everyone here is thinking about the stakes. And today, I'm going to tell you why eating those steaks would cost us our wished home, the AGI. I'm going to tell you where we are coming from the beginning of the AI. And I'm going to tell you that the glory is past. The path that we are currently at is flawed. But the Etika is still here. There is a shining path that we can take to get us there. Now let's begin. Let's begin with the past. Every fantastic thing we have seen today are machine learning. They are machines that learn data distribution. But they are all essentially black boxes. But the question is, can these black boxes take us to AGI? Under the black boxes, there are systems, there are neural networks that somehow find this complex mapping that matches their input to their output. Now, I want to ask you one thing, that as you listen, I want you to ask yourself one thing throughout my talk. If these networks work the way we believe they can, I think the answer is more concrete and more exciting than you might even expect. So there are three scenarios. There are three main scenarios that machine can learn. So what they are learning, depending on these three scenarios, they encode different information. The first one is learning is different machines, multiple models, learning multiple distributions in parallel. The second one is one single machine that learned from a sequence of distribution. And the third one, a large model learning on multiple distributions, shuffled together, pretending that it's only one single but complex task. But what matters here is what they learn from these data. The first scenario, they train in parallel. Each model fits on a single distribution, narrow and specialized on a single distribution. The second model, a single model trained on a sequence of distributions, and it overrides prior knowledge for the favor of the current task. And the last one, a giant model learning complex distribution that shuffles all the information together. Also narrow, but this time specialized on a broader domain. And at the time that the training stops, this second model, the sequential model, catastrophically forgot the data it has seen. and only remember the last distribution. So it cannot be reliable, performing well on all the data. So it cannot be our solution. Now, let's explore the two others. Can they bring us the AGI? Let's see. Let's take as many models as possible and train them on as many tasks as exist in this world. So they become specialized, but narrow in only one task. So we have multiple models. Now the question becomes, how do we bind their speciality? How do we connect all of these narrow domain AIs to make the AGI? Let's keep this aside so we can also see the other approach and we can compare them together. The other ones seem to be working without having the binding problem. A single giant model that learns all the information together. So let's say we take the whole data in this planet, in the internet, and we shuffle them all together. And we hope that it can take us to AGI. So we make the model. We start with the small and we make the model large enough so it can fit all the information within it. And we give it infinite computational power, infinite data, infinitely large model, and infinite computational power. So what happens after? Let's say they became AGI. So here we have AGI. Let's organize our mind. So we have two models here. We have a model that collects many specialized AI, and we somehow could figure out how to wire them together. And the second one is an infinitely large model that's supposed to be our AGI. In the world that they have learned from, comes a new information that they have to handle somehow. One of the biggest problems in AI today is they cannot transfer their knowledge into new environment. Essentially, they lack generalization in out of distribution. This seems that they remain narrow, only confidently specialized in their training domain, and unreliable otherwise. They have to learn data somehow to have all the knowledge human needs. Let's begin with the first model. There are two scenarios for the first model. Either it overrides one of its module, its prior knowledge, which means it forgets the previous understanding of the world. Or it must add a new module and keep the rest untouched. And it comes the problem with binding the information, with somehow connecting all of these existing modules with the new one. So it cannot be our solution, the solution that we are looking for. It cannot be adaptable easily. Let's see the second approach. Our next hope is the biggest model. But the problem is Same as the first model, it also encountered some kind of forgetting. It may not be as strong as the previous one, but still it finds a very strong bias to the new information. And it cannot be our solution neither. Forgetting is very expensive. It translates to a never-ending investment. And AGI is off the table, or at least with the current methods that we know for AI today. The problems are none of the current systems are reliable or sustainable or either a good business investment. They are not reliable because they cannot handle new environment. They are not sustainable because you have to keep investing on their retraining. For those of you in the room who are investors, I'm going to tell you the cost of retraining and retraining the large models is very huge, and it never ends when the world changes. And our world is always changing. The current practice we see in big tech companies is to start from scratch. To start from scratch with retraining. They shuffle the new with the old and retrain the whole network again. And it's not a sustainable business model or an investment. So far, I showed you that machine learning is not going to take us to AGI, or at least the current approaches with machine learning. And that was step one. Step two is how machine learns and what makes their intelligence to always remain narrow. So current machine learnings, when they want to learn the data, they have one deterministic forward mapping from input to the output. They couple all the parameters under a global single objective that entangles knowledge across the entire parameter space rather than creating separatable and reusable units. This creates problem. This creates two critical failures. The first one is that it overrides prior. New learning overrides old configuration, making continual learning structurally impossible. And the second one, it requires retraining forever. Every novel feature combination requires retraining from scratch. And that's very expensive. But we ask a different question. We ask, what if more computational power is not all we need? Machine learn big data narrowly, but children and humans learn little data widely. Humans learn from few examples and generalize across different tasks, situations, and environments. We need something that doesn't override. We need a system that retains what it learned. A system that transfers its knowledge to unseen environment and adapts in real time. The capability that AI today is missing to get to AGI. Our results show that predictive coding is what we are looking for. Predictive coding is a computational model of the brain. It's a theory on how might brains work. Predictive coding, when it comes to learning a data, it separates inference from learning. It predicts its internal representation locally, and it corrects the mismatch error locally. It recombines its internal structure of known pieces to explain the stimuli before learning or overwriting anything. Predictive coding is a promising path. A novel input is an unseen combination or unseen configuration, and one deterministic forward mapping can never give us the chance to recombine the internal knowledge. Now, I want to show you why predictive coding is uniquely so powerful. I'm going to show you some beautiful results that I'm so excited about. I told you that the hope is to have a machine that learns from small data widely, similar to children. In our research, we take 20 images of natural scene. Only 20 images, nothing more. And we train a 3-layer predictive coding network on those samples. The task here is learning the representation of the data. After training is completed, we show samples from unseen distributions. MNIST, Japanese characters, 3-dimensional shapes, or zero-shot benchmarks. Using what it knows, the predictive coding network built a version of the data for itself to present the data representation. And it can adapt quickly when data changes. So let's see one of the examples. One of the representation it learned for 3-dimensional shapes. Taking these representation, we can train a network on reconstruction task, and we can do the downstream task for reconstruction. These representation can be used to classify, and it reaches 95% accuracy on the classification of NORB dataset. It detects novelty and clusters distributions. And there are many other tasks it can do. So what matters here is that the predictive coding was able to build the representation of the data, so they are semantic and they are useful to generalize for any downstream task. In conclusion, I want to highlight for you the efficiency of our framework that we are building on top of the PC, or predictive coding. Our framework operates in a fully zero-shot, meaning it requires no retraining, no fine-tuning, and no additional cost when it encounters new domain. So it can get adapted to out-of-distribution samples. This model promises to produce more reliable output. It dramatically reduces the need for data, so it is very much data efficient. And it's sample efficient, meaning that it doesn't require huge internet-sized data sets. It learned only from 20 images. And it reduces the computational cost, and it is sustainable. Therefore, it is a very, very good bet. It's a very good investment. At the beginning of this talk, I told you about Odysseus, and his men journey. And a warning they ignored that cost them home, Ithaca. And I shared that predictive coding is providing to be a part of the desired future. And this is exactly what we were looking for. And getting there, getting in the future of AGI, it requires us to take bold moves. It takes us courage, the courage to walk in the direction while everyone else seems to be moving somewhere else. AI today is the cattle on the hill. It feeds us today. It smells incredible, but it will never get us to Ithaca. There is part of the story that I never liked. I never liked the part of the story that Odysseus gets home alone. Odysseus had the secret of the gods, and he was so right. But he arrived with no man standing next to him. I don't want that ending. I want you to remind you that the Ithaca is still here. At the SingularityNET, we have a ship and we are sailing towards the AGI. We firmly believe that PC, predictive coding learning algorithm, being the answer we were looking for. There is a road forward. We are putting our efforts and our resources to build the road. We are spending our efforts to scale PC, to scale the right thing. We are building frameworks, NGC Learn and Fabric PC, for this road. We are trying to solve neurosymbolic processing through PC circuitry. And we want to solve AGI with solving continual learning. The decision is yours. Do you want a steak now or you want home? That is your decision to make. But before it's too late, join us to be a part of that ship now, or you will reach there alone, late or on a stranger's boat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faezeh. Absolutely wonderful. I wish you could have heard the applause here, but we very much appreciate you being able to present virtually at the very least. Your descriptions, your story, your narrative are moving us on this journey that we're all on together. So from generalization to the substrate of intelligence itself, let me welcome our second rising presenter. Will Gebhard is a fifth-year PhD student at the Rochester Institute of Technology as a part of the Neural Adaptive Computing Laboratory. His work has focused on biologically plausible credit assessment methodology in spiking neural networks. And his current work focuses on expanding this to self-supervised representation learning. So this is about pushing that frontier. So Will Gebhard with spiking representation learning.
Thank you.
This is a little bit better, maybe.
Okay.
This is pointed back there, and that's the forward button.
Perfect. Let's see if I can not mess this up too badly. Just badly enough. Yeah, that's the trick. All right. There we go. So unfortunately, I don't have a movie to preface my talk with. You're just stuck with a gray background and, you know, me. So I'm here today to talk to you guys about spiking representation learning and some of the open questions that come with it, and perhaps a potentially novel approach to how we want to actually tackle these sorts of problems. But before I can truly talk about spiking neural networks, representation learning, or any of that, we first really have to focus on, well, encodings. So for us, an encoding is the representation of our data once it has gone through some transformation where we are trying to reduce the amount of resources required to actually store the information while maintaining the ability to extract the information from the image, in this case, back out of it. So here, I'm going to be representing all of our encodings and representations as colors. This is mostly so that way the people in the back don't have to read some tiny number. You just have to see a slightly washed out color palette. So here we have two different images here. Well, we have two different patches of an image. I'm going to important to stress here that in the work that we do, we work in patch hole hierarchy models. So generally speaking, what this works out to is exactly like in biology with a human, you don't see the entire world in front of you at a time. If you hold your thumb out in front of you and focus on your fingernail, that is roughly the amount of space that your brain ever actually looks at as your eyes sweep around a room. And so importantly with that, that means that we only ever need to actually produce representations on things roughly that size. You don't have to produce a representation for your entire worldview space that you can possibly see. You only need to do it for the little part that you focus on at a time. So in this case, we have a cat. And in the top image, we are looking at the face of the cat, and we produce this lovely color embedding from it. Now, in the bottom, we're looking at a different part of this cat, its foot. Now, as I'm sure we're all aware, feet are very different from heads in most animals. And so therefore, it's going to produce a different embedding space. And so the important thing is that we would be able to go backwards out of these embedding spaces. But when you try and just take these and fit them directly into a model, you can run into a couple of challenges. Specifically, you run into sample-to-sample collapse, which is it doesn't matter what I am looking at, I will always produce the same embedding. Which isn't technically wrong. If we determine that we can fit all of our information into 10 colors, that's great. It's even better. I can fit it into a singular color, and it's just 0. And so what this basically as a collapse problem is, it's not useful though, right? If you ask me to give you an embedding, and I always just give you the same embedding back, I have succeeded in my task of giving you an embedding, but I have failed to give you an embedding that is useful in the context of doing anything with it. And so this is one of the challenges that you'll run into if you ever try and naively implement representation learning or just creation of embeddings in general. The other problem you can run into is informational collapse, which is, okay, I've successfully given you different embeddings for whatever you're looking at, but it's just all about the same number. And that causes other problems, because now even if I have 100 features in my embedding space, I really only have effectively one feature in my embedding space, right? In this case, it's orange. It's a truly useful feature. And so the thing about just having a singular value in your embedding space is that dramatically reduces the amount of information that you can store in that embedding space, right? If I'm dealing with integers, and let's just say 8 bits, so we go to 256, instead of having 256 to the 10 possible values, here I have 256 total possible values. And so we really want to also combat this informational collapse on a singular embedding scale. Now, luckily, if we look at deep learning, people have actually, solved this. Representational learning is nothing new. I'm sure we've all been doing it. In fact, we just heard about predictive coding that produces embeddings and produces representations. I'm going to look at a mechanism that's a little different than predictive coding. We're going to look at a modern solution of self-supervised learning known as VIC-reg, or variance, invariance, covariance regularization. Comes from a paper published by Adrian Bards, Jean Ponce, and Jan LeCun back in 2021. Since 2021, they have published a couple of more papers on this. I'm sorry, the whole stage is shaking. And so, like, they've published more work on this, but this all works back to the same general principle, which is you can fight both forms of collapse if you have a variance term, an invariance term, and a covariance term in your loss function that you're trying to minimize. And we'll talk through what each one of these terms actually does. So, what is our variance term? So, for here, let's just say that Z1, Z2, Z3, Z4, and Z5, these columns that we have here, are representations pulled from different patches in the same image. Now, this variance term says that for any individual element, so say the nth element of a representation, we want to maintain that the standard deviation across this batch of patches that we've pulled out of the image stays above some threshold. There's a phone call behind me. And so what this allows us to do, if we maintain above this threshold, that means that on a sample-to-sample value, we are fighting that the representational collapse up from sample to sample, because we won't have to worry about the first element being the same across all of our possible embeddings, and therefore being a useless dimension. And so this is great. It does help, but you still run into a problem. This doesn't fix the internally in a sample, the value-to-value collapse, because one of my embeddings could all be 1, the next one could all be 2, the next one could all be 3, and they would have a very large standard deviation, and it would be great, but we still would run into this continuous problem of sample-to-sample collapse. So, okay, sorry, I apologize. These are out of order from what I thought they were. We're going to talk about invariance first. So there's one other part about this that I elected not to mention at the beginning, which is we embed things in our brain the same way. Like when our brain thinks about something, we don't care how we're looking at it, right? If I tilt my head to the side, now everybody's face is rotated a little bit. But I don't care, I still know it's your face. And I don't have a different representation in my brain for a triangle rotated at every degree. I don't have any of these problems. And so when you're doing representation learning, a large part of it comes from introducing transformations to your input. So if you have our input image here that's a cat, maybe I grayscale the cat, maybe I rotate the cat, maybe I blur the cat a little bit. And the point is that all of these might be slightly different and might produce slightly different embeddings, but we want to try and minimize the distance between them. And so this is that invariance. We want to make sure that our model is invariant to any sort of transformation done to the input information that actually will, but it's still like not just destroying the information, right? If I just remove 90% of my image, I don't expect it to produce the same embedding. So that right there works out to be our invariance term. Next up, we have this covariance term, which is minimizing the correlation between the variables on an embedding. And so what this is trying to do is that if I look at the covariance matrix between all of the values across a singular embedding, we want it all to go to 0. Because that is saying that that is basically pushing all of the elements of our embedding to be orthogonal to one another, to where they never actually are impacted by another one. Because this will maintain as much information as possible in the smallest amount of space, because there's going to be no overlap. So we follow this all up. So we have now our variance, invariance, covariance terms, and we have all those, and that's great. But my talk is not on representation learning or self-supervised learning. It's on spiking representation and spiking self-supervised learning. So we actually have to move towards spike trains. So as a very brief primer on what a spiking neural network is versus just a deep neural network, or pretty much most networks that have been talked about at this conference, is that they're stateful models that exist through time. So in your traditional deep neural network, you have a singular input, it propagates through, and then you have a singular output. Or if you're in like a recurrent neural network, you have inputs over time, and so you have an input and it processes it over time and you get an output. That's the closest equivalent to what a spiking neural network is. So in a spiking neural network, it is temporal over time. I don't look at an image once, I look at an image for an amount of time, right? The time scales that we work with all vary. Some of them go down to the scale of about 0.1 milliseconds per inference loop, some of them up to 3 or 5 seconds per loop. It doesn't really, it matters, but like for the sake of an embedding, it doesn't matter as much. The other big thing that when it comes to embeddings is, so we've been dealing with colors, which are just me masking away of a floating point value. Spiking neural networks don't output floating point values. They output either 0 or 1. They're based entirely on neurons in our brain, which communicate with one another through discrete events. Either a signal is traveling or a signal is not traveling. And this also causes a lot of problems for anybody who likes backpropagation. You'll notice our lab doesn't like backpropagation very much, is that these are not differentiable, practically speaking. There is a part of spiking neural networks that likes to kind of hack them together to get you to have a differentiable function, but we've left the realm of biology. And if you're going to be working in spiking neural networks trying to move towards biologically plausible and biomimetic systems, why are we trying to train them in non-biological ways? So that's kind of where we're at. And so they produce spike trains, which are just a train of zeros and ones. So what does a temporal encoding actually look like? So if I have, in this case, 10 values in my output layer, at every single time step, they're either emitting 0 or 1. And what this means, and they are color-coded, so you don't have to actually figure out what's a 0 and what's a 1. And what this means, though, is that I'm going to go through, and on the left here, I have one sort of spike. I have one time step, the next time step, and the next one. And then when they're colored, there's a 1 in there. The purple one has 2 1s, and it's just in the same spots that the red and the blue one spiked. Now, on the right side of this screen here, we have a different sequence of spikes coming out, but it's the same spikes, just shuffled. And so here's where you run into a problem. Spiking neural networks are stochastic. There's nothing that says that the same input will always produce the same output. Now, if you run the same input repetitively, you will in fact produce a sampling range, so it will produce similar outputs, but they're not always the same. So one of the problems that we have to tackle is, well, are these the same encoding? And traditional methods will tell you yes, if this goes. All right, traditional methods mean that I can work technology. Hello? It was working. All right, I've broken technology. Try again. There we go. Okay, traditional methods will tell you that yes, they're the same, because they convert to what things are known as rate code or graded values, which is basically we add up all of the spikes out of every neuron over the same fixed window, and we compare them. And in this case, these are the same. Now, I hold the belief that if we are working in spikes because we're trying to build biological systems, why are we going back to floating point values? Because usually we divide this by the number of time steps. And so if we're going back to these floating point values and doing all of our logic and training and inference on these floating point values, what's the point of spikes? I've just built a system that is more tedious to implement sometimes and then thrown out all of the temporal advantage that it gets me. And so I don't think that this is the future for spiking neural networks. I think we need ways of actually correlating the spike trains together with one another. And there are ways of doing this. They're coming about. But there's some interesting things that pop out of spiking neural networks, specifically the topology that naturally comes as a result of building spiking neural networks. So we get decorrelation for free. So inside of a spiking neural network, generally there's a lot of positive pressure, right? So we have positive voltages going into our neurons, and we're not getting into how LIF neurons work in earnest. But basically, we have a bunch of neurons, and they're getting positive signals. And then eventually, if they get enough positive signals, they emit a spike. Now, the problem is that if I have an input and it's just mapped to all of my neurons, they all get roughly the same positive signal, which means that they'll all start firing at the same time. Now, one of the nice things about this, and to combat this, and something we already do in spiking neural networks, is we implement lateral inhibition. So lateral inhibition is a very biological aspect of our brain, and pretty much trying to build a spiking neural network without it is not going to work. And so lateral inhibition just works, as on the right here we can see. We have our input, we have our bunch of excitatory neurons. They are laterally connected to a bunch of inhibitory neurons, and then they go back. And so these are connected in roughly a 4:1 or an 80-20 ratio, and this is what it is in the brain, is you have a pool of neurons, 20% of them are inhibitory, 80% of them are excitatory, and they're just sparsely connected in a loop. And so one of the things that these do is when you get an excitatory neuron fires, or you get enough excitatory neurons that fire, it'll cause inhibitory neurons to fire, which will basically quiet down all of the other neurons. And so what these do is if I have too many neurons that fire in my excitatory layer, the rest of the excitatory layer just stops. And so this naturally forces the neurons to not all produce spikes at the same rate, or even in the same amount. I mean, even at all. And so we get this decorrelation for free out of a biologically, mapped system. And you don't have to do anything extra for this. Like, there's no fancy learning rule that you need to get this to work. Like, you can just use pretty much any learning rule that exists for spiking neural networks, and you'll get this decorrelation out of it. And so that kind of brings me to one of my more towards the neuromorphic representation for all of this, which is basically we have a lot of people working on credit assignment. We have a lot of methods that talk about how to get these things to learn based on stimuli, reward structures, all of that. We have dramatically less people looking into what does our topology get us, right? We have this constant battle of, well, everybody's been building these this way. How do we get this to actually, what could we change to make it better? And obviously inhibition does something, right? And inhibition gets us one of these three terms. And so my question then that I really want to answer here, and the thing that I would really love to pose to everyone else, is find the neuroscientist that studies the brain and then ask them, well, what are other parts of our brain, right? People like to throw around the word astrocyte as just does stuff with neurons, and they do. But we don't know exactly how they work. So they do tend to be the cop-out answer of, well, the astrocyte does something, and then we throw math at it. And so I want to see, can we get other topological structures for our spiking neural networks that will naturally produce a embedding space that fits all of the requirements that we know we need to produce good embeddings? And really kind of drive that home as I think we could get a model that doesn't rely on specific learning algorithms. We could get models that model after our brain more accurately, because your brain doesn't have representation collapse for most things. You don't think that every single thing in front of you is a chair. You know, people like to think that you can sit on everything, but at the end of the day, we all know that they're not chairs. But at some point we learn this because every child thinks the thing in its hand is food. We have choking hazard warnings on everything, because what does a child do as soon as it holds on to something? It puts it in its mouth. And it's doing that to get information for sure. But I think that eventually children learn what is and isn't food. And so not everything collapses down to it is food. And so I think that we can look to the brain and just biology and topology to solve a lot of problems, and we don't have to leverage pure math, which is saying something, seeing as my entire background is in math. And so I'm just going to leave everybody with this. I'm apparently getting the conference back on schedule. The open question of what other biologically systems naturally produce functionality from VicReg, or just produce functionality that we try and get with math. And I'll open that up to questions as well.
Thank you. And if you are a goat, it is all food. A skill I've always been jealous of.
What was that?
If you are a goat, it is all food.
True. Everything is food if you try hard enough.
Questions? Is that Reza?
Hi, Reza Rasool from Kwai. Early on in my career, I worked on the cochlear implant and on the bionic eye project. You were asking, hey, what other parts of the brain? Well, these are inputs to the brain. This is work back in 1997. There's lots of literature on what the signals look like to make, to stimulate the spiral organ inside the cochlea. And it's not voltages, they are spikes.
Yeah.
They're spike trains, so you're absolutely right. And then when we took that linear stimulating array, made it two-dimensional, and then surgically implanted them into humans to restore sight, they were not pixel values that were used to stimulate. They weren't static voltages, they were spike trains.
Yeah.
And then since then, so that was 1999, since then the bionic eye work has gone to become a cortical implant at the back of the head. And so there's lots of literature you can find, and there's probably lots of ground truth data that you can find if you look in those areas.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a great resource. And I'm just getting into this project, so that is definitely someplace I will be looking.
Thanks, Reza. And over here?
Thanks for the talk. You talked about different structures. It seems like you're still doing mostly feed-forward networks, or at least that's what you were showing. I wonder, have you looked at things like thematic cortical loops? I mean, that seems to be a critical structure.
So can you hold the microphone a little closer?
Have you looked at thematic cortical loops in the brain? I mean, that seems like a huge structure for learning sequences of concepts.
So as far as, I have not looked at thematical cortical loops specifically. I do know that we have looked at structures and formats, and I've definitely had done investigation into structures and formats that are not just as simple as a feed-forward loop, as like a feed-forward network. The concept of recurrence, skip connections, loop feedback going into other things are definitely parts that we need. And honestly, I mean, you can look at things where you can just take like a giant pool of neurons, right? And then they work incredibly well together, and I don't actually need to process all of them in some feed-forward fashion in order to get useful results out of them.
Hi, Jin Cheng from Purdue University. Thank you so much for the great presentation. Really love it.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask one possible application, which I'm not sure if your lab has has tried it or not, but I feel like there may be a connection to be made there, which is I wonder if spiking neural networks and predict coding, non-differentiable kind of network update can be applied to the task of neural structure learning or causal structure learning. So I've had a fortunate chance to work on that, which I believe should be a very important kind of subsystem for any AGI system. But basically, the task over there is that you are given, say, observational data in the form of a table, describing, say, IID observation of a system with many variables, and that's the input. And the task is to do structure learning, by which I mean you produce usually, say, a directed acyclic graph or a DAG that describes the independences or the kind of fits the data. So that's the task.
Like pulls out features of the table that it's being described, or?
Yes. So you are giving a list of features, and for all of this feature, you have say 10,000 or 100 or whatever. Let's say IID observational data, and the task is to try to ask, okay, what is the possible causal structure? Causal structure in the sense of structure causal model from Parallel's definition. And so the output is kind of this a directly acyclic graph describing the plausible causal connection from one variable to the other.
So I have not looked into that. That sounds very interesting.
Yeah.
What I can say is that generally the way that spiking, well, not all of them, but one of the ways that I've generally focused at training spiking neural networks is entirely like correlational style learning. So I would imagine that building models where causal loops are a part of them would be something that would fit in very naturally with that.
Yeah, that sounds, I agree with that. And actually, the current existing work is also doing correlational-based learning.
Okay.
The gap I'm seeing in the current method is that this problem is fundamentally combinatorial search problem. And because of the mainstream machine learning and neural-style learning, one of the way that people are trying to do it is actually trying to force this discrete structure, the discrete DAG, into a continuous matrix, matrix form of representing a weighted graph.
Okay.
And then people are finding ways to express kind of designing functions, describing the level of acyclicity in the graph, and then designing the function in such a way that's differentiable, and then and then people can do backpropagation and learning. But you can see there's many problems in that, like numerical instability, local minima and such. So I was just thinking, spiking neural network and predictive coding, because you are doing local, also discrete updates. It feels to me that it may be a natural fit to kind of address this kind of problem just from a totally different perspective, but maybe bringing something that's fundamentally new. So
yeah, it sounds like it would line up. Find me after this and hand me a paper, because I would need to read more about what we're trying to target. But yeah, from what you're saying, it would absolutely feel like it would line up.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
absolutely.
Let's talk offline.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Will. That was a fantastic talk, a fantastic presentation. So here we've had two rising presenters at the frontier of AGI research, and I'm very grateful and Faezeh for their contributions here. A theme this year appears to be the young presenters and the young innovators in AGI. So on that theme, on that topic, I'd like to introduce a very special announcement. The launch of something I think that just speaks to how seriously the academic community in the world are now taking AGI as a field of study. So let me introduce Gabe Axel Montes, Ben Gertzel, and Matty Clay to talk about the CIHS program launching this year.
Yeah, this will be a super brief announcement, but while I've been in industry in the open source world for a long time, I started my career as an academic in math, computer science, and cognitive science, and I taught AI among other topics. While I taught classes in Cog Sci, I never taught a class in AGI specifically, because just when I was an academic, it wasn't recognized enough, right? And over the last 5-10 years, I've had conversations with a few universities about doing AGI courses or AGI degree programs. Now, it seems the time has finally come, and I've been collaborating with a small private university based in Southern California, the California Institute for Human Science, to design a master's degree program in AGI. It'll be offered initially online. Somewhere down the road, there might be a face-to-face version, but it's online for now. And we've had other universities interested in doing similar programs, but we're starting this here for real, right? And it should be quite cool. I mean, the first main faculty for the first year are up here on stage. We've got the intro to AGI, AGI and consciousness, and algorithms and data structures for AGI. And best of all, CIHS has brought on Dr. Gabriel Axel Montes as program director for the master's program. So I will now turn it over to him to tell you anything I've left out.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, so just very brief, really. This is a long time in the making, and it really just took a nimble institution to make something like this happen. An institution without a lot of largesse, that would go through all these crazy long processes. And now we have the first accredited master's degree program in AGI. So the TLDR is that there's an info session on August 13th that'll explain everything in detail. Myself and Ben will be giving this info session. It'll be all online, it'll be recorded. There's a website with this QR code will lead you to it with all the information, the general curriculum, the list of all the courses. But basically, it's a year and a half, it's fully online, and it's, there'll be tons of material available. We'll be covering the Hyperon stack, non-Hyperon material as well, but there'll be a lot of opportunities for students to engage, to learn about all these different facets of cognitive synergy that make up, the would-be seed AGI. And so there's many different ways, this degree could be useful to people, but it will cover consciousness and AI and AGI. So CIHS has a special aspect of it, which is it's been studying consciousness for decades in its own right. So now coupling that with AGI, it's going to be pretty exciting. So there's going to be technical work covering the technical foundations of AGI, hypergraphs, probabilistic programming, pattern matching, and so on, cognitive and neural systems. There'll be electives. It's about 58 quarter credits over 6 quarters, so that's again a year and a half. And the first cohort starts in the fall, in late September. So basically, spread the word for the good of the future of humanity, essentially, and the budding AI minds out there that we're starting in the fall. And there will be an info session August 13th, and you can find more information online. Would you like to say anything, Matt?
Just simply, I'm excited to be a part of this groundbreaking effort on the part of Ben and Gabe.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I mean, I think AGI education is increasingly important. It's a bigger topic, and it should be undergraduate, should be PhD level, should be down to kindergarten, right? And we'll be rolling out some open course material for folks who don't want to enroll or aren't in a position to enroll in a formal degree program. But I do think aggregating a formal degree program in a cohort of students like this is one interesting and valuable thing to do. And part of my motivation for doing this is wanting to spread the good word about AGI. Part is to further legitimate AGI just in the established world, and part is I've had an almost finished AGI curriculum sitting around a long time, and this gives me motivation to actually finish it and deliver it, right? So I'm quite excited about this.
Same. All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and again, just sharing a taste of how much more accepted and popular and accessible AGI is. We're going to head into our final paper presentation here in just a minute. I just wanted to take a pause to note a couple of important upcoming items. So at the end of the day, after this last paper session, we'll have an informal poster session and demo session. I've seen tons of people out our posters already. We have so many good posters. Unfortunately, not everything could be accepted as a paper. There simply isn't time. We'll also have demos on ASI Chain, on Omega Claw, the Hyperon-ish agent. We'll have a BCI demo. We'll have building sentient beings. They'll be at tables set up along the side here. And then tomorrow, of course, we've got our general audience day, our AGI Leaders Day. We'll have David Eagleman talking on what intelligence even is and how we know. Alison Gopnik on what human childhood reveals about what AI still cannot do. Hod Lipson on machine self-awareness. Neil Gershenfield on physical foundations we're going to need. And real demonstrations, we'll have Cody the robot up here. We'll have longevity with Rejuve Bio.
Again, Omega Claw talking about these agentic systems and what they're powering now. So tomorrow will be an absolutely impactful day, moving to a less academic center to a more real-world impacts of AGI, decentralization, social and economic impacts, and everything that follows on what we're doing here these last 2 and 3 days of building AGI. So I just want to make sure that that's highlighted on everybody's agenda, that they attend early for Ben's talk on Hyperon and how SingularityNET's looking to get to AGI, and then to understand what AGI means in a deeper sense to the world, to humans, and beyond. So to finalize the academic portion here today, we're going to go into our last paper session, Intelligence as a Physical and Reproducible Artifact. So this is a session that asks what it actually means to build intelligence, not just theorize about it. So this group is about the material realization of intelligent system construction, verification, portability, and concrete technical processes through which intelligence gets instantiated. That's who I'm about to introduce. So our keynote for the session is Greg Meredith, much anticipated. A mathematician, computer scientist, and one of the architects of Rho Calculus, Firefly distributed computing platform. His work on process calculi and the formal structure of computation has deep roots in the question of how intelligence maps onto physical substrates. Today he's going to take us from causal models to world models, showing how the mathematic structures and computation itself generates a natural notion of what it means for an agent to make sense of the world. So Greg, I welcome you up to the stage. And then we will finalize our final 3 or 4 papers for the day. I will check.
Okay, thanks.
And then there's the clicker. This mic is working better. That button.
Hey folks, do you have the latest link to the slides? Sorry, got to make things complicated. It's no fun if you don't. Right. Well, first of all, I want to thank Ben and the organizers of AGI for inviting me to give this talk, and I want to thank all of you for coming to attend. You know, I confess that when I began preparing for this talk, this is clearly not the latest version of the slides. That's okay. Yeah, I was going to go off script anyway, so it might as well begin early. When I began thinking about preparing this talk, I realized that there's such a gigantic iceberg of context that I have that I think a lot of folks in the AI sector do not have. And so I was sort of spinning my wheels about, you know, which tip of the iceberg do I actually show you? I thought I might get into it in a way that I'm hoping will be a bit more experiential, but perhaps not. So how many people in the room were here yesterday during the metacognition session? All right, most. And how many people are in the room were here during Yosha's talk? Okay, excellent. So you may have recalled I asked a couple of questions, right? So the question I asked the metacognition folks was, could you imagine, and I'm asking the same of you, could you imagine that metacognition would emerge? So you have a bunch of agents, and none of them know the whole picture. They don't know how the end-to-end system actually works. So like bees in a beehive, right? None of the bees, none of the scouts, none of the, not the queen, none of them know where they're going to fly to when the hive splits into a swarm that's going to take off, right? So none of them have the whole picture, but they come to a consensus about how to go next. So could you imagine metacognition arising in that way? Right, so I've just given you an example of how that sort of thing arises in the natural world. There are tons and tons of examples in the natural world of how that happens. Wow. So this is the preamble I wanted to give, So that's part of it. But the other part was I noticed that Yosha, so he was very attracted to these kinds of things that happen in the natural world. None of those ants actually know the whole picture, right? It's the coordination amongst the ants that gives rise to this larger protocol, right? But but the formalisms that Yosha was reaching for are very far from being able to write down what's happening here. So I'm going to walk you through a model of computation which makes it possible to do this. And if you remember when I asked the metacognition folks about this, 2 out of 3 folks thought it would be very hard. And in my experience working with folks with these models of computation, they find it very hard, right? But if you use the model in the way a spider uses its web to offload a lot of processing onto the tool out in the environment, it allows you to jumpstart this way of thinking. So that's kind of the preamble. So let me walk you through some basic ideas. All right. So what I want to do is to introduce you to this idea of a programmatic representation of environment, right? And this actually showed up in the history of computing. But what we want is to be able to represent the agent as a program and the environment as a program, right? And that means that you have to have a split, right? You have to divide the system into the agentic part and the environmental part. So that split, that divide, turns out to be very important when we're thinking about computation. So in particular, suppose that we wanted to make this model compositional. What does it mean for a model to be compositional? I'm not sure if you're kind of in touch with, there's a whole movement throughout computer science and mathematics about the importance of compositionality. So in this picture, the way compositionality unfolds is that we would take that upper level structure and we would recurse it. So that would mean that program inside it would divide into program and environment. An environment would divide into program and environment, right? So if we think about this, this actually happens physically, right? So I've used the astronaut and the Earth for a particular reason, but inside the astronaut we find cells, right? And an environment for, say, your skin cells is a bunch of other skin cells, at least in part, right? And then if I dive inside the cell, we find, for example, the environment of the DNA includes the RNA, and the environment for the RNA includes the DNA. And you can play several games like this over on the environment side, but we don't have time for me to do that. But you'll notice in that picture, I didn't have a bottom layer. It didn't bottom out, right? So where would it bottom out? And this model of computation proposes that the atoms of this way of organizing computation are recognizers, so like dendrites or neurons, and emitters, so like molecules. Now, you might ask yourself, well, if my pattern recognizer is going to sort of look for a pattern off of a channel and then do something having received that signal, what is the thing that it's going to do? Well, how about more program? That's a part of making this model compositional. And if we're going to emit something along a channel, what would we emit? Well, how about more program? That's a part of making this compositional, right? So now I've circled the loop there. Now, before I tell you how to ground the loop out, I just want you to observe that if we were to make this vertical bar, this divide between program and environment, be both associative and commutative, then what you really get is a mixture of atoms, right? The tree flattens out into a big soup, right? And moreover, if you do that kind of flattening, I'm not saying that it's always a good idea, but if you do that kind of flattening, what happens is that program and environment become the same kind of thing. So it's programs all the way down, right? Which is, again, very similar to the sort of proposition that Yosha was making, right? Which is that everything is computation. It's all a simulation in a certain sense. Okay. Now, but we can go a little bit farther with that. So if I were to say program in composition with program, in composition with program, blah, 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 if I just write that as pi program, right, where pi, you know, big pi is just like a in-ary parallel composition, then that soup of recognizers and emitters refactors into two chunks. There's a bunch of recognizers on one side and a bunch of emitters on the other. Now, if you're following along the mental picture that I've suggested, right, then you notice that we did something very funny, right? So we moved all the recognizers inside cells and everything to one side, and all the substances that might represent emitters onto the other side. So we've erased all those boundaries. It turns out that you can put all those boundaries back in a nice way if you were to assume that channels have a certain kind of structure. Then the structure on channels would reassert those boundaries. Oh, I should have mentioned before I left. But by the way, the recognizers form a kind of procedural memory. Right, so at each channel, again, if it feels very abstract, think about a channel as like a location in space. It's like that. It's not exactly that, but it's like that. So I've got this big coordinate grid. The points on this coordinate grid are channels. And at each point in this coordinate grid, I either have a recognizer or I have an emitter, right? Now, the reason it's not a coordinate grid is because the grids are rigid, and this structure is fluid. And in fact, the communication topology reconfigures itself as it computes. But we'll get into that. The key idea, though, is that we have a procedural memory and we have a fact base. So that just falls out of the structure of this model of computation. We don't have to do anything. We didn't break a sweat. Now, again, if I'm going to make this model compositional, I have to say what a channel is, right? I've left channel as unexplained. And here I'm going to steal from giants or stand on the shoulders of giants. So Kurt Gödel observed something that life also observed 4 billion years before him. That coding is a fundamental aspect of computation, right? So what Kurt Gödel did was to say, hey, I could code up logic in arithmetic. And then if I have logical propositions about arithmetic, I can have logical propositions about logic, right? So that loop that Gödel constructed was necessary in order to state and prove his famous incompleteness theorems. But life figured this out a lot earlier, right? It figured out how to code in proteins how to make proteins, right? So we're just going to say that's a neat trick. We want to do the same trick. So we're going to have channels be the codes of programs, right? And the other thing that I left unexplained was the patterns. So what we're going to do with, how we're going to explain the patterns in terms of this structure is to simply say that patterns are programs with holes in them. So this is also a trick. So while I have Kurt Gödel up in one corner, down in the other corner is Connor McBride, who figured out sort of the mathematics of poking holes in programs and how to make that to be a crisp, clean mathematical operation. All right, so summarizing, what did we just do? I just told you what programs are. That's the top line. That gives you the structure of programs. I haven't told you how they execute. So the way they execute is if it turns out that when you can match the data that's being sent, so in this case, Q is being sent on the channel, right, in this top rule here, when Q is sent on the same channel that the receiver is receiving on, and if the Q matches the pattern that we're looking for, then that creates a substitution. So the data that's in, the pieces of data that are in Q that fill the holes are substituted for the holes. So we write down that substitution as sigma, right? So we apply that substitution to the rest of the program, P, and that's the workhorse of this model of computation. This is what Yosha was calling the transition function. Okay, so that's one of the rules, and it says that vertical bar, remember we divided computation into program and environment. So this interaction between program and environment, this vertical bar is about interaction. That's what the first rule says. Yeah, these are not the most recent slides, but it's okay. So the next rule says that the vertical bar is also about autonomy. It says that if a program could make some progress, then if you compose it with an environment, say Q, it can also make progress on its own without having to interact with Q. Now this rule says is sort of limited because it still says we would do one of these interactions at a time. You can add a second rule, which is in the other version of the slides, the more updated version of the slides, that that allows to have as many programs as can make progress will make progress. Okay, and that's important because in a moment I'm going to talk about how that relates to kind of breaking out of the simulation in a certain sense. And then the third rule just says, hey, there's a bunch of structure in the syntax that doesn't really mean anything with respect to computation. So we're just going to, we're going to say that we're only really doing computation over equivalence classes. So you don't have to understand this rule that well, because I haven't introduced how to erase this structure, but that's basically what it's saying. All right, so now, yeah, before I get to this slide, I want to point out something. This structure allows me to have races. So I can have two emitters and one recognizer. I could have two recognizers and one emitter. And this model does not say what are the winners of those races. It doesn't say. In order to run this model, you have to supply a source of entropy. That's important because what people are finding is that when you add entropy to computation, you get new expressive power. And what this model does is to say, here's the API for entropy. The API is this vertical bar. It's races. Now, this slide is all about how we can make it even more biological, right? So in the case of a neuron, you have all of the branches outside the dendrites, right? And so here, this is saying you could actually guard the program that's waiting on input with multiple independent interactions with a bunch of emitters. This makes the model even closer to the biological sense, you know, that we're attempting to emphasize here. Okay, so now lest you think this is just an abstract model of computation, it is far from that. So my company, Firefly, has built a high-performance implementation of this architecture. Now, we have started way at the top of complexity, right? So instead of trying to drive this, you know, down against the metal initially, what we're doing is to say, hey, you can just use this for coordination of software components. So SingularityNET and the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance have built their ASI chain on top of this infrastructure that my company Firefly has built. But it doesn't stop there. Boring Financial has also built their infrastructure on top of this. The world's largest systems integrator, Tata, has just signed, the press release went out this week. They just signed an agreement with us to build on top of Firefly. We also just signed an agreement with Data Crypto. So this is a very serious thing at this gross level of coordination. But what we're doing is we're marching towards the metal so that you can run this at the same scale and speed that you currently get with transformers and other kinds of networks. So think about this as a framework in which to do, in which to begin to write protocols where metacognition and other kinds of phenomena are emergent. So, but this is not yet a physical model. It's a causal model, right? So what it really describes is a network of events. What are the events? The events are when an emitter and a recognizer actually interact and the data is transmitted. And there's a transactional interpretation here that is very powerful in why it works for coordinating agents and software tools and things like that. But what it gives rise to is a network of these communication events, which you can see as a causal representation of events in the world. Now, so what it gives you are kind of the building blocks where you might begin to understand the notion of a light cone, space-like and time-like separation. So those notions that we find in physics you can find analogs of them in this model. Now, if there are card-carrying physicists in the room, I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about. But let me go a little bit farther. So how do we get closer to physics-like behavior from this causal behavior? Well, one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to add energy. So interaction will cost energy. Then we'll add history, and then we're going to make interactions stochastic. And then the process of making interactions stochastic, you'll start to see some of the things that we normally find in neural networks. So, you know, I think we all agree that, like, when you're looking at a mainstream programming language, say Python or Rust or whatever, those programming languages are completely ignorant of the fact that running the programs spews heat out into the world and costs energy. It's not baked into the model of computation. It's the generalization of the old joke about Lisp programmers, right? Lisp programmers know the value of everything and the cost of nothing, right? So that turns out to be truer of the entire realm of mainstream programming languages than people like to admit. So what we're going to do is we're just going to decorate all our programs with the cost to run a particular program. And then we're also going to overload the way we construct programs with also being able to supply located sources of energy. Now, I can't, you know, since you don't have a lot of familiarity with this model, going through this slide is a little bit challenging. Happy to talk about it afterwards. But the key takeaway from here is that this is an endofunctor, right? So that it's not just this operation of adding energy to the transition functions turns out to be something you can do to every classical model of computation. Right? And if you do it twice, it flattens down to the same thing. So it really is a monad on a particular category. Now, one of the interesting takeaways from this is that energy automatically makes computation mortal. Like, one of the things that we know about computation that is clearly not physical is that programs can run forever. I'm sure more than one of us in this room have written non-terminating loops, or written deadlock situations, or all kinds of things where programs don't terminate. And we've spent tons and tons of skull sweat and other kinds of things to reason about when does a program terminate. Well, this operation guarantees termination for all programs. You decorate your programs with an energy supply and do the cost accounting, and every program either runs to completion or runs out of energy. So mortal computation turns out to be an endofunctor on a particular category. Dual to energy in very much the same way that we find that energy is dual to time evolution in physics, is adding history. So one of the things that's weird about physics is that it has a terrible accounting of cause. Why is that? Well, because physics is totally sold on this idea that I can run time forward and backward. But that makes it really, really hard to explain why there's an arrow of time. This is a fundamental discussion across all of physics. Why do we find an arrow of time that corresponds to our own experience? Well, it turns out that I just told you this approach gives you a causal arrow. It puts time inside the model, right? And now, how could we recover reversible time? Child's play. You add a tape recorder. Right? You just record the causal events. That's what we're doing with history. We just record the causal events, and guess what? When you spend energy to do your computation, you record what you spent over in the history. And that's why history is dual to computation. Right? And those two monads do not swap. There's no distribution law. So you have to spend energy to make a tape recording. But you could take a history of that. Right? So there's this infinite tower of cost, history, cost, history, cost, history, right? That says something about the simulation hypothesis that nobody's talking about. So both of these are monads on a particular category. I don't have time to go into it, but it's a general construction. It is not limited to the model I just showed you. All right, now stochasticity is inherent in the interplay between micro and macro states, right? So that's, like, we know that we experience stochasticity in the world, right? You put the snowball at just the right place and you're not quite sure how it's gonna roll, right? So so you want that to be explicit in the computational model, right? It's not explicit in Python, it's not explicit in Haskell, not Idris, but there's a way to make it explicit. So why would you want to do that, right? So let's place this in our current moment. There are over 7 billion smartphones in circulation. There are 1.4 billion tablets, 2 billion laptops in circulation. Right? The average user uses about 9, 10 apps daily, and there are over 100,000 apps that are released across the major platforms each month. So if you then also factor in all the protocol stacks and the servers in the data centers, the glue that basically gives us our current experience of the internet, what you're talking is roughly 3 billion apps running, 3 trillion apps, let me do my math right. 3 trillion apps running simultaneously to give you the experience of the internet that you know and love. Well, you know what? That puts us in within an order of magnitude of the number of cells in the human body, about 30 trillion cells. Now think about what this means, right? If we don't want to keep having events like the CrowdStrike event that grounded planes and crashed telephone services and everything that we saw in the summer of 2024, if we don't want that to be a regular occurrence, we have to be able to lift up and reason about programs like we reason about biology. So we need these kinds of statistical methods. Right? So what we're going to do is we're going to describe classes of programs. Right? So in the case of the model that we were just talking about, we identify formulae that pick out channels, formulae that pick out P's and Q's, right? And that gives you both, the formulae give you the macro states, the ensembles of programs, whereas the individual programs give you microstates. And I've just now related the micro and macro structurally. That turns out that structural mapping is even closer than we thought. There's a way to auto-generate the macro descriptions from the micro descriptions. So that turns out to be a monad. Right, so in the case of this, we want to, let me show you how it works out just briefly in terms of the model that we've just been talking about. So we want a formula for the channel, a formula for the rest of the program, the continuation P, a formula that picks out the Q's, right? And we're going to give each triple a weight, right? So a weight map will be a collection of these triples mapped into a weight, right? And now what we want is that when you transition, you've actually done one of these, then you update the weight map. Sound familiar? Right, so it turns out that this structure is enough to auto-generate a simulator. So Microsoft, by the way, I did the first generation of this computational model inside Microsoft. It was called BizTalk Process Orchestration. It made $75 million in its first year in terms of coordinating software components across the industry. By its fourth year in production, it was voted best software product of the year. Right, so this is not just math. This is real practical stuff. So anyway, the point here is that we can, inside Microsoft, a group took this same kind of approach and applied it to what's called the stochastic pi calculus, and used that to describe biological processes, which were subsequently used, for example, to discover processes in the MS, right? So the leukocytes end up rolling and tethering along the cell wall, and that's one of the factors that gives rise to the inflammation. Now it turns out that in that setting, the differential equation models did not make those predictions, but the stochastic pi calculus models did make those predictions, and they were subsequently verified in the lab. So again, this is serious stuff. This is not just a mathematical abstraction. But where do the formula come from? So they come from a family of algorithms called OSLF, Operational Semantics in Logical Form. So basically what it does is you feed in as input a model of computation, you get out as output a spatial behavioral logic that is adequate for the model of computation. By adequacy, what I mean is there are two programs in a given model are bisimilar, and we should talk about that, if and only if they satisfy the same set of formulae. In terms of say, for example, Yosha's talk, you can think of bisimulation as the formalization of functionalism. Bisimulation is, in math, the functionalist paradigm. All right, so I've just gone over the contents of this slide. This just gives you an example of the kind of logic that we automatically generate. So we auto-generate this logic from the model of computation. Right, so now the reason this is important, one of the reasons this is important for AI is that, first of all, what is AI's value prop to the scientific community? That useful, salient, even important aspects of intelligence, and almost always AI folks mean human intelligence. There are lots of different kinds of intelligence in the world. It can be faithfully rendered to computation. But there are interesting points about computation that aren't made clear. For example, computation is ontologically isolated. Think about that for a minute. Suppose I have a Java program and I want to wire a sensor up to it. Well, if I don't have a Java programmatic representation of the events from the sensor, that program cannot utilize the data. And this is true generally. Computation is in a box. It can't actually see the outside world. But there is a world that it does see, and that's the world of the bisimulation equivalence classes. So the bisimulation is the finest relation, equivalence relation, respecting behavior on programs. So there's a fixed objective ontology for every model of computation. So if we wanted to build a science bot, if we wanted to know what it's like to be a bot, let's think about this. What does our science bot have to do? Our science bot needs to be able to formulate hypotheses about its environment. Well, we just said programs are ontologically isolated, so the only environment a computation can have is other computations. So to formalize a hypothesis about its environment, it needs one of these logical formulae. So these logics that we just generated is the language that is in perfect conformity with the computational phenomena, right? So it expresses those it expresses its hypotheses in these logical formulae, and now it needs to make an assay or a test to determine whether or not its environment is a witness for the formula. We know how to generate those. So this gives you and then it needs to be able to munge the formula, like compute over the formula to revise it based upon what it gets back. There's your science bot. That's a very different kind of learning algorithm. We can go even further. We can motivate, because like why would the computation do that? We can motivate it to do that by giving it a supply of energy. And we decrement the supply of energy when the delta between predictions is getting and real world results is getting larger, right? So if the predictions are getting off with respect to the real world, and the gap is widening between prediction and actual experience, right? That means that it's wandering around in never land, right? Its predictions are going to likely get it killed. So we decrement its energy supply when that happens. Now, by contrast, if its predictions are getting better, so we're narrowing the gap between prediction and environment, we replenish the energy supply. Now, a collection of such programs, if you run them again and again and again and again and again, the ones that persist, like we don't even care. It's just the ones that are still around, right? They have learned, right? So I've just now given you a completely different mathematical framework for learning. All of these are all monads on the category of graph-structured lambda theories. So that was the category I was mentioning. And this is all realized in an actual programming language. Inside Firefly, it's codenamed MetaIL. You'll see demos of this later today, around 7 p.m. tonight. You can come along and check it out. Basically, it uses the row calculus as the control flow language, and it uses a very fancy data definition language to describe a variety of models of computation. And I'm conscious that I'm probably way over time, so I'll conclude there and see if there are any questions. The rest of the slides are just examples of MED-IL, but you can see that in detail at the poster session this evening. So are there any questions?
Thank you for great presentation. Since I'm not familiar with it, I'm just trying to clarify, let's say channels. You mentioned channels also programs, but how do you discover channels? Are they dynamic, and what kind of programs in the channels? Is it like serialization, synchronization of some sort, or there is additional kind of any type of processing you can put inside the channel? Essentially, it's general purpose programming, or they're more specialized?
So thank you for that question. It's a very natural question to ask. So I want to make a distinction between programs that are channels and programs that show up inside channels, right? So you use a channel to emit some data. In this case, the data is just programs, right? And it's any legal program in the row model. Likewise, the channel is any legal program that you've taken the code of. So we have this operation to be able to take the code of a program, and we use that as a channel, right? So think of that like Gödel encoding, right? And but we also have a dual operation, which allows us to take a channel, since we know its code, and turn it back into a running program. Now it turns out that with this structure, the communication topology is completely dynamic. Right, so you can model things like what happens at conferences, right? You walk up to someone you don't know, and you exchange email addresses, and now you're connected and you can communicate. Before, there was no such communication channel between you. After that event, there is, right? So the model gives a faithful representation of that kind of phenomena.
So I mean, I've seen most of this before, but each time I start thinking different things. So
oh, good.
I'm thinking about, and I have a question I'll lead up to what extent and in what ways non-determinism and choice really does reduce to race conditions. Now, it seems like I see how you could compile any instance of non-determinism or choice. You could compile it into in some cases, contorted combination of race conditions. On the other hand, that doesn't mean that's always a natural way to look at it. So like you could have something that's combinatorial, where like you have three things and any two of them will allow the thing to happen, but all three won't allow the thing to happen. Or you could have other fundamentally higher dimensional choices. You could compile them into some race condition by making, terms that correspond to combinations of things. But it's in some cases going to be a very weird way to do it. So my question is, first of all, like in what cases do you think compilation to combinations of race conditions actually is a semantically convenient way to represent choices rather than just a possible way? And if you have cases where that's not a semantically natural way to compile choices, like how does Roland deal with that?
So it's a great question. Since you're into algorithmic chemistry, let me just point out that most of chemistry, although we are aware that there might be ternary interactions, they limit themselves to binary actions because ternary, quaternary, etc. are all
enzymatic catalysis is ternary, right?
Sort of, right? But again, that's treated as a special case. It's treated as a special case, and that's exactly what we do with the cost accounting. Is we treat that special case in exactly the same way. So essentially, what we're doing is we're following the pattern that chemists have been using for over 100 years now.
You find that I do buy that, although in my algorithmic chemistry experiments in Meta, I had to force the coding agents not to treat catalysis as a special case.
Sure.
Because I didn't want to, but I get that part. So how about practical everyday software as opposed to chemical systems? Do you think it's the same story then?
Yeah, in fact, so for example, there was a form of non-determinism that was happening in the Ethereum virtual machine that allowed for the DAO bug. So essentially, the DAO bug was caused because of a reentrancy issue, right? So could a new request be served? Well, the new request was essentially racing against the update that was caused by the reentrancy of the virtual machine. So when you rewrite the Solidity code in Rho, the bug is made evident. It's super clear. It's actually much clearer than it is in the Solidity code. So that's a practical example.
I mean, that is an overly low bar, but I still believe it.
Well, sort of. But when you have spaghetti code, it's not necessarily clear that all the weird non-determinism that might be showing up in this spaghetti code is naturally going to resolve into these neat, clean structures. And it just so happens that it does.
Yeah, that's fair, and that's very nice. I just wonder if maybe the fact that chemical structures and human software resolve mostly into binary or ternary dependencies, maybe it's just because humanity and Yahweh are stupid, right? And perhaps there are other more interesting, more efficient, more functional structures that don't decompose so nicely that well.
Well, I mean, I would be keenly interested if you find any. I just think that the main thing has to do with statistics. The more coordination you get, the more coordination costs you have, right? And so
you would need special higher dimensional structures.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And then you would need higher dimensional Rolang to run them.
Believe me, we've been working on it.
So a question related to that. So as I understood, you're having a kind of process algebra that resembles the pi calculus, where you can dynamically create channels and so on. But there's also the ambient calculus, where you can change the spatial structure, the structure of containment. Yeah. Would this be kind of what?
So for example, let's compare the three calculi briefly. So it's Luca Cardelli, who invented the ambient calculus, is very proud of the fact that there is no fully abstract encoding of ambient into pi. And a lot of that is precisely because pi remains willfully ignorant of the structure of names. Right? So the channels that you introduce in pi calculus, even though you can make new ones, right, it suffers the fact that there's no structure you can hang on to with respect to the names. Right. So once you add structure to names, which is what the Rho calculus does, you can get rid of that pesky new operator, but it also makes it possible to do a fully abstract encoding of the ambient calculus into Rho. But I need to hasten to point out, I focused on the Rho calculus because it's one of a wide class of tools, the mobile process calculi, that make it possible to reason about these protocols where no one's in charge. And that's a blind spot for humanity. Right? Humanity is really, really sold on this narrative of command and control, and it shows up in all of its abstractions. Right? And it's really hard for it to get to grips with this idea of autonomy and lots of agents working together, even though no one has the complete picture, right? So that part is important, but this work is actually situated in the category of graph-structured lambda theories, which Mike Stay, who's in the back there, and I and Christian Wells identified, where a graph-structured lambda theory basically gives you the objects have three components, right? A grammar to describe your term language, some equations which whack the term language down to just the things that you need and not accidental syntax, and then some rewrites. That structure is enough to give you, like if you get rid of the equations and the rewrites, you have algebraic data types. If you add in the equations, you have all of universal algebra. And by the way, computation has been saying something very loudly to classical mathematics, which nobody's really paying attention to, which is that when we add the rewrites, it factors behavior very differently. So for example, vector spaces just sit there. The vectors don't do anything. In order to get any dynamics, you have to have the morphisms between the vector spaces. All right, so whereas lambda calculus, so going back to Church, right, packages dynamics differently. He says that the terms, the structure, and the behavior are part of one package, right? So when you build these categories, now you have to ask, what is it that morphisms preserve? And that's why bisimulation preservation is the key idea in this new category. So all of these things that we did, adding energy, adding history, generating logics, adding weights, things like that, those are all monads on the category of graph structure lambda theories. So those same tricks work for lambda, they work for Turing machines, they work for SKI, all of that stuff. But what picks out the mobile process calculi is this thing about autonomy and interaction. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. And so you have kind of data structures that enable you on the channels that enable you to kind of capture this mobile structure. But is this embedding that you get of the ambient calculus into your row calculus, is this natural or?
It's fully abstract.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of everyday programming, is this a thing that is natural, that feels natural, or is this something that feels awkward?
That may be a subjective matter. For me, it feels natural, but I've been programming this way for a long time. Yeah.
Thanks.
Sure, thank you. Good question.
Thank you for the talk. It's wonderful as usual.
Thanks.
So I have a question because, given the separation between the grammar, the rewrites, and the equations, I've worked with some structures of that sort, but it feels to me that although that this describes, like, dare we say, like a foundation, right? It doesn't entirely address the design within that foundation, in the sense that, like, if you have equalities that loop, then, like, it's hard to describe, like, what's the equivalence class, because then what if a rewrite happens during some sort of equality, right? Or does this make sense? Like, it's or just like, how do you encode, like, the choice of how you encode these names? Like, it's possible, but is it like, obvious is maybe not the wrong word, but there's still, it feels like the design on top of this space is non-trivial.
Okay, yeah, so there are actually several sub-questions to that question. Here's what we found. So over the last 25 years, I've been working with trying to get programmers to code in the mobile process calculi and asking. And what we found is anybody who's done event-based systems, so like if you programmed a web server, right, or things like that, event handlers, game loops, things like that, those programmers pick up this model like that. They're off and running. So maybe that gives you a sense of the kind of design patterns that are very easy in this model. What's more interesting is when you start thinking about how to map other domains into this way of thinking. But again, the tools about adding energy and generating logics, that stuff is generic, right? So you don't have to buy into the mobile process calculi to avail yourself of those tools, right? And part of the bigger picture that I'm trying to get across is, If the value prop is intelligence can be faithfully rendered as computation, then focus on computation. Identify the universe of computational models, and then say what you can do with them. And what I've done is to say, here's that universe, you know, given the best we know, and here are some of the things that you have to add to make computation look more like physics. Does that make sense? Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you. Whew. Yeah. Oh, big breath. Long day, 3 paper sessions, or 3 papers left to go. Big breath from the audience. So much learning here. I hope everybody sees here and virtually, right? There's a big audience watching us here today, that AI is not that thing over there. AGI is not that thing somewhere else. It's accessible. It's some of the math is complex, but we're building systems that do make this stuff real world accessible, and younger and younger generations joining in on it. So I'm excited to be able to be here to present this. I'm excited for this final 3 posters to close the day, and I hope everybody's excited with me. So we're going to launch now 3 papers on intelligence as something that gets concretely built, verified, and instantiated. We've been across the range of what intelligence might or could be, and here we are as something concretely built, verified, or instantiated. We're going to start with a pre-recording from Xiaohan Ma, compiling PLN to thermodynamic hardware.
Hello everyone, I'm Xiaohan Ma from Waseda University, and this talk is about compiling probabilistic logic networks to thermodynamic hardware. I take PLN strength inference and run it as Boltzmann sampling on that hardware, while the evidence count is computed in parallel on classical hardware. I will walk through how the compilation works, and then show an end-to-end validation of 4 hardware-bound inference rules. In PLN, every proposition carries a 2-value truth, a strength S between 0 and 1, which is a frequency estimate, the probability that the proposition holds, and an evidence count N, the amount of observation behind that estimate. Current implementations run on classical CPUs and GPUs. Now the new substrate, the thermodynamic computer. Its elementary unit is the p-bit, short for probabilistic bit, a programmable 2-valued random variable, +1 or -1, with a tunable bias H and pairwise couplings J. Each p-bit flips stochastically according to a sigmoid of its local field over a programmable temperature T, and collectively the device physically samples the Boltzmann distribution of the Ising energy built from those biases and couplings. 2 advantages matter for this work. First, couplings and stochastic updates are integrated on a single device, so it operates as logic in memory. The computation happens where the parameters are stored. Second, each p-bit updates in parallel with its neighbors, in contrast to serial software Gibbs sampling. This parallelism is the potential speedup that motivates compiling PLN onto this hardware. The compilation splits PLN's 2-value truths across 2 substrates. Strength is the probability, and probabilities are exactly what a Boltzmann sampler natively produces. So each PLN edges conditional probability table compiles into Ising biases and couplings, and block Gibbs sampling on the compiled energy reads out the conclusion strength. The evidence count, on the other hand, propagates by closed-form formula, so it simply runs on classical hardware in parallel with the sampler. Here is one full inference step, with modus ponens as the example. The premises goes in, the two paths are computed independently, and the output is simply the pair of both values. Now to the compilation itself. A PLN edge supplies one CPT entry, the link strength, the probability of the child given the parent. The complementary entry, the child given not parent, is stored with the link as epsilon, defaulting to 0.02. For any DAG, the log join factorizes edge by edge, writing +1 for true. Each factor expands exactly over 4 spin monomials, a constant, the parent spin, the child spin, and their product. That yields closed form coefficients. Apply bias on the root, parent and child biases per edge, and one pairwise coupling. For chains, the coefficients simply add. 5 rules in total. Modus ponens compiles to an Ising chain with root clamped. Deduction becomes a 3-spin pairwise chain. Abduction is inversion followed by deduction. Inversion itself is a 2-node joint Ising model. Each rule has its evidence or confidence formula running on the classical path, shown in the right column. Revision is the deliberate exception. It is a weighted average over evidence counts with no sampling structure, so it bypasses the sampler entirely and reproduces PLN exactly on classical hardware. Validation. Ground truth is PLN's own closed-form formula, so the test asks directly whether the compiled sampler reproduces PLN's algebra. The pass criteria is plus or minus 0.05 on strength, and everything runs on the public thermal simulator, not on real hardware yet. Every parameter group passes. The worst case is 0.03 on a low strength multiple setting, well inside the tolerance. 3 limitations. First, everything runs on the simulator, not on real hardware yet. Second, the factor graphs are small, 2 to 3 nodes. Scaling behavior is unknown. Third, the coupling depends only on strength, not on evidence count behind it. 2 edges with the same S but different N compiled to identical Ising parameters. Future work follows directly. Validate on real p-bit hardware and quantify the simulation to hardware gap. Scale to larger factor graphs and measure the scaling law of any approximation error, and integrate the compilation into Hyperon. To conclude, PLN admits an additional execution path on thermodynamic computers. Strength compiles exactly to Ising bias and coupling parameters and is read out by p-bit block heap sampling. The evidence count runs in parallel on classical hardware via PLN's own formulas, and the compiled joint factorizes exactly across 2 paths. All 4 hardware-bound rules pass end-to-end validation on the thermal simulator. This contributes an end-to-end validated PLN on thermodynamic computer pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jahan. Or join me in thanking you. Next, we have Masayuki Hata. Reproducibility is the new copyleft, defining AGI-oriented reproducible builds.
Most of today's presentations are quite technical with hardcore math. Mine is not on AI governance, so sit back and relax. I'm Masayuki Hata. My question today is what open source can still mean for AI and eventually for AGI. My claim is this. Copyleft, the legal mechanism that made free software work, has quietly lost the technical foundation it always depended on. Rebuilding that foundation is not a job for licensed techists. It is a job for reproducible builds. The guarantee that a declared set of inputs verifiably produces the artifact you are running. Let me start with what copyleft actually guaranteed. By the way, this paper's definition of AGI is fairly narrow. AI system capable of recursive self-improvement or self-replication, a la Ashiroma principle. Also, I assume you are already somewhat familiar with concepts like open source, copyleft, and reproducible builds. The short explanations for these concepts are in the paper, so please read it. Generally speaking, the paper is much better than me, so please read it. Now, back to the main topic. Copyleft is usually described it as a legal hack. It uses copyright in reverse. You may copy and modify on the condition that derivative works travel under the same terms. But there is a hidden technical premise underneath. GPL version 3, GNU GPL version 3, which I was involved with revising in 2007, defines the corresponding source as everything needed to generate, install, and run the object code. The license simply assumes that deterministic human auditable build converts source into binary. So what copyleft really enforced was equivalence. Whatever you run must be derivable by a disclosed procedure from a disclosed source. When that equivalence fails, the license can still be satisfied while the freedom evaporates. That equivalence, not the share-like clause, is the normative core of copyleft. Modern machine learning breaks that premise. Trained models' behavior is jointly determined by at least 7 things, I think. The training code, the dataset, the hyperparameters, the random numbers actually drawn during training, which depend on worker scheduling and not only on Cs. The tool chain, down to CUDA, and the floating point intrinsics. The specific hardware, and the weights that all of these produce together. Even the same code and the same data on different hardware will not give you the same weights. Release any subset, only the weights, only the code, only the date, etc. And the third party can neither rebuild the model nor verify that the released weights came from the disclosed procedure. The free software for freedoms run, study, redistribute, and modify your software for any purpose become unexercisable. The community has answered with definitions. Open Source Initiative, OSI's Open Source AI definition, which I was involved with drafting in 2024, requires the training code, the parameters, and what it calls data information, which means enough for a skilled person to build a substantially equivalent system. That is a pragmatic compromise. Many corpora cannot be redistributed at all. The Linux Foundation's model openness framework goes further, up to a class demanding raw datasets, checkpoints, and logs. Its companion license, called OpenMDW, is permissive rather than copyleft. But notice the gap. Even a complete release at the highest tier does not guarantee that rebuilding yields bit identical weights. All ingredients disclosed is not the same as verifiably rebuildable. Now, Stefano Maffuri, the former OSI director, recently argues that the GNU GPL was only a permission slip. It gave formal freedom, but exercising it required a scarce programming skill. AI coding assistants collapse that barrier. So AI, not a GPL, finally delivers substantive software freedom. There is real insight here, but the argument works only if the liberating tools are themselves open source AI. And Mafree concedes as much. If your assistant is an opaque remote API, you have swapped dependence on a maintainer for dependence on a vendor who can change the model. Sensor refactorings or log your code base. And nobody audits a trillion parameter model by reading it. The only audit available is procedural. Also, there is a darker corollary Mafree does not draw. The same capability lets you render copyleft. Feed a GPL library or something to an assistant, ask for functionally equivalent rewrite, and ship it under any license. Copyright protects expression, but not functionality. This March, we saw the first high-profile case. It's called CHARDET, Character Determining Library. Maintainer used an AI agent for a ground-up MIT licensed rewrite of an LGPL, GNU Resi GPL library in about 5 working days, with reported structural overlap under 1.3%. The original author disputes the clean room defense. My point is economic. Copyleft assumed rewriting was expensive, so compliance was cheaper than evasion. That asymmetry is dissolving. Library by library, reproducibility does not prevent such rewrites. But once a share-like loses its economic footing, the verifiable procedure is what remains to govern. That procedure is what the reproducible builds movement has been engineering for ordinary software. Build is reproducible if anyone, starting from the same declared source and tool chain, obtains a bit-for-bit identical binary. Like Debian, I'm one of Debian developers, or Debian, Tails, and the Nix OS have invested decades in this. Because disclosed source cannot protect you from compromised build server unless the corresponding correspondence can be independently checked. Notice the symmetry. Copyleft legally ensured that every binary was accompanied by its source. Reproducible builds technically ensure that every binary is deliverable from its source. Together, they discharge source-object equivalence. So, can a training pipeline be made reproducible the way a compiler is? Increasingly, yes. I should say it's preliminary, but there is a strong possibility. This is engineering, not magic. Recent research by Chen and colleagues reproduced 7 deep learning models exactly with record and replay. On inference, Thinking Machine Lab shows that non-determinism, it's very difficult. Non-determinism at a temperature at 0 comes mainly from the batch size dependence of reduction kernels. Their batch invariant kernels gave bit identical outputs across 1,000 runs at roughly a 60% throughput cost. SGLang cut that overhead to about 34%, and extended it to reproducible reinforcement learning. So the question is no longer feasibility, but which part must be deterministic, and at what price. So my understanding is, so if we kill GPU level optimization, we can get some deterministic results with costs of lower throughput. Then we formalize this as 7 requirements for an AGI-oriented reproducible builds. R1, complete input enumeration. The exact corpus, code, seeds, toolchain, machine readable. R2, deterministic training pipeline or explicitly declared reproducible budget. R3, verifiable toolchain and hardware binding. R4, third-party attestation, neutral public rebuild infrastructure, as Debian has for packages. R5 is one distinctive to AGI, an append-only signed log of the entire self-improvement trajectory. So I assume the AGI system can, can do self-improvement. So it should keep the log how it improve itself. In the spirit of certificate transparency. R6, recursive verifiability, is a research target rather than a deployable specification, I should say. Self-modifications must preserve the reproducibility invariant. That is AGI era analog of the viral clause or share-like clause, propagating a technical property instead of a license term. Which means R6 is basically the equivalent to copyleft, because one system is reproducible, then modified AGI system has to be reproducible. And R7 keeps the framework feasible. Start with small models, verify by sampling, scale obligations with capability. Because no one can produce or reproduce like a frontier model in which big tech company has. So we have to allow the sampling by verification by sampling. One more layer. AI systems increasingly interact at runtime through protocols such as Model Context Protocol, MCP. Model invokes external tools much as program loads a dynamic library. And A2A or function calling play the same role. Copyleft never cleanly reached the linking layer, even for ordinary software. That is why the LGPL exists. And across a network boundary, nothing is distributed at all. OSAID and MOF govern what each node discloses. They say nothing about the edges. Here, the beta template is Mike Maznick's protocols not platform argument. Keep the specification neutral and push contested decisions to the edges. As SMTP, mail protocol, does for email. Concretely, a new neutral standards body, portable authentication, user-controlled logging, and licensing metadata on tools. To conclude, copyleft worked because technical fact, the deterministic relation between source and object code made a legal obligation meaningful. That fact no longer holds for modern AI and will hold even less for AGI. This paper proposes 2 layers and 2 instruments. For the production layer, how a system comes into being reproducible builds, the 7 AGI RB requirements. For the linking layer, how systems interact, protocol governance rather than copyleft. In the near term, I would require R1 to R4 of systems deployed in public interest domains, phasing in R5 and R6 as capability measures. The first revelation gave us the code. The second must give us the code and the verifiable procedures by which the code became what it is. For AGI, anything less is not freedom, but faith. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Masayuki. And as our single live presenter for this session, we'll have you back up in a moment for Q&A. In the meantime, I'm excited to present our final paper of the final paper session, which is Elijah Perrier, Deconstructing Superintelligence, Identity, Self-Modification, and Difference.
Everyone, my name is Elijah Perrier, and it's a pleasure to be giving the last talk at today's session of AGI 2026. The title of my talk is Deconstructing Superintelligence, Identity, Self-Modification, and Difference. In today's talk, I'll be looking at this fundamental question of what happens to the identity of a system once the system can alter everything about itself. I'll be arguing that in such cases, we see a reproduction of certain paradoxes which we know from logic and philosophy. So let's kick off. So what happens when an intelligent system can rewrite itself? Theories of intelligence commonly imply some capacity for a system to modify itself, such as recursive self-improvement. Self-modification allows an intelligent system to alter its policies, representations, objectives, or architecture. What characterizes many theories of superintelligence, I argue, is a stronger capacity, however. They can reprogram the underlying computational or physical substrate, including structures constitutive of the system's identity. So the question is, when the identity criteria themselves become editable, what anchors the system as the same system? How can we say it's the same system? And what are the consequences in the limit when everything about a system can become modifiable? The thesis of the paper and this talk is that this setup, which I call strong self-modification of superintelligence, destabilizes its identity and reproduces the structure of well-known paradoxes such as the liar paradox, but at system scale, and has analogy with other concepts in philosophy such as Derrida's difference and Graham-Priest's enclosure schema. So to begin, I start with the concept of the supplement. Theories of modification usually presuppose something not modified by that act, that is, supplementary to the thing being changed. Something has to remain the same. To formalize this, I start with a vector space, and I use this because they're representative of physical theories in which systems live. States live in V, a vector space, and transformations on V are algebra A. Elements of the algebra are operators, and those operators have relationships. One of them is whether the order of operation of the operators makes a difference. This is reflected by the commutator. So if two operators commute, then the order of their operation does not matter. The third concept is the supplement of X. You take an operator and you find all the other operators that commute with this, and that is the set of such operators is the commutant. A unifying supplement is the fourth concept here, which is effectively a projector pi. So pi selects out parts of the system constitutive of its identity. This formalism in hand, in the paper I then introduce two distinctions, weak and strong self-modification. The difference between them is whether the identity-bearing structure of a system remains outside the update. There are three operators to be aware of here. The first is U, which is an operator. It's part of the system, and it reflects the system updating itself, changing itself. The second operator is D. D is an operator that picks out all the different parts of the system constitutive of it. And the third is R. This is a self-representation operator, which is composed of some parts of the differences of the system. In a weakly self-modifying system, the point is that the system can adapt itself or update itself, but some part of it remains the same. In strongly self-modifying systems, all parts of the system can be subject to change. This is reflected mathematically by the fact that the update operator doesn't commute with any of the projectors. Weak modification changes the content under a fixed ruler of a system, while strong modification changes the ruler itself. What are the consequences for identity? Well, in the paper, I anchor identity as an invariant subspace. You take your system V, you take your projectors on V, which is this first equation, and so pi V selects out the subspace of the system that forms its core identity, and everything else is 1 minus pi, which is not core to the system's identity. If the update commutes with these core projectors pi, then we can say that over the change of the system, some subspace of the system is preserved by the update. So some part of it remains the same. This is what allows us to say that it's the same system over time. But what we see, though, is that this means that some part of the system has to remain outside the purview of the update. There's some part that cannot be changed. It's a constraint on the extent to which the system can modify itself. So what happens when we relax that constraint? Well, in the paper, I argue, and I won't go through the mathematics too much here, but fundamentally, when that invariant subspace can itself be subject to modification, then this propagates throughout the whole system to its self-representation. So the sort of core claim here is that if the update does not commute with any of the projectors, then that then feeds through into the difference operator, and that then feeds through into this self-representation. So what this means is twofold. It means that there's a fundamental question as to what it is about the system that remains the same if everything can change, if that's possible, A, and then B, how does the self-representation change if a system can even change the basis upon which it considers itself to be the same system? In the paper, I then draw an analogy with the liar paradox. So in the liar, what I try to do is express the liar paradox in the mathematical formalism that I've described. I won't go into it in too much detail, but I'll give you the gist in this talk. So in the liar, so in terms of operator formalism, T is the reference operator, pi L selects out the liar sentence. T is the this in the liar sentence. When T and pi L commute, then T preserves exactly the sentence. It refers to this sentence, it designates L. So when this refers to this sentence is false, that is reflected by this commutation of T and pi. And the sort of point here is that I'm drawing a connection between commutation and the logic of the liar paradox. So commutation marks the collapse of the distinction between the sign and its referent, which is what gives rise to the liar paradox. I'll leave it to the paper to go into more detail. So what do I then claim in the paper? What I claim is that the liar paradox is the case fundamentally when this sort of anchor reference, which forms the identity of the system, itself can be subject to change. I define this in the case of intelligent systems as class A systems. So class A systems are as follows. First, we begin with the difference operator D, R, and U from before. Recall that in strongly self-modifying systems, U and D do not commute. There's no part of the system that remains unchanged. So U changes the very distinctions that fix what R refers to. By the propagation system, this means that U and R do not commute, that the update and the representation do not commute. This is the architectural analog of the liar. The non-commutation of U and D removes the stable supplement needed to preserve the relation between self-representation and what it represents. The idea in the paper is that this is the liar at large. It's that there's a collapse between the sign and the signified in a way that is reflected in the mathematics of the commutator. Again, I won't go into too much detail here because I won't be able to do it justice. Please have a look at the paper. And so what I claim is that there's a similar logic at work when a system fundamentally challenges the distinctions that form the basis of its identity, including the distinction between the sign and the signified, between what is changed and what is not changed in the system. In the paper, I then draw an analogy with other sort of paradoxical processes such as diagonalization. Effectively, there are two ways to obtain a self-description after a modification. The idea of the relationship here is that a system uses its own self-representational rule to produce a new description that remains inside its descriptive space, yet it is different from anything that it was able to self-identify before. I'm not really doing this justice in this very short talk. I'm going to skip through this now. I then try to show that there is analogy with what Graham Priest calls his enclosure schema, and I also, attempt to show that there is, a parallel between what's going on with strongly self-modifying systems and Derrida's concept of difference. The takeaways of the paper, and I'd please urge you to read it and send any comments and criticisms, are as follows: that in the case of strongly self-modifying systems, self-modification is a limit of remaining the same self. Weak self-modification preserves the supplement. Its strong form acts on the supplement in a way that challenges the fundamental identity of the system. In Derrida's terms and in Priest's terms, this fundamentally generates what I would argue is a paradox. And the consequence is that unrestricted recursive self-modification may be constrained by the same deep structures that delimit mathematics and logic themselves. Thank you for your attention.
What you're looking at, a somewhat complicated diagram that you and I are going to build up in this video.
Wonderful. Third and a half presentation for this for this last paper session. Thank you everybody for staying here, for being around to finish out this academic portion of the conference. All right, fantastic. So I just want to say thank you to all of our presenters, all of our paper presenters for the day. We got one more presentation that we want to gild that features some community work. After that presentation, we're going to invite everybody to explore the posters. We're going to invite poster authors to stand by their posters and present to anybody here who wants to understand more. There's some amazing research that happened in these posters that should really be brought to light and understood more, even if we can't give everybody stage time. Alongside these posters, we also have 4 demos that will be live for everybody. So Greg Meredith, from his causal models to world models presentation, he'll be talking about rolling and firefly and ASI chain at one of the tables back here. We have a system, a BCI project, Unvault. They'll be presenting their technology at one of the tables. We've got Omega Claw set up with, he's the SingularityNET AGI-ish agentic loop built in Meta with PLN, persistent memory, and symbolic systems. And he's set up, or it's set up with a camera and speaker to talk with you. I think way over there in the back, there he is. And then Michael Miller over here with building sentient beings with a TV monitor. Very much encourage everybody to take a look at the posters, talk with their authors, and view these 4 demos after this final presentation. So first, I'd like to call up to the stage Patrick Hammer and Matt Behrend. Thank you. So over the past 2 weeks, we held a community event that's about the community, anybody globally building AGI-ish systems on some of the open source AGI tools that SingularityNET has built. And I want to feature some of the amazing work that the community put together. I want to invite Matt and Patrick to feature some of the amazing work that the community put together. Can we pull up the slides? So this was a joint effort between SingularityNET and the AGI Society, again, looking to make AGI accessible, buildable by everybody in the world, just like we host this AGI Conference every year as a live stream, free and open on YouTube. Again, for those wanting to check it out, review some presentations, review some decks, it's all on YouTube. The links are on the agenda, on the schedule page of the website, so you can always check it out. We feel it's super important that everybody in the world, anywhere in the world who has internet access, can access everything that happened this year, understand the state of AGI and how it's progressing, and begin to build on it themselves. And can we get the slide deck? Fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, and this is part of that commitment, right? So SingularityNET feels very strongly about building decentralized open source tools and building open decentralized community to build on those tools, because we know that it will take a global community to build AGI, not just us. So in support of that, we had an open build for the last 2 weeks of before the AGI conference that's just about getting anybody, anywhere who's part of this conference, virtually or live, building on these systems and showing what they can do. So the open build, 10-day online build event, we invited the community in across a number of events to participate with us on these tools. There's an educational component. What are these tools? How do they work? What is the mind shift that people need to build BGI? And this is both the mind shift toward AGI, something that's beyond just neural networks as they exist, LLMs and such, that everybody's very familiar with, to thinking about world models, to thinking about cognitive architectures, to thinking about episodic memory, temporal planning, all these components that we as a conference understand will be required to get to AGI, generally intelligent systems. So there's a mind shift to building AGI. And then we also feel there's a mind shift to building BGI. If we just build systems that replicate what technology is already doing that is not necessarily nutritive or flourishing for the human nervous system and the planet as a whole, then we're just doing more of the same faster and with more energy. Instead, having the mind shift of how do we build systems that are in tune with humanity, that are aligned, that are about promoting and supporting human flourishing, global flourishing beyond humans, and all of these components holistically together. We've heard so much about this from so many people this week. So this mind shift is part of the education as well as using the tools. So the opportunity is that this is an invitation to explore system-level emergence toward AGI systems, to build adaptive intelligence and to directly contribute to open AGI research and initiatives. So we had, overclick. So the event schedule, we had a build together component. We had a demo day where people could come together, show what they're working on. We had submission project review, and now we're here at the showcase to tell you what happened. Please scan the QR code. We had a number of amazing projects submitted to this, and they worked very hard in a very short, compressed time frame to build projects, and we can't celebrate and recognize them enough. The tools, the demos, what people built was just inspiring in this short time frame. So we're going to go over to, this is Omega Cloud, right? All right, so Patrick will feature some of the projects that were built with the Omega Claw framework.
Yes, so we will discuss some of the projects, and before we go there, I also want to say thank you to the entire community for using the system and integrating it in various projects. It has been, Omega Claw has been started as a research project, and it had many holes in the implementation that got gradually sorted out, but how to say, it's still a quite special system in a way. Like most agentic systems are still request-response driven, and this is running a continual loop, which is a bit heavy on some of the weaker LLMs out there. And but it's fascinating what has been built with this system, despite its shortcomings. And also, of course, we have also seen cases where the unique properties of omega claw have been also quite fruitful. For instance, in robotics, you want the mobile robot to have a kind of an inner life, and so there it's more appropriate for it to choose own motivations sometimes. But it's always a bit domain specific when it's actually acceptable and when you want a more well-behaved request response system. And there have been multiple projects that also differ in their, in their ambitions. And I found particularly this project, the AGI, interesting by Michael Miller, which combined some of his own work. He has of his own work with omega claw, and he has done extensive research in his own cognitive architectures and has built even his own cognitive programming language, Premise, and also published a book, Building Minds with Patterns, where he outlined various design patterns, cognitive design patterns, and that's particularly fascinating to combine this cognitive architecture ideas with omega claw. And here in the AGI, it's essentially using omega claw as an additional component to interface, like with terminal and web browser, so that this system can interact with the web and also with robotics components with ROS2. And so it's a bit of a kind of a cognitive synergy approach, we could say, where you have both the cognitive architecture, which he has been building for a long time, together with this omega claw system combined into one overall architecture. So this was quite fascinating, especially from an AGI perspective, while some of the other projects we will see are more application-centered. This AGI has especially been interesting from a cognitive systems perspective. So, and another one that has been also interesting from an engineering perspective is thread router, because it has always been an issue with omega claw that if you wanted to have good performance with it, you had to run it with a quite expensive LLM. Usually you needed to run it with top-class LLMs because the continuously evolving context from the inner activity is providing a big challenge for the weaker LLMs. And so thread router addresses this issue when to core different models, essentially, so that you can have, maybe if the request does not demand the stronger LLMs to be utilized, then this will dynamically route it to these models. And as you see in the diagram, this also includes local models, so you can have, if your hardware supports it, run like a gamma model, for instance, locally, as I do myself. And then this thread router will help you to decide for particular inputs whether it will require the reasoning power of a stronger model or whether it's sufficient to have a smaller model. And what's particularly interesting about this approach is that it's using Fabric PC, the predictive coding model, to make that decision. And there's also the potential here, if predictive coding can allow runtime adaptation, then maybe this agent can then also learn at runtime to adjust and improve these decisions of when to route to stronger models or to weaker models. So that this is especially making omega claw more dynamic in a sense, and also more cost-effective potentially. And then, how much time do I have left? Okay. And then there's Agora Vallis. For this project, it's more application-centric. So essentially, if we look at this free project, so we had this project by Michael Miller, which is more on the cognitive systems side, so more on the AI side, while the previous project is more about the engineering side. And this one is particularly application relevant. So for instance, imagine you want to predict how a crowd behaves. And my own understanding from this project is that it can allow to predict phase transitions in the behavior, and that these phase transitions are not always easy to predict beforehand. And there has been, in the project description, it describes this case where a crowd, for instance, might talk about a specific topic, but their actions might not align with it. And this by itself might indicate a possible future phase transition in order to bring this to more in alignment. And so overall, this system will allow to have then also, to predict, to make such predictions, behavior predictions, and also to use omega claw potentially in this endeavor. Yes, and so overall, these projects have all been, I know there have been, it's all a lot of work to get these projects working, and with omega claw it's still in the early days, even though we have some deployed instances now, and you can see that this design worked out relatively well, but there are also many implementation challenges ahead that will hopefully improve the system further and allow us to, to use it as a kind of an orchestrator for cognitive systems that run continuously, take multimodal input in account, run in real time, and have long-term memories. So there's still many challenges ahead to make this very flawless, so that, and all these projects, they will of course benefit from this improvements. And so I will end this with thanking the community again for building this and already using Omega Claw for this project. And thanks a lot.
Thanks, Patrick, and thanks everyone for joining in the community who participated in the Open BGI Build event. We're really excited to highlight just a couple of the many projects that were submitted, often combining Fabric PC and Omega Claw, which is really neat to see the neurosymbolic story coming together, where Fabric PC is SingularityNET's infrastructure for neural network training. And as you saw from Faezeh Habibi presented today, Fabric predictive coding is really a way forward to break out of the patterns that the industry has been locked in backpropagation. And we see a lot of really awesome opportunities here for graph-based architectures, more efficient neural network training, and even new ways of doing associative memory for neural networks to learn. So we have some cool demos that are available in the repository itself, and I'm going to highlight a couple examples what the community has built with us. So two of the projects here that I'm going to highlight, Thread Router and Omega Fabric JEPA, built new patterns on top of Fabric PC. So the library is designed to be not only scalable and very efficient to compute, but also highly extensible. So the Thread Router bundled together model routing with a predictive coding network, which is really cool. And so they learned the cost and gains of routing to different models, and trained a Fabric PC model on 6 outcome signals, and then integrated that together. The Omega Fabric JEPA, this one has an audible neurosymbolic forecasting on CPU. So this was really neat, putting together a model that compressed telemetry data with an encoder and then used that for querying atom space. So really cool projects doing integrations and extending the library itself. Really welcome everyone to build projects using Fabric PC as a library, importing it, creating custom objects in that library. We also welcome upstream PRs to Fabric PC itself when there's a reusable component that you think is going to be broadly useful to the community. And a couple more. These were really neat examples of applying Fabric PC to time series data. So we had a group on predictive glucose modeling, Anton and Livia with the glucose DAO, using their own custom data set that they curated from wearable glucose sensing device, and trained a model on glucose time series data to predict a patient's glucose. And then we had a financial modeling project as well using Fabric PC. So really cool examples on time series data, and looking forward to see more interesting applications for predictive coding on your own real world practical data sets in your own applications. So thank you for building with us, and really it's a pleasure to work with everyone, collaborating, and to receive your feedback on the library as it's early on in developing and become something useful for everyone to build with.
It was a really, we had a BGI sprint about a month ago where we had community building on Omega Claw in a variety of ways towards BGI specifically. This open build was another incredible experience with the community, quite compressed, but really the community rose up in the spirit of participating in this conference, and we can't appreciate them enough. So we had 162 people register, attend many of the events. We had 11 submissions in the end in that 10-day window, 6 demo videos, 100% code links in those demos so that you can go, you can test, you can view, you can see how these things are actually working. So the open build validated demand for lightweight research sprints and surfaced highly creditable integration pathways and bridges between predictive coding, symbolic reasoning, and adaptive agentic systems. We're so glad the community could participate in this. We welcome and invite more community to use these tools. There will be special invitation tomorrow for everybody on the next step that you can take to get involved there. And I want to thank Patrick, I want to thank Peter, I want to thank Matthew, Charlie, everybody who helped support, Mike Archibald, everybody who helped support this open build and previous sprints and going forward. So thanks to the community, thanks to our supporters. And now I invite everybody to check out the posters. Poster authors, please stand by your posters, and let's get all that information out there. Visit our demo tables, Omega Claw, Unvault the BCI project, Building Sentient Beings, and the ASI chain demo. And we look forward to seeing everybody bright and early tomorrow at 8:30 for Ben's Path to ASI.